Hello, everyone, and welcome to night two of V8's Online's coverage of the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series presented by GT Omega Racing. Jay Kennedy here in the host chair, and alongside me, I have our very, very good friend Reese Gardner. Reese G, you got us, mate?
Yeah, I definitely have, Jay. It's race day here in the first round of the GT Omega Endurance Cup. We've got a good night of racing laid out for you guys tonight. We've got 40-minute races in the Star Mazda Australian Championship and iRace for Fun C-Spec Challenge, followed by a 4-hour race around Spa-Francorchamps in V8 Supercars. I cannot wait.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic, and we're obviously racing at a track that is so steeped in heritage throughout world racing. Obviously, Spa-Francorchamps famous for the Formula One, but it's famous for so much more that a lot of people don't really know a great deal about. You've been hard at work again, Reese, with your fact file video, so we'll have a look at that now.
Good morning / afternoon / evening, everybody. My name is Reese Gardner, and this is my V8 Supercars Online Premier Series fact file for the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Lying in the magnificent Ardennes Mountains of the Liège region of Belgium, Spa is a true contender for the title of greatest racetrack in the world. If you're a motorsports fan, you know about Spa. It's old, it's spectacular, it's fast, and it's difficult, and it has a history matched by few other venues. It's the longest circuit we visit for V8SCOPS, and every corner provides its own flavour and challenge, with two massive full-throttle sections to balance everything out. To see the genesis of this fantastic circuit, we need to go back almost a century. There had been racing activity in the Ardennes since the automobile became popular. In fact, a 1902 race in the region was the first ever occasion where public roads were properly closed off for racing. In 1920, Jules de Thier, owner of the newspaper La Muse, and Langlois van Opham, president of Belgium's Royal Automobile Club, hatched a plan to create a new circuit in the region, a public road circuit using the triangle connecting the towns of Francorchamps, Malmedy, and Stavelot. The plans went ahead, and this is the layout that resulted. For a track that would become so legendary, Spa got off to quite a slow start, with the scheduled first race at the circuit being cancelled due to only attracting one entrant. Fortunately, this didn't happen again. Spa's actual first race was a motorcycle race in 1922, and the famous 24-hour race soon followed in 1924. 1925 saw the first Grand Prix event being held at the circuit, the European Grand Prix, which saw 7 entrants and was won by Antonio Ascari, Alberto's father. The track soon gained a reputation for being fast and dangerous. It became part of the pre-war Grand Prix calendar in the 30s, and in 1939, the Raidillon was created, bypassing the existing L'Ancien Douane hairpin. That's right, the most famous corner complex at the circuit was actually partially purpose-built, with the intention of making Spa the fastest circuit in Europe. Unfortunately, 1939 was also the year World War II started, and racing activities promptly ceased as the Ardennes was ravaged by war for the next 7 years. After the war ended, racing tentatively returned to Spa, and when the World Drivers' Championship began in 1950, the track was a natural choice to host a round. The Belgian Grand Prix became one of the iconic F1 races of the time. That is to say, until 1970, when the glaring safety issues with the circuit came to a head. After Jackie Stewart was nearly burnt to death after crashing into a barn, the circuit was finally deemed too unsafe to race on, and over the next 10 years, the Belgian Grand Prix was hosted at the shorter and less charismatic circuits Nivelles-Bollard and Zolder. In the late 70s, plans began to return racing to Spa, this time at a shortened, more permanent facility. This new design aimed to keep the most iconic sections of the old circuit while eliminating the most dangerous parts, creating a new permanent section that fortunately added as much as it had to take away. These then new corners would later become famous in their own right, rather rare for a redesign of a loved venue. The new Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps opened for business in 1979, and with the later addition of the bus stop chicane, which actually was a bus stop at that point, Formula One came back in 1983, and with the exception of a year's break here and there, has stayed since. With the track's most recent upgrades, involving a reconfiguration of the bus stop chicane, the pits, the start-finish straight, and the hairpin at La Source, the former public roads, stretching from the exit of Stavelot to the entry of Malmedy, were finally closed off to the public for good, completing Spa-Francorchamps' almost century-long transition from humble public roads to one of the premier European racetracks. Spa is not well-charted territory for V8 Supercars. It's a track that has traditionally been the domain of high downforce cars, and its unique mix of elevation changes and almost every corner being medium to high speed means that it will be a particular challenge in our homegrown monsters. Well, with a 4-hour-long race scheduled on Sunday, our competitors will have plenty of time to get intimate with this icon of motorsports. So get settled in for many hours of action as we bring you V8 Supercars and support races from iRace for Fun's C-Spec Challenge and the Star Mazda Australian Championship from the first round of the V8 Supercars online Premier Series GT Omega Endurance Cup at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps.
What an amazing place this track is, Spa-Francorchamps. One of the most iconic racetracks in the world, and it's an absolute thrill to have it as part of the iRacing service and be here for our Enduro first round of the GT Omega Racing Enduro Cup. Reese, I love those videos, mate. You do a fantastic job.
Thank you very much, Jay. I had a lot of fun making this one and doing all the research required for it. And if you paid attention during the first small part of it, there's actually a couple of photos there of the track as it was, as public roads, before racing was even thought of in that area, which I always found incredibly fascinating. The fact that an amazing racetrack can be made out of these roads that have been there since time immemorial. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's an absolute thrill to be to have this track as part of the service too, and actually race on one of the most iconic tracks in the world. Love it. Looking forward to the next few. There's a couple of other iconic tracks we've still got to come in this series, and really looking forward to your videos for that, especially coming up into our next Enduro at Mount Panorama Bathurst and of course Phillip Island, but also our first trip to Monza as well. I'm really looking forward to your video for that one.
Oh yeah, all very historic venues, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of interesting information about those tracks that I'll be able to communicate to you guys and the viewers.
So, obviously with such an iconic track, it's fairly important to see how the track actually plays out. So we might go to our speed comparison, which we showed you last night. Fantastic job, Reese. I know you're part of this. So tell us a bit about how this sort of come about and how you planned this. It actually took a lot of planning with the roof car which you are driving, Jake Maloney in the Star Mazda and Jake Burton in the V8 Supercar.
Yeah,
you head
definitely.
off.
Yeah, it was actually incredibly difficult to actually get this run right. We had to try about, I don't know, 8 or 9 times to try and get the gap between the cars right. But as you can see, it's quite a fair gap between the cars, but you'll notice the Star Mazda, being much more of a downforce-oriented car than this roof and the V8 Supercar, doesn't really have the speed advantage on the straights, and you can see Jake Burton closing up to Jake Maloney coming up to the braking zone. They get very close, but now that we get to the twisty part of the track, where the downforce of the Star Mazda really counts, you'll see Maloney start to pull away, and I'm out there and in the front, just driving around, waiting. Very
feel like you're being
interesting car to
hunted
drive
too
the
there,
roof.
wouldn't you?
Yeah, I felt only slightly scared.
And the actual gap from the start between the roof and the V8 Supercar, about 5 seconds. So there's not a massive time difference. I actually thought the gap would have been a little bit bigger, but I'm actually surprised that the Star Mazda is so closely matched in regards to lap times to the V8 Supercar. I'm absolutely stunned by that, actually.
Yeah, we were quite surprised as well. We thought, oh no, how is this going to turn out? But it turned out quite good, actually, despite the incredibly close gap. I mean, if anything, I think it's good. It shows how different kinds of engineering can achieve the same sort of effects on a track like Spa.
Top speed for this lap, the V8 Supercar tops out at 272 k's an hour. The roof at 233. The Star Mazda only 216. And you can see now coming up to the bus stop chicane, you see the V8 Supercar in the background. This is the bits now that the V8 starts to shine.
Yeah,
No
definitely.
downforce required here. So
Yeah, certainly. Of
Baloney
course,
here, right behind yourself, Reese, and big dive bomb into the final corner for this layout that we're running here.
yeah, Star Mazda much better under brakes. I almost had the advantage there coming out of the corner, but Jake went by, and we ended up crossing the line in the opposite order to what we started. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, unreal end to this race, if you call it a race. It's a really good finish too. The V8 Supercar just at the last little bit, just coming up to Eau Rouge there. That's where it's got its best speed, but not able to carry it. So I think if we started on the other layout, we wouldn't have seen the same result.
No, we wouldn't have. It was an incredibly interesting comparison to be a part of, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how it pans out for the other two circuits in the Endurance Cup.
Yep, we will bring that again at Mount Panorama Bathurst and also at Phillip Island for the next 2 rounds. But it's time for our support categories to start to get ready and underway. We'll throw to our commentators for the GNT Racing SMAC Cup, Jake Burton and Sam Sutton. You got us there, boys?
Yeah, Jay, we're here. Really keen for this second night of Star Mazda Australian Championship racing here at Spa. So it's been an awesome category so far. Last night's racing seemed pretty awesome.
Yeah,
last night we saw.
Sorry, boys. I'll let you go.
Last night we saw 15 laps of Spa, but tonight these guys shortened race, only 11 laps. Timesheets seem to be pretty close, same as last night. Tracks all the same, nothing real different. Strategy-wise, should be seeing a pit stop again. They've got the same amount of fuel on board as laps, so they'll be definitely needing a stop.
That's it, Sam, and just approaching halfway through. I apologise. Just past halfway through this qualifying session at the moment. It's currently Troy Burgess at the top with a 222.1. He's got a couple tenths over last night's winner, Aaron Osborne, and closely followed by Gary Hamilton, Michael Fabian, and Timothy Jackson. But certainly a very close sort of qualifying at the moment, and definitely very reliant on downforce and the tow that you get from the other cars. So it's a bit of luck in this 20-minute session, but why don't you run us through what happened last night, Sam, from a bit of review?
Yeah, well, for those of you guys who went with us last night, Aaron Osborne ended up taking out the win. It's again a very draft-dependent race. He had a nice 4-car battle with himself, Gary Hamilton, John Lott, and I can't remember the fourth driver, unfortunately, off the top of my head, but great 4-car battle between those guys, and went down to the last corner on the last lap, as it should be in the series.
That's it. The great thing about this series is that you've got quite a few privateers in here. That's the good thing about the support categories. It gives the guys a big chance who aren't, members of the massive teams and don't have the big setup support to race the V8 Supercar, a chance to race a really awesome car in a nice fixed setup and get some really awesome racing.
Yeah, that's a feature of the Star Mazda Championship anyway, outside of the Enduro Cup. They run the same fixed setup every week. It attracts a lot of the guys who just want to have a bit of fun racing. Unfortunately, some of the guys who race the V8 and the Star Mazda can't be in this car in support round, so a lot of names you generally wouldn't see on a V8's online broadcast are here tonight.
Yeah, that's it for sure. Now, we're approaching 5 minutes to go in this session. I just got my eyes on Troy Burgess, seeing if he can improve on that lap time, but some guys who are a little bit further down the field that we might expect to be a little higher, guys like Marlon McMullen and Leo Gray and those sort of guys. What do you think's happened with them at the moment? Do you think they're sort of struggling with that sort of off-track system that we got here at Spa?
I know off-track shouldn't be too bad in the Star Mazda because it's got enough grip to avoid them, unlike our V8 Supercar. Marlon, he's in sort of the same place he was last night. Of course, he's only regular in this car, so he might not be used to it. But just generally a good showing. Leo Gray put on a good show last night until he got caught up in an unfortunate accident. Good to see him out and about if you want to V8's online commentator, and hopefully he'll be tonight.
Yeah, that's it. And of course, another feature of these Star Mazdas being open wheels is you can't really have the rubbing and bumping like we have in the V8 Supercar and rough. So what do you think, having raced a couple smack rounds before, Sam, is the best way to sort of approach a race in the Star Mazda?
Well, I can tell you that the lack of fenders on these cars didn't stop them rubbing last night. But the best way to approach it is just to sit in the draft, especially at Spa and 2 tracks coming up on the support calendar. Guy it showed last night, the guy in second place, generally the guy in the box seat that last turn. It was whoever's in the draft at the right time.
Yeah, it really is the car that's sort of around these sort of tracks, really the sort of Daytona of NASCAR sort of layout that we got going here. But just got my eyes on Michael Fabian at the moment. He's actually just backed off. I thought he was hopping in the draft with a couple cars in front. The Mad Cow Racing driver, he's putting down a solid finish in 4th in qualifying at the moment. But what do you reckon? 3-4 minutes to go. Do you reckon there's any guys who can put in a last lap showing and get up to the front? Or
Well, at the moment we've got Gary Hamilton on a lap, and he seemed to be sitting in the draft of Marlon. Bit of a sneaky move there. Marlon's in the draft as well, so expect those guys to climb up the timesheets on this lap. But real surprise is Troy Burgess. Last night he qualified mid-pack, so whether he just got lucked out with the draft or he's found a little something when he's driving tonight, it's a good showing from him.
that's it. And Gary Hamilton just seems to have backed off a little bit there, but you can see that he has got the fastest time in practice, and if he replicated that time in practice, he would actually be sitting on provisional pole at the moment. So as he's coming towards the final chicane, let's see if he can put out another one in these dying minutes. And he's still got that nice little tow from Marlon in front. Let's see as he starts his lap.
Marlon not setting a time that time by, and Gary must have had an off-track on that lap as well and invalidated that one. So no time set from those guys. Most of the guys in the top 10 haven't improved in their time since we've been in this server, Jake.
Yeah, that's it. I actually just had a look at Gary through La Source hairpin just there. Very different line, sort of the wider entry, and tried to cut the corner a little bit on exit and try and get a better run at the straight, which is obvious now. He's just going to come by Marlon, who aborts by the looks of it, and gets a bit of a run from Joseph out front, but now he should get Joseph's backed off before we come down to Lacombe.
Yeah, so right now Troy and Aaron are actually parked in the pit, so whether they're confident with their times, a bit of a bold move by Troy considering how close this pit can be. Interesting to see if he actually stays on the top of the totem pole with Gary on his lap at the moment.
That's it. As we're approaching 2 minutes to go, you'd want to say that Troy probably does have a bit of confidence, you know, almost 2/10 up the road from Aaron, but as you say, he qualified mid-pack last night, so it'll be interesting to see how he can go down in the race, see if he can not get absolutely mauled by the straight line draft on the first lap, and see if he can actually keep it up the front and maybe challenge for a win.
Yeah, well, as we're speaking, we've got 2 of the quick beds cars, Trent Thomas and Andrew Gaines, coming through the final turn now to set a lap. Trent, very big drive, he almost had to get out of the throttle to avoid running over his teammate. 25-2, so no.
As we know, Trent Thomas is the runner of the Star Mazda Australian Championship, so he's awfully familiar with this car and obviously very aware of the requirements that the straight line speed can give with the draft. So he's nice and tied up behind his teammate Andrew Gaines there, and see if they can give it one more shot with just over a minute on the clock.
Yeah, the G&T Racing, John Allett last night, actually our 3rd place getter, is sitting down in 12th in the stands. Very out of character from the strong pace he showed last night. Seems he's just putting around by himself, hasn't found the draft, but we'll get one more shot at it as it comes across the line this time by.
That's it, he'll want to get a very good run through this last chicane, and he could even snag a bit of a draft off Joseph coming up Eau Rouge and Radion and up to the Kemmel Straight. But we'll stay on John Allett for a little bit, because he definitely seems to deserve a higher position in qualifying at the moment. So he nails La Source. Let's see if he can get the good run up to Eau Rouge.
Yeah, Leo Gray as well, sitting in this draft chain with Gary Hamilton and Marlon McMullen. He's just moved up with to 13th of the 22.9 in that draft to his effect.
Pretty incredible, isn't it, Sam? We got 13. Oh, we may as well make it 14 cars there within 0.8 of a second, and 13 cars between second and Leo, with only 0.6 of a second between them. For a lap that's nearly 2.5 minutes in length, that's pretty incredible. That's very close.
Yeah, and I think it's just the nature of the way the G&T boys run this series, is they Same setup, medium downforce at Spa, obviously not the ideal one. As the checkered flags flies now, so all the guys out on track got the last chance to get this lap right. So Aaron and Troy both comfortable with their times. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them in the backside.
That's it. The thing about the fixed setup is it's very reliant on the skill of the driver. As Leo Gray's now on his way up to Puon, he's seems to be very committed this lap. He looks like he's very keen to try and get a little bit further up the board. Old Leo wants to have a bit better starting position. He probably deserves a bit better starting position, to be honest. He's on a very good lap at the moment, though.
Yeah, well, McMullen's pulled out of his lap, same as Tim Jackson. They're both in the pit lane. Michael Fabian, track. So Gary Hamilton, I think, is the only guy in the top 3 still on track. He may have aborted his lap because he was in front of Leo before.
So I think we can safely say that Troy Burgess is going to hold on to pole, but as Leo Gray makes the ride up to Rydon, let's not Rydon, I'll say Blanchimont, my bad. See if he can put some better time down, but he has got Gary Hamilton behind him, but I'm not sure Gary Hamilton will be able to improve too much on his current time.
I think Gary will realise the guys behind him are in the pit lane and there's not much gain from him putting the car on the line. Just to set a time that won't move him up the timesheets. Great effort by Troy Burgess at this stage to be on pole by 2/10 on a track like this. Very good effort.
As Leo Gray exits the final chicane, very clean lap from Leo as he crosses the line. It is going to be a 22.8, which is going to bump him up 2 positions. Nice lap from Leo there, very clean. And towards the end of the session, Sam, that's a technique that you like to use.
Yeah, I'm that last lap flying up. John Allett right at the end there, up to 9th, so that's a bit more respectable from him. He did fly through the field last night. Leo Gray just outside the 10, dropped to 12th thanks to John. So Jake, do you want to run us through the quality results?
Sure thing, Sam. Troy Burgess, as we discussed, took the pole with a 2:22.1. Very interesting, only a couple seconds slower than our V8 Supercars, but Aaron Hamilton gets second, Aaron Osborne gets second, Gary Hamilton gets third, Michael Fabian will take down 4th, Timothy Jackson gets 5th, Mark Rayner 6th, Marlon McMullen 7th, Trent Thomas 8th, John Elliott 9th, Joshua Anderson in 10th, David Gillings 11th, Leo Gray 12th, Andrew Gaines 13th, Dylan Francis 14th, Philip Stoneman 15th, Wayne Taylor 16th, TJ Brown 17th, Brant Tucker 18th, Brock Creamer is going to take down 19th, Sean Thompson 20th, and Scott Goodman 21st, Joseph Falcamata 22nd, and our last qualifier will be Darren Lesu in 23rd. But I think one of the best battle packs in this race is going to be between John Allett, Josh Anderson, Dave Jennings, Leo Gray, and that sort of 9th to 13th region. Their whole 5 cars there are separated by less than 1/10 of a second in qualifying, but it's going to be a really good race as we see the cars just gridding up now.
Yeah, well, last night we certainly saw lots of 2-car groups break away, and then once the pit stops happened, everyone compressed again. So look for that again tonight in some very close racing.
About a minute and a half now before we see the green flag. A few guys getting to the grid early. Who do you think is going to be our sort of strong starters, Sam? Starting the Star Mazda can be quite tricky to find that bite point on the clutch, but who was strong last night?
Aaron had a really good getaway off the line from pole last night, so expect him again. I think he's using the slip the clutch method rather than the conventional, just dump it and hope for the best like some of these guys do. I expect him to get a good start. Gary actually kind of had a bad start last night, almost got swamped. So a bit further back this time, so.
That's it, and of course the guys looking down the straight to the green light. The first corner they have in their eyes is of course Eau Rouge and Rydon. Can't really get much better than that, can we?
No, you can't, and I mean last night they made it through very clean. It wasn't until we hit the bus stop that we had our first match, you know. So hopefully we can repeat last night and get as many cars through that first lap as clean as possible.
That's it, about 40 seconds till we see the green now.
I think we're just waiting on our pole setter to decide to jump in the car and race. Best psychology, he's psyching the opposition out. Sit there, cool their tyres. That's our trick, Jake, isn't it? We sit, let everyone stew on the grid, and we join at the last minute.
That's it. They're going to have the nice warm tyres for the first couple corners, but Troy's going to need everything that he's got to take away the draft from Aaron and Gary up this first couple corners. But 10 seconds to the green now.
I actually
think
Troy might not make the grid. I don't think Troy's going to make it.
Tyre pole sitter has
Oh, he just got there.
to the grid.
Talk about leaving
As
it
the
late. Here we
revs
go.
rise.
Green, green, green.
And away they go. Looks like
Yeah,
a
good
very
going
good
right
start.
Already a long slide before we even get to Eau Rouge.
Another awesome start back in the finish. Marlon, he picked up 3 spots before we get to Rydon, and now he's going to have this awesome draft out the outside.
Yeah, Marlon's changed his skin again tonight. He must change his skin as much as he changes his socks. He's in a Ferrari one tonight. Last night he was in a Red Bull car. Troy Burgess, big loss. He's gone back 4 places from pole position.
Well, that's it. Changing to that Ferrari skin is obviously very similar to the F1 because he's got that straight line this season. And here he comes. Here comes the field through Leclerc, and we've got a spin. That was our pole sitter, Troy Burgess.
Yeah, Troy Burgess off on the exit. Malmedy, he's regained, but way back in the field. Looks like he didn't touch the fence, so that's lucky for him.
Yeah, I saw him do that. He come through the left-hand part and into Leclerc and just got on the grass and just overcorrected it, but very good driving by Troy Burgess to keep it out of the field and not cause a major pile-up.
Strong starter is Leo Gray. He's up on the gearbox of Marlon McMullen, and Marlon's getting a bit animated on the radio. Not sure what about. Maybe lost out in that incident with Troy, but Leo Gray, strong start.
That's really impressive from Leo, because as I say, Marlon picked off 3 positions at the start, so Leo must have picked off like 7. Very impressive start.
Another big loser is Tim Jackson. He's back behind Leo Gray after being 5th on the grid, so mixed results for guys off the grid today.
That's it, Tim Jackson just having a quick look there at Leo Gray, and he's now going to have that slipstream up to Blanchimont.
Yeah, this is where the slipstream takes big effect. Guys love to send it into the bus stop chicane. A bit like you, Jake, just ride the back brake and hope you don't hit anybody.
That's it.
Yeah, Aaron Osborne's got a great run on Gary Hamilton here coming into the bus stop. Aaron to the inside, and Gary just lets him through. A bit early on to start fighting too hard.
And as we said, Gary Hamilton now consolidating 2nd position after letting Aaron go. That's going to be very crucial because, as we say, 2nd is the box place seat. So if Gary just sits here and uses his speed in the draft, he could be a real contender towards the end of this race.
Yeah, we got Trent Thomas going slow on the main straight towards La Source. I don't know whether something happened to him in the bus stop, whether he got a slowdown or not, but we heard rumours of contact back in the pack, so have to keep an eye out for him.
As we look back up to the front, Gary Hamilton is going to make the move on the Kemmel Straight.
Michael Fabian's joining in on this one as well, sticking under Gary Hamilton's gearbox, looking to push him through. I think bump drafting works here, Jake. Oh, he's pulled out of it.
We've seen people do it at Monza in Formula cars before, so I'm not going to say it's out of the question, but Michael Fabian just playing the smart move early, just to make sure you get to the end, but obviously a short race tonight, you don't want to muck around too much.
There's just some movers and shakers on that first lap. Josh Anderson up 4 places from 10th to 6th. Leo Gray up 4 as well from 12th to 8th. Big losers, obviously Troy Burgess. He's back in the field in dead last after being on pole.
A guy that we commented on a lot during qualifying is John Allett at the moment. He's up from P9, as we've said, and his car's looking really racy at the moment. If we look through Pouan here, he's able to keep that car so much tighter than the guys in front of him, even in the draft, so he'll definitely be one to watch later in this race.
Yeah, it was the same last night. Even without the draft, he was quicker than the guys leading, so he's definitely a major player. He just seemed to fade towards the end last night. Hopefully it doesn't happen. Looking very strong for the win around that pit stop time.
Speaking of fading in the cars here, let's just talk for a little bit about the tyre life in the Star Mazda. It's not usually an issue, but is Spa any different, Sam? Was last night's race really representative of any tyre fade, or is it more just guys fatiguing a little bit?
Oh, I think it's just general racing each other. You might see the front start to go from the draft and just losing that front end grip, but as we look at John Allott making a very dicey move up the inside here of Mark Rayner, gives it a go, just sends it in there, gets it done.
Very nicely executed by John Allott, keeps it out of the back of Michael Fabian as well. But that's going to be really smart.
In the background.
That's going to be really smart from John Allott, because he's thinking in his mind he doesn't want to lose that front pack, because you lose that front pack and that's game over. So he's going to stick to the back of Michael Fabian now and try and challenge towards the end of this race.
Yeah, Trent Thomas, he's just typing up in the chat, his screen froze, so something must have happened to him. He's in the pit lane at the moment. Looks like a fairly heavily damaged car, so I think he's not going down. Very unfortunate.
That's a big shame for Trent, but another change up the front now. It looks like we're going to see Gary Hamilton go once again to the inside of Aaron Osborne, but Michael Fabian now makes it 3 wide to the inside. He's going to have that position, provided all stays clean here.
John Lott, have a look as well.
In there.
Get keen, mate. Just send it in there.
And Aaron Osborne is going to lose 3 positions from that ordeal. That's tough for Aaron.
Oh, it's not too much of a worry now. I mean, we're only on lap 3 of 11, and it's Star Mazda, these races go by short distances, but they seem to last forever. We've plenty of time for getting that positions back.
That's it, as we now see our race leader is Michael Fabian, closely followed by Gary Hamilton, John Olott, Aaron Osborne and Mark Rayner. But Marlon McMullen now in the 6th position is starting to close up to Mark, and going through Puon now is going to maybe have a go on exit.
Yeah, well, we got 2 really big long trains at the moment. We've obviously got our lead battle, which goes all the way back to Josh Anderson, 7th. Yep, just checking that is 7th. Then you got Andrew Gaines leading another pack of about 4 cars, not far behind them. Tim Jackson's actually lost part of his rear wing. He must have got caught up in that Tim Jackson, Trent Thomason.
Yeah, I'm seeing that little bit of damage there, but we all know Tim Jackson is a very strong GT3 racer for Evolution Racing Australia, and he's probably going to try and use the draft to his advantage to have a look at Andrew Gaines, but it now looks like he's got Dylan Francis down his inside, and the damage is just not doing him any favours, and he's going to lose that position without even really trying.
Yeah, no doubt. He's taken a hit in the rear, so he's lost a bit of top end speed, because iRacing thinks you hit the rear of the car, you damage the engine. And obviously that rear wing's not going to help him with any downforce. It's just dangling in the wind, creating drag at the moment.
But he's not over. Oh, it's very close here through the final chicane, as we have the 2 monster teammates of Dylan Francis and Andrew Gaines. But I dare say that because of the damage after the source, Tim Jackson is probably going to lose out and drop back into the hands of Philip Stoneman just behind.
Tell you what, Jack, Dylan Francis must have been watching you and your classic chop move. He just tried to replicate some of your driving, right?
Oh, mate, they all say they learn from the best, but as we see now, Dylan Francis.
This battle for the lead is going off. Gary Hamilton's cleared out a bit, but it's 4 wide. Marlon's in the grass. Watching SVG on the weekend, he's getting it done. From 5th to 2nd in 1 turn, or maybe not. Aaron Osborne's going to look as well.
Very nice driving from Aaron Osborne, but I'm hearing that a car has gone wide, but I believe it was a back marker. I think that was the
number one car of
Wayne Taylor.
But this is interesting. Gary Hamilton's created a little bit of a breakaway. He's got a bit of an air gap, although that will probably evaporate very quickly come the next straight. It's probably just courtesy of the battling behind him. But that was some great driving. Marlon McMullen using the road and then some to get that move done.
Big mover, Michael Fabian. As we were talking about Tim Jackson and some of the guys back in the field, he was leading this race last lap, and he's now in what I believe is 5th position. A couple seconds behind the lead now. That's how quickly this stuff can change with the draft.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy at the moment. I mean, John Olott, coming from 9th, he's in 4th at the moment on Marlon's gearbox. Just the nature of this track and this racing. I mean, we'll see it at the other 2 rounds as well, Phillip Island and Bathurst. We've really got a driver in the pits, Scott Goodman. Not sure if this is for damage or if he's making his scheduled pit stop because these guys will need to chuck some fuel on board tonight. Yeah, very long stop. We're hearing 30 seconds or so. So most likely, he's lighting up on chat. So it must have been over.
We'll just see what happens this lap, but as we look back to the front, the fastest guy on track last lap was in fact Marlon McMullen, and he has closed rapidly on last night's winner Aaron Osborne. Let's check out the times this lap. It's going to be a 2:22.9 for our race leader Gary. Aaron Hamilton 1/10 faster, and 4/10 faster than that was Marlon as he looks into La Source, but there's no doubt Marlon will be challenging for the lead up to the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, much better showing from Marlon tonight. He seemed to struggle with the car last night, mid-pack around 6th and 7th. Definitely up on his podium positions right now. Probably the Marlon McMullen, a few more of us are familiar with in regards to his pace. another driver in the pits, Brock Creamer. We'll see if this is a scheduled stop or not. He's got a little bit of damage on the front of his car, but not entirely sure.
Marlon McMullen is down the inside of Gary Hamilton for the lead here, and Marlon is going to get that done. Nice move.
Yeah, Marlon's got the O's on tonight. He's not taking any prisoners, as we've seen with his 2 moves in these last 2 laps.
John Alott, I think, is someone that we really need to have a look at here. He's just, he's playing his cards smart here. He sees this stuff going on. I mean, we are only 5 laps into an 11-lap race here. He's just playing his cards right, just sitting there and waiting for stuff to happen. So John Alott's certainly going to be one to watch towards the end.
Yeah, last night as well, John did very much the same thing. He just kind of sat there until the end of the race. Just going back looking at Brock Creamer in regards to his pit stop. It was a drive-through penalty by the looks of it. He didn't stop in his box, he just drove straight through.
Seeing now, Aaron Osborne appears to be struggling with his car a little bit of exit understeer through Puon.
Yeah, well, that's probably just getting on the throttle early. This car, you can throttle steer it quite effectively, and if you're not quite at that point where you can get to full throttle, this car will just sway wide due to that extra downforce they've got on board.
As I say that, as they get onto the back straight on their way up to Blanchimont, Aaron had a very tight line, and I have no doubt that this lap again on the Kemmel Straight we're going to see some 3, maybe 4 wide action. But even up to the chicane now, Aaron Osborne to the outside is going to look as they're 3 wide.
This is not going to end well at all. There we go. Gary pulls out of it, and Aaron Osborne to the lead, but Marlon looking for the crisscross, but not enough grip to put that one to John Alott though on the inside of Gary, run towards the source. Unfavoured line, so Gary will probably hold that position.
I must say the smartest driver in that manoeuvre was definitely Gary Hamilton pulling out of that, because it was close with just 2 cars. 3 cars would have most definitely ended in an accident, but I have no doubt we're going to see Marlon challenge for the lead up here on the Kemmel Straight.
And in that exchange, these guys, Michael Fabian, Josh Anderson, Mark Rayner, who are a fair way back coming into the bus stop, are now right in the draft again. So it just shows you're getting a little bit of a battle, make a move, guys behind you come up real quick.
That's it, as we see Marlon now getting a bit of a side draft, and it's going to be 2 and 2 wide.
Yeah, sad news, we've got Leo Gray in the pits. His car's a bit mangled. Had an incident with Troy Maguire by the sounds of it on chat.
And we have a new race leader, Sam. Gary Hamilton has just gone 3 wide and got the move done. Marlon 2nd, Aaron Osborne 3rd, and John Alott 4th. But Michael Fabian now and Josh Anderson right on their tails. This has turned into a 6-car pack very quickly.
I'm going to run out of fingers to count these lead changes on soon, Jake. This is going crazy.
Oh, it's ridiculous, man. As we have now passed the halfway point in this race, Gary Hamilton is starting to pull a little tiny bit of a gap, but I've got no doubt on the way up to Blanchimont that's going to be gone.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you've got to be at least with it outside a 2.5 to not really feel the draft. So this draft's never going to go away for these guys at all tonight. Just further back in the pack, Andrew Gaines and Dylan Francis. These guys are just locked in combat at the moment. They're teammates, of course, and Dylan's racing the team boss, so he's got to be a bit careful with that one.
That's it, of course. We'd love to give a little bit more observation of the guys towards the back, but you just can't keep your mind off this front 6 battle, which is now turned into a 7-car battle with Mark Rayner now looking towards the back of this and thinking, you know what, I could get myself up onto that podium now as they come up through Blanchimont up to the final chicane. It's still going to be Gary Hamilton on the inside and will consolidate the lead.
Yeah, don't count Marlon out yet. He's going to try something creative. As Aaron sticks his nose in there as well. That was very close to an incident.
Aaron
These guys will be
Osborne
looking in their mirrors at the same time as looking forward. They've got to have about 4 eyes on them. Ridiculous.
What's going to happen now as they come into La Source is Aaron and Marlon are going to run 2 wide, and Aaron's not quite going to get it done. This could be a Eau Rouge battle here as we see Aaron and Marlon playing chicken up towards Eau Rouge. Let's see, I presume Aaron's going to back out, but I think, yeah, Aaron's lifted a little bit and Marlon's going to consolidate 2nd.
Well, Marlon did do a 2x2 last night through Eau Rouge and Radio with Fabian, so he's not afraid to try it, just to get the other guy to do it with you.
Speaking of Fabian, he's one we're going to watch here as we see John Alott has pulled out, but Michael Fabian is just right on Marlon's tail now, getting that draft, but he's going to just sit there. Oh, this is craziness. Josh Anderson to the middle.
This is like watching some speedway stuff right now. You had those two lines coming down the straight. Oh, contact
Contact.
Mullen and John a lot. John's into the fence. Oh, that's not a great way to end that one. Just looked like they turned in on each other and just a simple coming together. John's a bit slow getting away. Just wait for the track.
I don't think we can point any blame on that one. You try and shove 3 cars into that corner, and Marlon looked a little bit pinched, and yeah, it was bound to happen.
Yeah, it looks like Marlon got away pretty unscathed, and maybe just a little bit of suspension damage, but John's copped a bit of front end damage, front wing stuff. Not going to be the greatest driving makes some good stuff.
And Aaron Osborne is now our leader, our winner from last night. It's come from 3rd, and result of all of that has managed to pull off the lead.
Who's come from nowhere after last night is Josh Anderson. Started out of 10th, he's now in 3rd place. Great pace, just using the draft to his advantage, and that incident just then propelled him onto the podium, so great racing from Josh.
Absolutely, Josh Anderson started this lap in 6th and is now in 3rd place, obviously capitalising on that little bit of contact between Marlon and John. Is now going to have a look at the back of Gary Hamilton, and it looks a little bit like Aaron's starting to get away. I dare to say that on the way up to Rodion it's going to be reduced, but Aaron's certainly got speed.
Yeah, well, Aaron is a very quick steerer of this car, so is Gary, but as you can see, that gap's gone and he's lost the lead already coming into the bus stop.
And he's going to let Gary have that, obviously
Josh
knowing
tries
that
around
on
the
the Camel
outside.
Straight. Oh, that's close. Josh is going to have the inside line into La Source. Let's see if he can do anything about it. La Source seems to be a very easy corner in the Star Mazda to hold an outside lane, but Josh is going to have it.
Yeah, I think if you take that inside narrow line of like the V8 and use the camber, you start to single peg it due to being so stiff. So that outside line, just taking the bowl approach to it, might actually be more effective.
We see as we come out of Rodion, Gary has started to sort of pull away, but I'm not sure if anything will happen here. Josh looks like the most racy in this pack.
Yeah, as we're going two lanes again, Fabian's trying to decide which one to pick.
Aaron Osborne there had the advantage of the draft, but couldn't really do anything about it because he had Josh to his right.
Here we go, this is not going well. Too wide through Melody, down towards Rivage. Josh puts the squeezes on Aaron and pushes him wide. Or Aaron thinks about moving down the inside at Rivage.
Very smart driving at the moment. At the end of the day, these guys still have a solid 3 laps to go.
Yeah, it's too early to consider making a move to win the race. You really have to do it exiting Stavolo and hoping that the guys behind you have a squabble, or really send it at the bus stop on the final lap to win this race.
That's it. This is a decision that needs to be thought about at the beginning of the last lap, but executed at the end. It's certainly something that you got to consider over the whole lap. Make sure you hit your marks.
That's where sitting back in the train helps. You know, you've got Fabian, he can just drive, doesn't have to worry about losing too much time because the draft will aid him. He can think about what's his play, what's he gonna do, and hopefully he can execute how he's thinking about it.
If I was Michael Fabian right now, I'd sort of maybe start to look towards Mark, because even though he does have a lot of time to go and you can make a lot of positions up in that last lap, that 4th, 3rd and 2nd is probably where you want to be if you want to have a chance of winning that race. I dare say he's a little too far back right now.
Yeah, you definitely want to be in 2nd or 3rd starting the final lap, because you can make that move along the Camel Straight into the Com and then along the back straight through Blanchmont. I hear a bit of contact there.
Yeah, that was really
weird. He was deceiving me or not, but maybe Aaron just ran up the back. He's actually got some damage to his front wing. I think he just ran up the back of Josh there entering the bus stop.
Well, I was looking at it, Sam, and it looked like Josh pulled out to have a look at Gary, and in doing so pulled across Aaron's line, and Aaron really had nowhere to go, so I really do hope there's no damage.
Certain past at Sonoma, mate. I think someone having a look, yeah?
Oh, yep, here comes the pot stirring as they go up through Eau Rouge. I'll just change the subject. Aaron Hamilton doesn't seem to be affected by too much damage as he's going to have a look at Josh, but in doing so, Gary's getting away, which is a real shame.
Yes, something's happened to Dylan. We'll just have a look on replay. He's actually just kind of pulled off at La Source and escaped. He's blown the motor coming into La Source. That's an unfortunate event for Dylan, so that's race done.
That's a real shame because he was having a great little squabble with his teammate Andrew Gaines, but this front end battle is just beyond ability to leave, as Michael Fabian's now, as we said he would probably do, taking a look at Mark Rayner, but the crisscross is going to be implemented. But it looks like Michael Fabian has pulled out of that one, just playing the smart move, running too wide through there is probably not the greatest idea.
Yeah, I mean, this front pack spread out a bit now. Across the line at the last time we looked, Gary was 7/10 in front of Josh, but that's now switched around, so it's about the same gap to Aaron. So see how it goes, but expect these gaps to be closed up again before the bus stop.
Absolutely. Aaron Osborne will be absolutely wanting to make it 2 from 2 this weekend in the first round of the support category of Star Mazda Australian Championship. It'll certainly be tough for him to get past Gary. Gary's got a lot of speed considering he's got no draft at the moment. He's consolidating 23 flats.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to judge. Basically, I think last time by Aaron did a 23.8. There was a bit of passing in that, so you can't really judge as he's pulled already up onto the back of his gearbox. This draft is absolutely ridiculous at the moment. It's great racing.
I would almost argue that Gary may have lifted a little bit there as we're coming across the line now with, I believe, 2 to go. Gary might want to just sit there and hold off second and just see if he can do something about it, but he's got Josh looking very racy in his rear view.
No doubt that was a play by Gary, but often what you're thinking about, the drivers don't want to abide by behind you. So Josh can very easily ruin Gary's plans here and stick it up the inside into the column. We jump on board here with Mark Rayner coming up through Eau Rouge and Radillon, looking forward to Josh Anderson.
That's it, it's looking very racy.
You can see these guys are looking at 3 wide. Josh is thinking about it.
Mark is not going to make it 4, but he's going to jump out to that outside lane and just see what happens.
Jumping out of the throttle very early there, round the outside. Oh, waiting for the bump. Oh, very good driving there. At the end of it though, looks like no gain for Mark. Fabian's having a look on his inside, looking to follow Josh through at Rivage.
The shame out of all this is if Gary Hamilton did have any plans to sit in second, he is now the sitting duck in the lead now.
Yeah, no plan survives its first action, so we'll see how it goes for him.
Mark Rayner obviously not out of this yet. He is coming to on right behind Michael Fabian, but Michael Fabian, a very veteran of this sim racing, obviously raced the V8 in the past, was very quick. He knows how to race and he knows what the draft can do, so I have no doubt he's playing his cards smart as we are approaching what will be probably the white flag this time by.
Yep, so come through Stavelot, running towards the white flag this time. Gary's in the box seat at the moment. He's got a nice gap over Aaron, but as we'll see, that'll evaporate very quickly and we'll be back to that 5-car train towards La Source and Eau Rouge.
If I was Michael Fabian, I would be looking at a move on Josh towards the final chicane so that he can be in that box seat with Aaron and Gary.
Well, Jake, if you were making the move, you'd probably try and pass Aaron at the same time as well.
Oh mate, I'd try and pass Aaron and Gary. We see Gary got very loose into the final chicane and that has allowed Aaron right up to his tail, and Fabian now with Josh, and it's going to be Mark Rayner to the outside. We're going 3 wide into La Source here. I dare say Mark is probably going to have the good outside run as Fabian pulls out.
Yeah, Fabian had a bad exit of the final part of that bus stop there and it just gave Mark the opportunity. I believe we're still 2 wide coming towards Eau Rouge. Mark, is he going to stick there? Is he going to do a Mark Webber and just send it in there?
Fabian has the draft. It's going to beat. Oh, Fabian pulls out. Smart move.
Mark Rayner does a Mark Webber. Mark's
What's
combined.
happened to Aaron Osborne? Hamilton's away and he's slowing down.
We'll have to, I don't know what's going on. We'll have to have a look at that after the race, but this is just too much excitement to take our eyes off.
That's it. Aaron Osborne has dropped back, and I dare say that Gary Hamilton could have just won the race, but as we go 3 wide.
Fabian trying to get it done. Not getting there, Josh. Josh around the outside at Malmedy, gets it done towards Rivage. Will Fabian just send it down there? He's got the narrow inside line. Can work for you. Not
He's going to
happening
have
this
that
time.
draft into the chicane. We know Michael Fabian. We said it a couple of minutes ago. He's got the intelligence to get this done. He's just going to sit on Josh's tail through the rest of this track and try and move into the final chicane.
Now don't look, Gary's got 2 seconds over this pack, so this race is basically his to lose now, but don't forget Marlon McMillan is still back there and he's gained very quickly on these guys as they've been battling. He may have a run towards Blanchimont and the final chicane.
I don't want to put the commentator's curse on anyone, but Marlon could end up finishing second in this race if things all go pear-shaped at the chicane, as we see Fabian and Sortel running too wide once again.
Maybe he doesn't want to be in front though, coming down this back straight, because he will most likely lose that position, but he's going to do it anyway.
I presume
it's better to control what's happening.
I presume Fabian is going to use a very good thing learnt in the V8 Supercar, and that is the alternate line, and he's on the inside.
Jake, you love that alternate line.
Oh, it's great. And it's going to work for him because Fabian's going to have the inside in Blanchimont. This is a high-speed corner to play chicken at, and Michael Fabian's still going to have the outside, but now we've got Anderson to the inside.
3 wide towards the bus stop, 4 wide. This is not going to end well at all. Josh Anderson comes out of it. What did we say? Marlon McMullen at the start of this lap was in 6th. Gary wins. Josh Anderson 2nd. Marlon McMullen in 3rd place, doing the happy wiggle. Carefully doesn't bin it. Aaron Osborne in 4th. Michael Fabian 5th. And Mark Rayner in 6th. That was some crazy stuff. 4 wide into the final turn. Jake, you want to bring us to the rest of the field?
That was seriously ambitious by Aaron Osborne going down there, but you know, last lap you got to do something, but just couldn't get it stopped. As we now looking through the last few cars across the line, it looks like it's going to be David Gillings is going to take 12th, and a few other guys putting down solid hard races. Really good drive by these guys. A couple of the Team Online Gamers cars in Wayne Taylor and Sean Thompson coming across the line, but
we're doing a replay now just of the final turn. This was some of the better driving we've seen. A massive lunge from Aaron Osborne, just deciding to do a Jake Burton and send it, mate, into the final corner. Gets it done, sort of, but doesn't pull it up. Josh is like, thank you very much, I'll take 2nd. Marlon McMullen just takes advantage of that, gets 3rd place as well. Fabian's probably fuming right now. He thought he had that one sewn up, and then a wild Aaron Osborne appears.
that's it. And
Go one more time on board with Marlon McMullen. This is probably the box seat to view this from.
that touch between Fabian and I think it was Osborne there, like was the, honestly, not Osborne, sorry, that was Rayner, which actually was the one who clipped Fabian. That was the tiniest touch, and it's just completely destroyed his momentum, and that's really sad for Michael Fabian. I had my money on Michael Fabian to really push through to the front.
Yeah, and I think what we saw with Aaron Osborne into Eau Rouge on the final lap was a bit of gamesmanship. A few drivers before they cut off the chat had a bit of a whinge about it. So yeah, a bit of gamesmanship from Osborne didn't work out in his favour though. We go through the race results. We got Gary Hamilton, our race winner, by 3 seconds over Josh Anderson in 2nd. Marlon McMullen closes out the podium in 3rd. Aaron Osborne in 5th. Michael Fabian 5th. Mark Rayner 6th. Andrew Gaines in 7th. Tim Jackson in 8th. John Allott in 9th. Aaron Farmer Barani at the top 10.
Troy Burgess, our pole sitter, is going to take 11th. That's a real shame for Troy, obviously being involved in that first lap incident, but a very, very good job to come back through the field and consolidate 11th. David Gillings is going to take 12th. Sean Thompson 13th. Darren Lassou 14th. Brant Tucker 15th. Joseph Okamata, very good drive from 22nd on the grid to finish 16th. Brock Kramer 17th. Sorry. Trent Thomas is going to finish 18th, but I'm fairly sure most of the guys from their back have had penalties and whatnot. And Dylan Francis is going to be 19th. Troy Maguire 20th. Scott Goodman 21st. Philip Stoneman 22nd. Wayne Taylor first, 1 lap down in 23rd, and the rest of the guys are not classified.
Yeah, Star Mazda definitely delivered tonight, as it did last night. Looking forward to seeing these guys again in action at Bathurst and Phillip Island for the rest of the GT Omega and Carrera Cup.
Absolutely. Obviously, you've got Bathurst and Phillip Island, 2 tracks that are much less dependent on the aerodynamics. I want if that's the right word. It's not going to be as much. It's going to be more of a draft fest, really.
Oh, Phillip Island for sure. They had their season finale for the actual series there last season, sorry, and it was a draft fest for sure. As we hear
So-
Jay Kennedy back in the box. How you going, Jay?
Good, mate. What a fantastic race that was. What an unreal finish. That was awesome to watch. Great job, boys. Greatly appreciate it.
Thanks, mate. We're going to go and jump in our V8 Supercars and try and make them go quick now.
I've got some news for you too. The weather is quite warm for the V8, so good luck with that. And we'll no doubt chat to you later on. But what an awesome race in the Star Mazda, and we're coming up very soon for the Carrera Cup race in the next few minutes. So we might take a quick break before we introduce commentators in for that. Watching V8's Online's live coverage of V8SCOPS Round 11 from Spa-Francorchamps.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Truex on the outside, contact made. 56 slides it into 4. Who's going to be at the stripe? Dead even, give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
Welcome back to V8s Online's live coverage of the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series. Jay Kennedy in the host chair, and it's time for the Carrera Cup action. Our boys from V8s America, they haven't been able to sleep since commentating last night. They've stayed up all night and they're ready to go again. Time to introduce JD Smith and Kane Kraft. G'day, boys. Welcome along. I know it's very, very early, so good job getting up, but the action we've had, it's absolutely worth it.
Oh, it is. How is everybody doing? We're happy to be here. I'm JD Smith, Kane Kraft. Buddy, how are you? I mean, I know I'm excited. We had a great race last night and looking forward to tonight's action as well.
I tell you what, I was starting to get a little sleepy till the end of that last race. Holy moly, that woke me right up. So I'm excited for this one now.
Get you right back in it, huh? Well, as you guys know, right now underway is qualifying. Is these guys getting ready for this second race tonight here in the rough tonight. We had so much fun watching these cars. We couldn't miss tonight. One thing we really enjoyed last night was watching these guys and just how much different it is from the V8s. You know, we kind of get used to a certain car, and it's so nice with the different variety here. These cars are something special.
Yeah, these rough, they're so neat. They was so much fun last night because they're so different, and the speeds that these guys can gain on one another, it's crazy. And man, these guys were having a great battle last night.
They were, and I want to see some guys that maybe had a little bit of trouble last night. Maybe tonight will be their night. And in fact, looking at the qualifying board, I know it's early, but right now on top of that board is Clayton Brooks, so that could but right now he does have the fastest time.
Got a bit excited there, JD. They're still in practice. They're not quite in qualifying yet, but
I see
fingers
that they
crossed.
are in practice.
Brooksy's he's been talking himself up, so fingers crossed Brooksy has a good race, and also Reese as well. I know Reese and Brooksy were chatting after we finished the broadcast last night for about half an hour about how good it would have been if they could have battled each other. So fingers crossed they can have a good battle with each other. But I'm going to let you boys have a chat. I'm going to go get myself ready for the V8s coming up in about an hour's time.
Man, you do that, my friend, and as always, it's good to hear from you, and good luck with the V8's call in just a little while.
Yeah, JD Reese yesterday was talking himself up for a big run, and he came through with it with a great run, finished second, and I think he kind of surprised himself there. But I'm really looking forward to a good race from Reese here tonight, and Clayton as well. If you know, I'm sure he won't get a penalty today. If he does get black flagged, I'm sure he'll take that. He'll slow down like he's supposed to and do the slowdown penalty thing, so he don't get black flagged and have to take a pit stop like what happened yesterday. And we're going to see a great race with these boys.
Absolutely looking forward to it, Kane. Now, practice is getting over in just about 5 minutes time. I want to let you guys know tonight's event is brought to you by GT Omega, and that is so keep that wide open in your minds as the race gets ready to come on. We got about 4.5 minutes till qualifying gets underway. Sorry that I got a little confused on the qualifying time. I was so excited to get in here, man. I forgot we had to get done with practice.
Yeah, I went to the GT Omega Facebook site last night after the broadcast and was looking at some of the rigs there. Some amazing machines, some amazing rigs. So if you guys get a chance, go check out some of those sim racing rigs because they are definitely high quality machines. Well, they're actually not a machine, but it's definitely a high quality rig.
I need to go check that out, Kane. I'll go over to GT Omega and check it out because it actually just happens to be I'm in the market for a new rig, so I will definitely have to check that out, and so I'll give it a look. And as you guys out there watching the broadcast, hope you guys give it a look as well. Once again, that's GT Omega, who is sponsoring tonight's race here, and we got a special one tonight. I just can already feel it. Really impressed with just there in practice, watching some of these guys. Really, really good times on the board. When you look at what from last night to tonight, running down in the low 228 or 0.2, our top three are only separated by a couple hundredths of a second, Kane. That is a good sign of things to come. And this is going to be a special closing event for the Cup for the Roughs here as we get ready for qualifying in just a moment's time. Some guys that had some trouble last night that maybe could look for a rebound tonight. Terry Marwood had a little bit of a slip up there. He was going in some big battles last night and ended up falling back a little bit and had to try to work his way back up a few spots. Look for him to try to bounce back tonight. If he runs without any hiccups in his race, he could have a good top 10, maybe even catch the podium. Gavin Sadler, another car that had a big race last night, and look for him to improve on his time as well.
That's right. Tom O'Connor had a fast car yesterday as well. We've seen Tom O'Connor in some great battles last night, so look for him to have a good show tonight.
Yeah, Tom O'Connor is actually a good. Glad you brought him up. He was in a lot. He was in the thick of it for quite some time. Kane. He was in the middle, and then he had two battles going on, one in front, one behind, and he got kind of stuck in it. So maybe if he can catch a little bit of clean air tonight, it just focused on the pace, it could really help him out tonight in his cause in this one. But
yeah, Guy Leach is another one that was really pacey, having some great races. He run into a little trouble that took him out of the race, not out of the race completely, but out of the race that he was in there with 3 or 4 guys, and he fell back quite a bit. So he could have a really good race here tonight as well.
All right, guys, we are at the minute mark left in practice as these guys getting all the kinks worked out in their rides tonight, trying to get everything just the way they want it, to get the feel, the muscle memory back in and get loosened up, because qualifying is going to be very, very heated. You got to think very important on where you start in this. When we saw last night, it's hard to move a long way through the field, so qualifying is going to be very important for tonight's race. It is last night we had a 40-minute race. Tonight that will be a little different. We'll lose 10 minutes of that time, so it's going to go a little bit more towards a sprint race with a 30-minute time. So you have to get up towards the front good. Qualifying ever more important there if you plan on moving up through this pack. Also, there's not going to be that little bit of there's not that 10-minute extra cushion tonight. Half you have a slip up or get a little bit going too deep into a turn, spin out, or any type of small mishaps. They're really going to cost you tonight versus last night, where you might have a chance to get back. That is the end of practice right now, guys. So the cars should be getting ready for our 20-minute qualifying right now. and the timer will start right at this moment. So qualifying underway, guys. Looking forward to it, Kane, and we'll see who's on the top of the board at the end of 20 minutes. Gavin Sadler, one of the first ones out of the box. He's getting out there, guys, on the warm-up lap here. And it'll be fun to see how they start setting the board here in qualifying. Now, when you have a 20-minute qualifying, Kane, do you go out there on your first step of qualifying and just try to go ahead and get that solid lap down? Maybe not your fastest lap you have in the bag, but just go ahead and get that comfort lap in. That way you're at least on the board, and then you try to knock out the heavy lap. Or are you going for a big board early?
No, typically what they do, they call it the banking lap. They just want to get one in the bank, just in case anything happens. And so they're gonna try and run as fast as they can on that first lap. But they definitely want to get one in the bank. So they're gonna make sure they don't get any off tracks or make any contact or anything. So they get one scored up on the board. And then they're really going to start pushing and trying to just nail as very fast as the lap as they can.
And that is that's what we should see here early as the guys get loosed up on the out lap here. And I'm excited to see where some of the guys, where they are going to move from last night. We may see some surprise names pop up through the field tonight. Remember last night's winner, Anthony Kernich. He'll be in the 007 car again, so we'll keep an eye on last night's winner to see if he can make it a repeat. But also, he was the pole sitter, so that could be another sign of things to come. Shall he find his way back on the top of the board? All right, guys. Gavin Sadler coming to the latter side of his out lap here, so those tires are getting about warmed nice up now, and we should start to see. All right, then I tell you what, Kane, let's go on board with Gavin Sadler right now on board from the 71 machine as he gets ready to start lap 1 here in qualifying. Give you guys a good look at Spa here. Some of you may not be quite familiar with Spa. I mean, it's a legendary track, yes, but it gives you an onboard look nonetheless.
Tell you what, I haven't seen anybody more familiar with Spa than Reese Gardner. During the broadcast last night, he knew every corner name. I come up here through a Rouge. He knew not only this one, which is the most famous, he knows every corner name, every bump in the road. Man, he is really sharp on this track.
Right now, Gavin Sadler coming to the end of the long straight here. Yeah, I don't know each name of each turn here like I should, Kane, but I do know the track just from racing here so much. And you know, I love this place. Spa is so special. You know, the F1 and real world racing was here just a few weekends ago. In fact, it was just last weekend, I believe. My time's getting away from me, but what an incredible place. This is one of the most beautiful tracks that's on the simulator, and it's just so fun whenever we get here. And I think it fits these roofs really, really good. These
guys
turns.
Really struggling for grip.
Yeah, don't know if the
here,
tire tips
really
are quite up as we're on board with Gavin. He's pushing it mighty good, though, trying to get what you would call that bank lap in, Kane. And so far, so good. He's hugging the curves nice, but you can hear the wheels getting a little bit of rear wheel spin in this thing. And as he tries to get around, getting all of that momentum, trying to hit those apexes here and make sure he doesn't slip a tire off track, and then he'll have to go all the way back to find another clean lap. So right now he's done well through about the first 3/4 of this lap, and right now he is looking to go through this last big section of the track. You're going to have one more straightaway coming up, and then the final chicane up here. And here it is right now, the last little shoot to the chicane, and here comes a big part right here. You can lose a lot of time in this chicane if you're not careful. Beautiful job right there from Gavin. Keeps the car settled down, doesn't get it upset too much, and now he'll fire it down towards the start finish line and record a time of 2 minutes 30 seconds. 0.1. Gonna have to do better than that if he wants to start up in the top 10, I believe. But we'll see how that carries throughout the 20-minute session, and lots more to go on the board.
Through those first set of cars that come through there and got a time, that's going to put Tim Ballinger up on the pole with a 229.4.
Yeah, Tim Ballinger, guys, he's in the 727 car, and Tim Ballinger was a big name last night in the race. He was in a battle with tons of action last night, and he wants to get out there and get a little bit of a better starting position tonight if he can. He attacked a good lap early, but still, we should see these times get down near where we saw them in practice. So look who's popped himself up into second. It's Reese Gardner, Kane, in second place.
Yeah, great job from Reese there. Anthony Kernich just comes across. He was yesterday's pole sitter. He didn't take the pole yet at 229.8. So Anthony Kernich still working on some speed today. I was looking for Reese to find his time, but I'm not finding his name here.
Reese Gardner's time on his lap was a 229.9, and he is still on the track right now trying to improve on that time. These guys want to get down into the lowers 8.
They've already made their out lap, and they're back on their fast lap now.
Kane McField in the 68 car, he was able to improve on his practice time. Now he's 4th right now in the qualifying results with a 229.6, and that improves a tenth almost over his best practice time. So good lap from McField.
We didn't see McField in the field yesterday, did we?
I don't recall seeing his name. That does not mean he was not there, though.
True that.
But regardless, a great lap from Mick, and we'll keep an eye on him throughout the race today and what happens. Some more big names that still have to record a time. Clayton Brooks still has not recorded his time. And so we'll keep you guys posted as soon as new times are posted. 14 times have been officially put on the board as we close on the halfway point here in qualifying. And Clayton Brooks right now looks like he is on a hot lap, so we should see a time pop on the board for him very soon. And he's getting ready to come through the final chicane here. A little bit of trouble ahead. Luckily, the trouble able to get off the track. That was Shane Evans in front. And hopefully that does not hinder Clayton there mentally. But luckily, let's see where he crosses here. And if the time pops up on the board, no time still yet recorded. So he's going to have to go back around. He must have had some sort of off track before I put my focus on Clayton. So hopefully he can get things done. Time is starting to become a little bit of an issue if you haven't recorded a lap yet. All right, guys, let's take a look at Anthony Kernich here. He is making it right now towards the bus stop here, this final one, getting ready to record some time. So let's take a look at Anthony. And here he comes as he races down towards the start-finish line. And the time for Anthony Kernich, wow, 228.0. That is the best lap seen thus far. That puts him well up at the top, over 7/10 of a second above Guy Leach. That is going to be the time to beat, ladies and gentlemen. That is a well of a lap. Anthony Kernich is looking like he could be on the pole again unless somebody can pull a miracle lap out and knock him off. What a run right there from Anthony Kernich.
Yeah, Anthony definitely had a lot of speed here yesterday, but I think these guys are gonna have something for him today. I think we're gonna see a Reese Garner, maybe a Guy Leach, have some more pace here today, and I think we're gonna see some other guys down on those low 228s. Maybe somebody will hit a 227 as low as that pole is right now with 8 seconds to go. Or 8 minutes to go, rather.
Hayden Burns had a good run yesterday, and he's yet to put a time in. He's trying to get around here and get a solid lap in. just so many big, guys that you would expect to have a time already on that just haven't done it yet. I know it's only 12 minutes in, but you have to start thinking, things do happen on these laps. Especially as the pressure intensifies. Good. Adam Funslow in 7th for the moment. His car is heading around the track right now. He posted a time of 2:29.9, so he would like to knock a couple tenths off. But for now, he is in the top 10, and that could be just the place to be. As long as you start in that top 10, you're well invited to win this thing. And I believe that even somebody out of the top 10 could pull it off. It's just going to take a really, really good run from him. All right, guys. Clayton Brooks, he's been making a little bit of an extensive run, so he is looking to head down pit road and maybe get some tires or fuel. Has not posted that time yet, so he is going to head back down pit road, fix whatever the problem may be, and head back out. And we'll keep you guys posted as soon as we find out what's going on with Clayton and when he's able to post that time. Still plenty of time to get things done. And look at it, we just got Hayden Burns to post a time, and it is a good time as well. Kane, he posted a 2:29.44. That puts him 4th on the board, and that is good news for Hayden Burns.
I am really surprised at the number of cars that haven't got a banking lap in this far in with only 5 minutes to go.
There's another one. Luckily, it's jumped now to at least 17 cars, but you would expect more, wouldn't you?
These guys trying awfully hard to get that lap in, and just getting a wheel off or something like that invalidates the lap.
You have 26 cars that are looking to post times right now, and wow. They'll get there, though. That's just, it starts to get a little worrisome when you look at the timer left and you're like, okay, you got an out lap to get. That's at least 2.5 minutes, and then you got to get back around. So you really have to run now when you start looking at total time left on the board.
Something we didn't mention yesterday, JD, this rough race here being hosted by iRace for Fun, and these guys host this series, and being a part here of the V8's Online's pre-show for the endurance thing, that Enduro Cup. Thank you.
Fantastic stuff, man. That's glad to have them aboard, man. That is awesome that they host this event, and happy to have them on board for tonight's event. That's fantastic.
2:30 in the morning. Well, my brain is just kind of struggling. I might need a little help every once in a while.
No worries, my friend. I'm right there with you, man. It's like the only thing that fuels me right now is speed, and it's about to happen. We're down under the 4-minute mark, and things starting to really heat up now. It's got a scramble time. You got to get it done. Let's take a look at Clayton Brooks now in the number 11 car. Find out what he's going to do. He's getting ready to start his flying lap now as he starts. The clock starts for him now as he crosses the start-finish line. And we'll keep an eye on Clayton Brooks's lap for a moment as he has to post a time pretty soon. You would think now would have to be the go time to feel comfortable about it. So here he goes. Can't have that off track. And he is heading down the hill now. So getting lots of speed built up there in the number 11 car as Clayton Brooks may have everything ironed out after the pit stop came.
Yeah, hoping that Clayton can get something together and get a lap put up there. I know that I was really looking forward to a good battle with him and Reese, and well, that would be a big challenge for Clayton getting his way through this tough field of cars, getting up there to catch up with Reese, who's up in the 4th place right now. Just fell 1 spot to Christian Aylward, who's taking over that 3rd spot.
Yeah, Christian Elward really put a good time up there, 128, or I keep doing that, just bear with me, 228.9 for Christian Elward, and you know he is a driver full of pace. Oh my gosh, Kane, look at Anthony Kernich. He has broke the barrier. He is making that step even harder for the pole, as Anthony Kernich has snuck down into the 227s with a 227.8. Oh my goodness, this guy has just got lightning pace around here right now.
Yeah, Anthony's just, man, he is so fast. He's going to make it tough on these guys tonight for sure.
Oh my gosh, man. Anthony Kernich with another lightning lap. Goodness gracious. All right, guys, here it is. Let's see what he does. Clayton Brooks picking up the pace here on the lap, trying to stay focused to make sure there are no mistakes. I haven't seen any thus far. I've also been kind of peeking around, though, at other things on the track, so I haven't focused directly on Clayton. Hopefully this is a clean run. At the pace he's running right now, I'd assume so, and he's coming through this bus stop right now, so looks like we're about to see a time pop on the board for him. And that's going to be coming your way in just a second. He is racing down to the stripe. Oh, it's a 228.5. Clayton Brooks jumps up to 2nd place on the board. Fantastic lap, and here we were worried that he wouldn't post a time. Not only does he post the time, Kane, up to 2nd place. That's a front row spot for the moment.
That's, man, he couldn't have got that done any sooner with less than a minute to go in qualifying. Gets it up there in 2nd place. Great job for Clayton Brooks.
Yeah, I guess that helped with his pit stop there. All right, guys, qualifying is rolling on the way out as we speak. So
yeah, it's going to be done for a lot of these drivers. I know it's done for Reese Garner, who's sitting in the pit, so he's going to be possibly, right now he's sitting in 6th. A couple guys could drop him down even a little further, but he's still up at the pointy of the field, so a good starting place for Reese so far.
Let's go to the 999 car. That is Christian Elward, and he is boogieing right now, trying to improve his time. Let's see what he does. And he is not going to be able to do anything. The checkered flag has waved.
No, he'll be able to finish his lap, I'm pretty sure.
So he will be able to finish this lap as long as he does it under the 2-minute and 40-second ticker. He'll be counted, and I'm sure he will. Here he comes. We'll see where he does. See if he can bump Clayton down off the front row. Oh, there it is.
Bad luck for Christian.
Won't be able to knock him off. He will be able to start 3rd though, unless he gets knocked off here by one of these last few guys trying to cross the finish line.
Let's check out.
Tim Ballinger coming into the bus stop right now, guys. He's getting ready to try to improve his time. He's currently sitting 4th. Can he improve and jump up to the front row? Not going to happen, as he just shaves off a little bit. Not enough, though, to make it happen. He put down a 226.68. He needed to improve by 6.6 or better, so very tough.
Tom O'Connor coming through now, coming across the line. The KRF driver puts in a 220 or 237 rather. So that's not going to be much of an improvement for Tom.
All right, guys. I think that is really about it. Yeah, Jonathan Ben is back there a little bit. I don't know if he did start in time. It looks like he did, so we'll see what kind of lap he can post, and he needs to. Right now he's down in 18th, and I know he'd like to improve his time. Remember last night we saw, I can't remember what car it was, we saw a car that started out of the posted times slot. He just didn't even qualify, and he moved up pretty well. I'm trying to remember exactly who that was, but it can be done. So some of these guys that are out, let's see what he posted, a 2:32.9, not enough, guys, as he will have to start back there in 18th. And qualifying is over. Let's do a rundown, Kane, and see where we are at. Let's look up at the pole. Of course, your pole award goes to Anthony Kernich with a just blistering lap of 227.80. And actually, he improved on that even better down into the... Or no, he didn't. I apologize. 227.8 for the pole sitter. Clayton Brooks will be on the front row. In third, it'll be Christian Elward with an impressive time as well. Beside him, it'll be Tim Ballinger in fourth. Fifth will be Guy Leach with Reese Gardner on the outside of that third row. As we go down to seventh, it'll be Jay Lawrence with Adam Funslow in eighth. Ninth will belong to Hayden Burns with Gavin Sadler rounding out our top 10.
Lance Hall's in 11th with Mick Field starting from the 12th spot. Tom O'Connor will be in that 13th position. George Fullerton will be rolling off from 14th. Terry Marwood qualified from that 15th position. Mark Noble in 16th. Paul Mansell is going to start from 17th with Josh Bin from 18th. Marty, oh boy, this is a good one, JD. Vanderheide. Vanderhyde, okay, that looks good. Marty Vanderhyde from 19th, and Shane Evans will be starting from 20th.
Oh, I love you, my friend. I love you. I think we're going to go with Marty Vanderhyde. I think the J is silent there, so yeah, just Marty Vanderhyde. And these guys getting gritted up, Kane, and I'm excited for this one. Remember, 30 minutes on the time marker. Unlike last night, we're 10 minutes shy of last night's race, so the strategy may change slightly for some of these guys. It's going to be a big concern for a lot of the guys that are in the mid-pack that things don't get congested. You have to stay out of trouble. A lot of cars are going to be racing into a very high-speed area down there in turn one, so be wary of that.
We are green. These guys are going that quick. Reese to the inside takes it 3 wide in the first little turn there.
So close. Contact right there was made. Guy Leach trying to work his way on the inside of Reese Gardner. He does close the gap. Goodness gracious, we're already under fire.
Reese doing all he can to get up to the front there. He's he's working hard. Looks like he's gonna, oh man, he almost got it up there into a 3 wide situation again, but thought a little better of it. These guys really fast here right off the start. Got one off a little far back.
All right, guys, right now we're 2 wide. Jay Lawrence, right behind Jay Lawrence. Hayden Burns down on the inside right now is trying to make a move, and it is so close. Gavin Sadler, part of the party. And who's going to get the advantage right here? Gavin Sadler. Whoa, it's a really wide turn right there from Lawrence. And he's going to have to settle it down. Still side by side. That's actually, I'm sorry, Gavin Sadler and Hayden Burns going at it.
Yeah, Burns. My bad. Yeah, Hayden, wide turn there. But he managed to hold on to that position there in the 8th place.
And what a job side by side early. Guys trying to make their mark early here, get things done, and get in a good spot. Up in the front 3 right now, there is a good battle for second that's starting to happen as Clayton Brooks has his rear view full of Christian Elward. While that's happening, our leader Anthony Kernich is trying to be off out in the distance early. Will these guys allow him to get the separation?
Yeah, as these guys battle back there, I think there's probably going to be no choice but for Anthony Kernich to get to start pulling away. And go ahead.
Guy Leach coming to the outside right now. He's going to pop down to the inside and try to make a move on this outside lane. Not going to get it done, but hold on, he hangs in there. Just has to bite it off here at the bus stop. What an incredible run, though. Guy Leach tried to make it happen. Here comes Reese Gardner on the inside.
Reese coming side by side. I think he's going to get the job done there. He's got the inside line. He thinks better of it. He lets Tim Ballinger go on ahead.
Didn't quite have the momentum there for Reese Gardner, unable to make that pass happen. But he'll have plenty of time, guys, as we're just under the way here. Start off lap number 2. And we'll keep you guys posted on all the action around the track. All right, guys, let's take a look at Clayton Brooks and Christian Elward here. These teammates here going at it second and third here. And Clayton Brooks right now, he is hanging on right now. He really has tons of pressure right behind him from Christian Elward. And it's going to be fun. I just hope they don't get too wrapped up there and allow Anthony Kernich to get too much freedom out there. That fresh air could be real beneficial.
Yeah, it looks like he's just about at that point to be out of the draft, far enough away to where those other guys ain't able to have that benefit of the draft.
Yeah, he's way out of the draft already, but hopefully they can get a little bit of a run here. Great battle continuing to happen behind. There's a great battle for second right now, but also great battle for fourth with Tim Ballinger and Guy Leach as they continue to go at it as well. Once again, that is the battle for fourth place. So we got 2 great battles up in the top 5 right now. Reese Gardner is right there in 6th place coming up, and he's would love to get up in this thing. I think he will get right there with Guy Leach very soon.
Looks like Reese might have overheated those tires a little bit. Might be taking a lap to let them cool down as some of these guys, you kind of see them do, they get a little aggressive, get the tires overheated, the car starts getting a little slippery, so they'll kind of cool it down for a lap or so and get the tires back under them, and then they'll start pushing again.
Yeah, he was mighty aggressive early in this one.
Whoa!
And, oh, trouble, big trouble. It looks like Guy Leach into the wall. No, it's not Guy Leach. That is actually going to be Gavin Sadler, and it's also going to be Tim Ballinger, 2 guys that had incredible runs. Oh, Christian Elward's facing the wrong way as well, and we got trouble. We're gonna have to go back and take another look at that, guys. What just an untimely event here. I think we had 2 separate incidents there. All right, let's take a look at Christian first and find out exactly what happened to Christian Elward here as he was coming around the turn. And yeah, he just got loose coming around the bus stop, guys. Just got on the gas a little bit too hard. Let me go back and take a look now at Tim Ballinger and find out what happened to him. And, oh, he came across the hood of, he came across the hood of another car, and that was the 46 machine of Guy Leach he came across the hood of. Luckily, no damage to the 46 machine, but there is, unfortunately, plenty of damage to Tim Ballinger's car. That is hurt. That happened all in front of Reese Gardner right there, and he just kind of backed off a little bit to let those guys have their way. So
yeah,
back
going to put Reese in a great battle right now with Guy Leach. So Reese just now made a little contact there, looks like, so messed up the hood of the cool little tiny Tree Friends livery there of Reese Gardner.
That's right. Oh, yeah, Reese had a little bit of a daylight, a little bit of look there, but nothing forming just yet. He's going to wait for that good opportunity again. Let's go take a look back at the battle for 8th right now underway, and that's really several cars that can get that job done. 4 cars here on this battle. Gavin Sadler, Mick Field, as they continue to look at one another. Also Lance Haas and Terry Martwood in the picture as they round out the top 10. Side-by-side action right now down on the inside of Mick Field. It is Gavin Sadler. Now that role will switch, and it looks like we're going to be side-by-side and door-to-door all the way through this thing. They may take it all the way down to the bus stop. Goodness gracious, it finally is an advantage, and now we got another car on the outside. Oh no, as he got way too wide, the car got loose. Oh man, finally regains, that's Jay Lawrence, and what a crazy wide run through there. The big winner in this one right now, though, Gavin Sadler in the 7th. Oh no, Reese Gardner trouble. Reese Gardner trouble. Oh, he's on his lid. Oh no. All kind of cars piling up everywhere. Reese Gardner involved. Also involved Christian Elward, Terry Marwood. Tons of carnage here at Spa.
Unbelievable.
Oh.
What horrible luck for those guys.
All right, guys, we got to go back to replay on that as we're into the turn now. And look right at this. Oh my goodness, it just happened so fast. And I'm trying to find the point of origin for this one. It looks like it happened. Yeah, looks like Reese Gardner and Guy Leach got a little bit of contact. Both cars sent around facing the wrong direction, and that's such a bad spot to be in. And the next contact happened with Guy Leach getting tagged right in front of Terry Marwield. It was Mick Field who got into that 64 car, sent him on his lid. And oh my goodness, it just continued from there. So many good cars involved in that one. That is going to impact this race big time. So as we guys get back to live view here, we'll kind of recess in just a minute. There is a little battle on track right now happening with Tom O'Connor, and right beside him, or behind him, George Fullerton. He was side by side for a short moment as he was looking for the pass, and he'll have to wait. Those are 3 cars right there that are battling for position. A little bit further ahead, it's another battle between Jay Lawrence and Lance Hawes. Right now, though, concerning is Jay Lawrence having some connectivity issues, and that could be very concerning. Hopefully that gets straightened out very soon for him.
Tom O'Connor still holding off George Fullerton and Tim Ballinger back there. Tom O'Connor in the KRF Mobile. Should be in the KRF Mobile. He's running a completely white scheme, but he is a KRF team member. He just didn't get his skin loaded.
Man, I tell you what, just such a crazy event we just had a moment ago. So unfortunate for several guys. Hayden Burns right now has got his hands full as Adam Funslow in the picture now as he's getting ready to try to make a move. Up there in the 4th position. They said they don't mind the action that happened a minute ago as they're able to jump up into 3rd and 4th. Gavin Sadler is welcomed into the top 5 after recent events.
Yeah, he's got Lance Hawes right behind him, coming up really quickly. We're going to see a battle here for that position really soon.
Oh, yeah, that's going to happen very soon, man. I tell you what, Lance Hawes was back battling with Jay Lawrence a minute ago, and just in half a lap's time, he's caught Gavin Sadler. So this will be one to watch as these guys right here are going to go at it head-to-head. And we'll see if Lance Hawes can move into the top 5.
It's amazing these cars are, man, you know, you can have 3-4 car links whenever we're broadcasting those V8 Supercars, and you can afford to look away for a little bit. When you got 2-3 car links on these things, that pass still could happen in the next turn.
Reese Gardner is in the box. Let's find out what's going on with Reese after the incident.
Yeah, he's just getting some repairs. He obviously got that meatball flag telling him you got to get some fixing done on your car or you can't be out here.
Well, that was embarrassing, guys.
Oh, it looks like Reese has come here to have a quick chat with us. Reese, welcome to the broadcast. I'm sorry that happened. Tell us about it, buddy.
It was my fault, 100% my fault.
George Fullerton around, guys. Sorry to interrupt, Reese, but a little mistake
okay.
there from George Fullerton got him sideways. He's got it regained now and it's back underway.
Yeah, following Guy Leach coming into La Source, he slowed up a lot more than I expected in the middle of the corner. Didn't carry as much speed as I was, and I tagged him and turned him around, and that left him right in the path of everyone else. So That was 100% my fault, and I want to publicly apologize to the viewers and to the other drivers, because that was stupid. Just completely stupid. I hold myself to much higher standards than that, especially since I'm part of the comms team for this broadcast. So yeah, sorry again.
Reese, don't be too hard on yourself. I'll give you, it was a blind corner as you come around. It gets a little tough, so, it definitely didn't happen on purpose. So, that's one of them things that happens. But, understandably, you're upset about it. And, you had a good run going, though, man.
Yeah, I'm more upset for Guy because we were battling for the final spot on the podium there after we moved up after a couple of incidents before. So yeah, it's just a shame it had to end that way. So I send out my apologies to Guy for ruining his race.
And apology, I'm sure he'll hear that, my friend. And but Reese, anyways, buddy, it's like I said. Man, hang out if you want with us. I know you got to be a little bit devastated after that, and we got tons of action left to go here as we're only at the halfway point, guys. We just crossed that halfway line, and Hayden Burns and Adam Funslow continue to battle for third place, and that is that final step on the podium that we were talking with Reese about. That has now been lifted and has been allowed for Hayden Burns and company. These guys are now in the picture. And they have been giving us a little bit of a battle here. Nothing over the top, but at least you have to think Hayden Burns knows that Adam Funslow's right there, and at any moment Funslow could go and try to make this move.
Yeah, Hayden Burns definitely doing an incredibly good job in this race. He was sticking well with me at the start, and he's managed to display very good incident avoidance, and that's definitely paid off for him so far.
Yeah, he's hanging in there well.
Definitely an Adam Funslow right behind. He's displaying some great patience as well. He's knows he's got 15 minutes on the clock there, and he's really looks like he's just being patient right back there, just staying with him and just waiting for that golden opportunity.
Let's go back and take a look at Shane Evans as he's trying to move up another position here. The battle here for 8th and 9th. Oh no, trouble.
Ooh.
Yeah,
He's
Shane
off
Evans
the track.
caught that spot Paul caught a couple laps ago and got completely sideways there. So tough luck for Shane.
Well, at least he doesn't have damage done to the car. It looks like he'll get back on the track. I know that's frustrating to fall several positions, but at least the race is not over for the 17 car.
Let's check in with the leader, Anthony Kernich, who has pulled out to an extreme lead.
Yeah, definitely. On the timing screen, it's about 5 and a bit seconds back to Clayton Brooks in second place.
Boy, he has just had unbelievable pace here. I mean, these laps he has been putting down have just been fantastic.
Yeah, Kernich has been the star driver of the weekend when it comes to the Roof Cup, no doubt. He's just had that extra bit of pace that the rest of us haven't, and yeah, absolutely dominant performance so far.
All right, guys, let's take a back and look at the 6th and 7th driver as we look at Jay Lawrence and Lance Hawes. And these two going at it right now as the...
Check it out as Jay has got around Lance sometime since we looked at him last. Jay Lawrence has managed to get around Lance. Lance wants that position back.
He's given a little bit of space now. He's starting to get a little bit of a run now. So Jay Lawrence starting to not even worry about this battle right now. He's trying to put himself in fresh air and get up there, and he's looking at the car ahead, which is Gavin Sadler up there in the 5th position, or in the 5th position. So
Yeah, something must have happened to Lance because Lance was up there battling with Gavin just a couple laps ago. So maybe a slowdown penalty or something has put Lance back there into the clutches of Jay, who managed to get around him. Now Lance really struggling to maintain pace with Jay there.
Clayton Brooks now is up there all by his lonesome in second place, and he's got some good pace as well. And that's good for Mr. Brooks. He's got a little bit of lap traffic coming side by side with him. That's Mick Fields.
And I'm hearing over the voice chat, Mick is giving Brooksy the line into the braking zone, not pressuring him too much.
Yes, good deal there, because it was getting a little scary for a moment. And but they coincide with one another very well now.
Tell you, a person that's probably glad to see that lap car up there.
Trouble!
Adam Funslow.
We have trouble on the track. I just noticed a big trail of smoke. It's from Marty Vanderhyde. And, I mean, he is leaving a huge trail as the car may, I mean, I don't know if it blew up or what happened to him. I'm trying to find out, but there is some, I mean, nasty damage on that 005 car. It has really got some damage. He just went back and found out what happened, guys. He was coming around, or actually going in to enter a turn, just got a little loose on the exit and just went head on with the barrier. I mean, nailed it. Car got sent around several spins and just a nasty collision with the wall.
And he was lucky not to be collected by a bunch of cars coming that way. Yeah, just getting loose on the AstroTurf there. The car's all loaded up, and it's just starting to get unloaded. And when you get onto a low grip surface like that AstroTurf, you're gone. No recovering that. That's unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. I can't believe he made it back to pit road. I mean,
yeah,
he made
extremely
it back.
lucky.
10 to go here, and this thing is gotta go now, got to go now. Remember Shane Evans, who spun around earlier going through the bus stop, guys? He is still in 14th position. He's almost caught up to Mark Nobles, though, and it'll be fun to see if he can catch Mark Noble. He's gonna have to do it within 10 minutes if he wants to improve that time.
He's got Greg Robertson closing in on his rear bumper.
And Hayden Burns has had enough of Adam Funslow. He is off to the races now. Hayden Burns has got a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, for the first time in several laps, Hayden Burns with more than half a second gap between Adam Funslow. So we'll have to see if he can maintain that gap, or if Adam might be able to reel him back in and get a battle here for the last little stint of this race. Lance Hall starting to reel in Jay Lawrence again. Just over half a second between those two.
Yeah, Lance Haas has loved to move up into that 6th place position. He's not too far off.
Tell you what, Adam Funslow's already caught back up with Hayden Burns just that quick. These cars are just amazing, JD.
Yeah, they are, Kane. I mean, the way they move, it's insane. You know, they can fall off, and then the next thing you know, they're right back up there. So it's got a little bit different pace than what we're used to in the V8s. These guys can move around quite a bit. And yeah, he has caught back up to him. He's still a little bit off the pace. If he could just get a little bit more grip, it looks like he's searching for grip. He's within a car length now. He's about that time to make a move, guys.
Yeah, it seems like he's really been content to just hang out behind Hayden.
Here he's going to try. He doesn't have the momentum, though, unfortunately, for Adam Funslow. Not going to get it done right now. However, there still is a little bit of time to get things done. We are officially 23.5 minutes into the race. Remember, tonight's race only 30 minutes. It is only 30 minutes. So this thing is getting on the latter side of the race, and you got to get things done now, especially if you're trying to get a podium.
Let's check back with Shane Evans, who spun around a little bit ago. He is now caught up to Mark Noble and getting that move done to the inside. He gets it done cleanly there, and now it's going to move Shane up into the 13th spot.
Boy, man, I tell you what, this is a never-ending battle between these two. Hayden Burns, every time he just, I don't know how he keeps doing it. He keeps getting a little bit of like a turbo boost, and he puts a little bit of space back in between the two. And as soon as you say that, here comes Adam Funslow again. He'll start reeling them back in once they get into these heavy turns, and they're right back together again, literally as I'm saying it. I mean, there he is, right back in it.
I'm noticing Adam Funslow is managing the aero push extremely well at the moment. I noticed when I was driving, the aero push is extremely apparent in these cars. You can't be too close behind another car coming into the really fast corners like this one coming up Huon and Blanchimont as well, because, like, I mean, you got to be careful with your driving, obviously, because you're going to go straight off. Oh, and as I say that, Hayden Burns is a bit liberal with his use of the exit curve there.
Woo! Very, very. And these guys look to be the best battle on the track, and of course this is for the final step on the podium. And we'll keep you guys posted on their action. Let's take a look back at 6th and 7th place. That's Jay Lawrence and, of course, Lance Haas. And Lance Haas has been trying to run him down for quite some time.
He had caught him, got right up on the bumper, JD, and then Jay did a little bit of blinking, and I think it kind of scared Lance a little bit. He backed off, and now he's starting to reel him back in.
And we are at the 5.5 minute mark, guys, so this thing is getting ready to end shortly. You got to get it done.
Yeah, it's definitely time. If you're somebody like Adam Funslow that's been chasing Hayden Burns for most of this race, you want to get that move done really quick now, as you're starting to run out of time.
Yeah, at the most 2 laps to go in this race as we check in with Anthony Kernich out the front. His gap is now over 9 seconds to Clayton Brooks.
Wow, incredible.
Just about what it was yesterday. Yesterday, I remember it was right about that 10-second mark, and then 10 seconds from Reese back to the 3rd place. So, seeing about the same kind of deal here
just
today.
Did it in almost half the time.
Only switch out Reese for Clayton, who's in 2nd place today up there, but he's got a pretty good distance between him and 3rd place Hayden Burns, 5.5 seconds.
Yeah, it's been a very good performance from Kernich. He has this way of maintaining pace across the whole race distance that I know I wasn't able to do yesterday in particular.
It's incredible how he's able to hold it over the course of the entire race. I mean, you're talking about an entire 30 minutes, 40 yesterday, and it never lets up. He keeps everything, let's put it this way, he makes it look way too easy.
Yeah, Lance Haas has now caught Jay Lawrence again. Lawrence doing the flashing, but it's not going to affect Lance this time, as he's not going to let off. He's still sticking right there with Jay. He's going to go to the outside. Thinks a little better of it, but man, he is right there.
Guys, he's going to continue to try to push the juice, just not going to be able to get it done right now. Here's another opportunity a little bit wide from Lawrence. That could be costly. Bumper-to-bumper action now through this right-hander. He peeks to the outside now. If he could duck to the inside. Oh, he didn't take it. Oh, he had a little bit of a window there and just didn't decided against it. Now he's going to do it. Patience might have been the virtue here. Side by side as the door handle race continues as a drag down into the left-hander. That's not going to get the job done here, and that'll push Oh, Jay Lawrence continues to hold the spot. What a good job of defensive driving from Jay Lawrence to maintain this 6th place position. What a run. They're going to continue. A little bit of connectivity issues. A terrible spot in the track, unfortunately, through the bus stop. And that will back off Lance Haas. Guys, the white flag shall wave next time by as Anthony Kernich gets ready to come back by. So that is going to be our final lap, and all these battles starting to kind of intensify.
Yeah, definitely. I'm still keeping an eye on the battle between Hayden Burns and Adam Funslow. The gap between them is a little bit greater than it was about 30 seconds ago, but I'm noticing particularly around the second half of the lap, Adam Funslow is really catching up as he goes a bit wide through Lacombe. Oh, that'll hurt him a little bit, but have a look at him through the latter part of the lap, especially up to Blanchimont. He gets right up on Burns's bumper.
Yeah, he's going to start inching his way back up towards him. Now you can already see it. Look at this. Just watch him close the gap. And just incredible through this part of the track.
Tell you what, guys, the iRace for Fun guys did not disappoint. What a great show iRace for Fun has put on here tonight.
Fantastic. Yes, sir.
Yeah, definitely. I haven't got a single bad thing to say about iRace for Fun. They're an incredibly good league run by a bunch of great guys, and they definitely put on a good show.
All right, guys, we're getting ready for our final lap here. Anthony Kernich boogieing around as, remember, the white flag shall wave this time by, and he's getting ready to head down into the bus stop. So it will be the start of our final lap here at Spa here in night 2.
Now, I think they got 30 seconds left. I don't think the white flag's going to fly this time around. It'll fly next time around.
Yeah, this will be white flag.
This will be the white flag lap.
So white flag is out. Anthony Kernich on his final lap here, and a job well done. Unbelievable run from the 007 machine as he'll make it back-to-back nights, barring a crazy event here on the final lap, which has happened before, so don't want to look away.
Yeah, definitely, guys. But one thing I have got eyes on is the battle for 3rd and 4th, and it's now a battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th because Gavin Sadler has caught up to Adam Funslow and Hayden Burns. He is right on them.
Gavin Sadler has been working so long, literally for almost half the race, trying to catch these two, and here it is on the final lap. He comes into picture. All right, we know at the front part of the lap, it tends to be a lot better run for a lot better run for Hayden Burns. As we get on the latter part of the lap, it tends to benefit Adam Funslow more, and Adam's right on the bumper, guys. He just had a good push there. And we should see a little bit of some aggressive driving here. It is the final lap. He knows he's got to do it now if he wants to be on that last step of the podium. This isn't just any position these guys are fighting for.
That battle back for 6th is Jay Lawrence and Lance Haas. Lance, a little bit of contact there with the rear of Jay Lawrence in that last turn. And I think that's going to allow that gap to increase with Jay Lawrence there. I think he's going to solidify that 6th position.
And Gavin, battle for 3rd is just continuing to heat up, and Gavin Sadler has caught Adam Funslow, and we are on equals here. We are right about a car length in between each of these guys, and here comes Funslow.
But of course,
all right,
Anthony Kernich coming to the bus stop now. Sorry, JD, you can take him if you want.
Oh, that's it. Your winner here at Spa, guys. 2 nights in a row. How about it for Anthony Kernich as he exits the bus stop now and drives down to the checkers.
Clayton Brooks will cross the line in second, coming through the bus stop right now, but third, fourth, and fifth is still has yet to be decided. Gavin Sadler right up on the back of Adam Funslow. They're going to come across the line pretty much line astern. What an amazing battle, but Hayden Burns comes off the best from that. He finishes in third place. Adam Funslow fourth. Gavin Sadler is your fifth place finisher.
What an incredible show from these guys. Hayden Burns does get himself the final step on the podium. And then behind him, of course, Adam Funslow and Sadler. You're right, Reese. Incredible job by those guys. As we look a little bit further back, it's going to be Jay Lawrence, Lance Haas in 7th, and Christian Aylward in 8th. George Fullerton just come across in 9th. Go ahead, Kane.
What a fantastic show here tonight. I mean, I did not expect so much action, and these iRace for Fun guys really brought the action here tonight.
They did, as the top 10 have now crossed the finish line as this race closes out. Yeah, the iRace for Fun guys put on a great race tonight. It's just been a fun weekend here at Spa in the roof, and we're happy that you guys had us here to call the action. It was such just an incredible weekend. We love it. It's fun calling the rough. These guys did great, and how about this? Let's take a rundown of the race results. We'll start with our race winner. That is the 007 car, Anthony Kernich. He does it again, ladies and gentlemen. A win for him. In second place, Clayton Brooksy in that second spot. And the final step goes to Hayden Burns in third. Fourth will go to Adam Funslow, who gave it his all. And fifth, it'll go to Gavin Sadler, who caught the pack late in this one. In sixth place, it'll go to Jay Lawrence with Lance Haas coming across 7th. 8th will go to Christian Aylward, while 9th goes to George Fullerton. And, of course, rounding out your top 10 guys, that is Paul Mansell.
Yeah, Shane Levin's did come across in 11th with Mark Noble in 12th. Greg Robertson finished 13th. John Ben in 14th. Tim Ballinger came across with a car that was a little worse for wear in 15th. Tom O'Connor 16th, Mick Field in 17th, Marty Vanderhyde finished in 18th with Reese Gardner. Finished in 19th, and Guy Leach, he didn't finish either, down in the 20th spot.
All right, guys, that is how your top 20 finished here, or raced here. And Reese, thank you so much for coming and chatting with us, buddy. I wish it was on better circumstances for you. But still, man, you had a great run last night and come back tonight. Just so unfortunate, man.
Yeah, it is a bit disappointing, but I'm definitely going to be doing the Roof Cup races at Bathurst and Phillip Island, and hopefully my finishes there will be a bit more consistent and a bit less filled with silly incidents.
Absolutely, buddy. Absolutely. Well, guys, we are running out of time. We're hearing that we're going to have to get ready to wrap it up here. So, once again, congratulations is in order for Anthony Kernich, Clayton Brooks, and Hayden Burns for doing a fantastic run here at Spa in the second night, guys, of this incredible event. We want to thank all of you guys for watching, and we'll turn it over to the V8s Online guys. As thank you for joining us here for the Roof Cup here at Spa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, JD and Kane, for awesome work. Unlucky to race in that race, but Reese will stick around in the commentary box with me as we get ready for the main event. We're licking our lips for this 4 days. This is a Spa 4-hour. I cannot wait, Reese. This is going to be action-packed, intense, and I cannot wait.
I am fired up, Jay. I really am. This is going to be the perfect cure for that Roof Cup race. Just watching some amazing V8 supercar racing over 4 hours at one of the best circuits in the world. I cannot wait either.
We'll bring in the starting grid in a few moments, but the drivers are just going through formation. Actually, we'll do the starting grid now. I don't know if you've got it in front of you there, Reese, but I'm happy to do it if you do not.
You can start. I'm in the process of getting it up now.
No worries. So we'll go through the first 5 rows. We'll start with Ethan Grigult from pole position, teaming up with Bo Cubis. In P2, we have Richard Hampstead and John Latham. P3 will be Jared Filsell and Bo Cattell. P4 will go to Dayco Motorsport. 888 car of Sam Sutton, Jake Maloney. P5 will be Team Pagny and TTL, Matthew Hill and PJ Sturgis. 6th will be Ian Ford and Ben Smith. 7th, Michael Schreier, David Moore. 8th, Brock Salmon, Michael Healy. 9th will be Marcelo Rivera and Aaron Hamilton. 10th position will be Mitch McLeod and Hayden Dodman.
Yeah, going over the page now, starting on row 6, All-Star Motorsports car number 23. That's Josh Rogers and Joe Burkett starting that car. And starting up next to them is the 009 car of SDC Motorsports, Martin Carroll and James McKnight. Going on to row 7, Trans-Tasman Racing, car number 87. That's TTR Black, Sean Kelly and Tony Aldridge. Corey Preston and Dale Niche line up beside them in the number 98 JMSR Apexy Racing car. Row 8, 005 car, SDC Motorsports once again. That's Michael Cracknell and Jason Dixon. Following them is the 051 car of Man Cave Motorsports, Mitch Abrahall and Jamie Kingston in that car. Row 9, Synergy Racing, Chris Coxhead and Liam Wild racing that one. And on row 10, we've got the car 24 Sudden Death Racing, Matthew Ross Monroe and Bruce Keeley, and number 49 Mad Cow Racing, Richard Alwood and Leighton Wild are driving that car.
Yeah, next in 21st position, we'll have KRF Motorsports. In 22nd will be ERA Demidov, car number 97. Behind them will be another ERA car 26 there. Then Dayco Motorsport in P24 with Stenberg and Burton. Lit Racing, car 01, 25th. They have ERA Way of Life in P26. 27th will be Synergy Sim Racing's car number 100, and Demidov Innovations car 261 will be in 28th. Angry Birds Racing in 29th in the 017, and Lit Oz New Zealand car 02 from P number 30.
Position 31 is going to be the number 14 car of Sudden Death Racing, Adam Harden and Martin Creamers. 32nd position, number 12, Laser Racing, JFF Racing, Jason Bentz and Michael Hammond in that car. Row 17, the car, the HTR car, number 886, Jeff Gauci and Matt Jones driving that one. Lining up 34th is the 031 car of Redback Racing Team with David Baxter and Ray Stayer driving that one. Row 18, car number 82, Redefine Motorsports, Heath Brennan and Scott Party in that one. Next to them is the 747 car, ERA Way of Life, Greg Sharp and Adam Highland in that car. Number 11 on row 19, GT Omega Racing JFF, Scott Stevens and Gary Cousins driving that car. And next to them will be the 351 car of Oceanic Sim Racing, Simon Black and Marty Atkins driving that one. And coming up on row 20, we've got the 016 car of ABR Team Simulated with Ben Daly Jr. and Nick Hausler driving that one. And then next to them is the other Lit Oz NZ car of Shannon Mason and Kevin Overeem.
Yeah, on the final page now, in 41st position will be the 53-1 Performance Racing, Dean O'Brien, Dylan Shepherd. We've got Multi-21 Sim Racing in the next two spots in the 21 car. In 42nd position, Kane Kugamiya, Tyson Williams. Then we have the 9 car next with Will Dodd and Luke Emmerton. Then we've got Maverick Welding ERA number 44 car in 44th position. Serenity Sim Racing with Bones Filan and Sanjan Delilac in 45th position. Then we have the 5 cars that didn't qualify last night. The 77 TTR Ultimate Karting Sydney car of Madison Down, Lee Ellis. Watch for those guys to come through the field from 46th. Got ERA Way of Life car 111, Craig Jones, Blake Coppo. Josh Muggleton and Stephen Sandman Clark will start from 48th position in the 31 car. 49th position, and I believe the last car that we will have in the field tonight, Oceanic Sim Racing car number 88, Mike Koroloff and Daz Buchanan with Team Denia Racing not appearing. Oh, what a massive list of cars, mate. We got through them.
Yeah, 50 cars, 100 drivers. It'll be down to 49 cars and 98 drivers. Just a massive amount of competitors in this race, and wow, it's going off.
I believe we've got Clayton Brooks in with us now too. Brooksy, you got us, mate?
Yeah, mate. How are you guys going?
Fantastic. I'm nervous. I'm pumped. I'm excited. I'm ready to go.
I'm still sweaty from that rough race, but we're here.
Well
What a
done
good
in
job,
that race,
by the way,
mate.
Brooksy.
Well done.
Thanks, boys. Yeah, I was a bit nervous at the start there. Christian's quick, he was all over me, but a little mistake from him. I was able to have a clean second, which was good.
We're only a couple of minutes away from getting underway in this race. We're just waiting for the checkered flag to come up, which won't be far away at all. I believe we've got Simon Black in here. Simon, have you got us, mate?
G'day guys, how are you?
Very good. All pumped and ready to go?
Yes, just putting the gloves on now, so I thought I'd just come in and say a quick hello and big thank you to everyone for everybody's part that they played, and I hope that it's a great race and everyone has a great time.
Yeah, I cannot wait. Grid procedure's all fine, so the grid is as expected, I believe.
Yes, it looks like it's correct, which is excellent after somewhat of a convoluted procedure there, but I think we got it right.
Yeah, unfortunate how we have to go about getting our grid sorted, but we have got it correct from what we can see, thankfully.
Alright, well I hope you guys have a great call. I better jump back in the other room and get ready to roll.
Good luck, Simon.
Good luck to yourself, and obviously I know what you're about to say. Big thanks to GT Mega Racing for their support with the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series. Looking forward
Absolutely,
to
thank you very
a
much,
great
Jay,
race.
and thank you for... Thanks, Jay, and thanks to GT Omega as well.
No worries, mate. Good luck. So we are just catching our breath as our tension rises. About a minute and a half away from the guys actually taking the grid. I'm really nervous about this race, guys. I think it's going to be action-packed. Reese, I know you're getting your race suit on to hang out in the pits. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, oh man, I'm just this is what a lot of this season has been leading up to, the GT Omega Endurance Cup. Man, I don't know what to say. It's just I'm overtaken with anticipation.
Yeah, Brooksy, obviously you've got a pretty close ear in on a couple of teams. How are the teams actually feeling?
They're feeling okay. I know Hampstead and Fuel Cell weren't happy with their laps last night. Expect more pace out of them. Fuel Cell's even made the prediction he's going to be leading by turn 1. So we'll see how that goes for him.
We actually heard from a few other teams that they're expecting Fuel Cell to be leading at turn 1 as well. So he's known to be pretty good off the line. So that's a big advantage for him.
I was going to say, we've been seeing him dominate the starts, really. Whether he's been qualifying third or whatever, he's really been dominating starts in the V8SCOPS this season. So probably expect nothing less from him tonight.
Now, the other big thing that we haven't spoken about yet, the drivers only found out about it about 2 hours ago. We will have safety cars in this race. It is 100% guaranteed we will have at least one safety car at some point throughout the race. We do have one person who will not be named, who has a random number generator to actually put out safety cars at certain minutes throughout the race, just to spice things up a little bit, because we do know that the last endurance race we did do, it got a little tedious and a bit boring towards the end, and there was not quite as much strategy as we would like, especially when you have these endurance style races. So fingers crossed it will mix it up a little bit. We might see some guys benefit from some safety cars. Guys really struggle with safety cars. But I think it's going to be fantastic as the drivers now take the grid. Oh, yeah, I'm excited.
Well, as you know, Jay, there's been plenty of talk about safety cars. I'm glad there's going to be safety cars. Yeah, it's going to add a whole new element to it. So we haven't seen safety cars yet in the Premier Series, but as you said, they've been reluctant. But I think endurance racing really do need them.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's the most critical thing that we need in this endurance style racing, because without them, the races can sort of lose that extra little part of it. It becomes too much purely about speed and not about that little bit of luck, which we always see in all our real life endurance races. That tiny little bit of luck that goes your way is what actually helps you win the race.
Yeah, certainly, guys. I'm definitely looking forward to finally seeing the safety car make an appearance in a V8 Supercars Online Premier Series race. And as they take to the grid, we're waiting now for for the lights to go up. And for cars to take to the grid, the heart is starting to beat at a quickened pace.
Big hello to everyone that is watching on YouTube and watching V8s Online for the very, very first time. This is going to be an absolute classic race. I cannot wait. Got Jay Kennedy, Reese Gardner, and Clayton Brooks in the commentary box for this 4-hour race of Spa, round 11 of the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series, round 1 of the GT Amiga Endurance Cup. We are getting ready to go, about 5 seconds left as the reds start to rise. Here we go.
Green, green, green!
And the green flag flies. A little bit of a thing there. Hamstart there. He's in third place. Phil Cell, car 94 lines up second behind Greg Gold as they come through riding on for the first time.
Now, interesting there, I was watching the Triple 8 car of Sam Sutton at the wheel. I believe he jumped a bit early. We'll see what happens. So we might hear that is confirmed, that a jump start for the Triple 8. Sam Sutton as Phil Cell takes the lead around the outside.
And it looks like Ethan Griggold is going under pressure from Richard Hamstead as well.
Well, what a start, guys. Phil Cell didn't disappoint. He got a great start. Hamstead sort of covered him a bit, so he had to slot him behind Ethan Griggold, but he's made his move stick at the end of the Camel Straight.
Car Triple 8 drive through and stop and go penalty for jumping the start.
There we go, confirmed. That's a big shame there for Sam Sutton. After qualifying fourth, that's not something that you really want to hear, but at the same time, he does have about 3 hours and 58 minutes left to go in this race, and those guys can definitely make up that time.
Not many changes throughout the field. I haven't seen too many movers forward at the moment, pretty much stagnant at this stage, but we'll no doubt see some guys fluctuate in their positions. Just watching Sean Kelly all over the back of the the STC car of Martin Carroll.
Another guy we've got to keep an eye on, Madison Down, up to 42nd position in half a lap.
Yeah, Madison Down, championship leader of the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series at the moment, was not able to take part in qualifying, so has had to start near the back of the grid.
And just ahead of him, so Josh Muggleton's actually started behind Madison and he's ahead. So he's gained, what's that, 8 positions on lap 1.
That's an incredibly good showing from the TTR guys so far. Richard Hamstead still pressuring Ethan Griggold quite a bit as they came into the bus stop. Richard Hamstead, I'm surprised they didn't touch. In fact, I think they did a little bit.
Oh, there's a lot of bumping in the mid-pack. Josh Muggleton was involved in that at the last chicane. All the guys kept the cars pointing forward. Doesn't seem to be a lot of damage, but there was definitely some panel rubbing as Sam Sutton goes into the pits and serves his penalty.
Oh, I'm looking at Matthew Ross Munro from Sudden Death Racing Team. He just passed the 68 car in Radion. That was a fantastic move there from Matthew Ross Munro. You don't really want to go side by side through that corner complex, but he made it work.
Especially, these guys do realise that this is a 4-hour race. This is unbelievable. Only 3 hours 56 minutes to go in the race, and going side by side through Rouge and Radion. Ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Amazing driving from those guys. I would guess if we're 3.5 hours further into the race, we may not have seen that move go quite as easy as it was.
And then the 3 guys at the front, they've sort of broken away now with Sam Sutton gone in the pits from Ian Ford. But there is 0.7 of a second covering the 3 drivers at the moment.
Another couple of guys that we should probably look out for, Corey Preston and Mitchell McLeod. They're fighting for 8th and 9th position at the moment. Car 98 and Car 40. Mitchell McLeod in that retro Holden Racing Team livery, hounding the back of Corey Preston so far.
Yeah, Corey Preston got past Mitchell at the end of the Camel Straight.
was speaking to Mitch earlier. They were, for the first time ever, he and Hayden Godwin are actually doing some strategy planning. After the announcement come out about safety cars, they threw it all up and just went with their normal strategy of we'll work it out as we're going. So that's good to see they're maintaining the normal strategy, those guys.
I thought their main strategy would be not how many beers they're going to drink throughout the course of the race.
Oh, don't worry, they're doing that too, don't worry. Sean Kelly, they're really good under brakes there behind Mitchell and almost made contact.
As we got to change up the front, guys. Richard Hampstead's now past Ethan Gregor Gold into the last chicane. He's taken second position away from him.
That's Ethan Griggold, your pole sitter, now running in third place.
But what it's done, Reese, is actually made them a little bit of a gap now. It's out and over a second gap between Hampstead and Bellsell, so that draft could get cut a little bit up this long straight.
Yeah, definitely. We'll be looking out to see some passing moves down the Kemmel Straight into Lacombe, which the leaders are coming into right now. Looking pretty spaced out, pretty evenly spaced out rather, between the top three guys at the moment. Jared Filsell still calm as ever in the lead.
We've got a car in the pits at the moment. Brenton O'Brien, car number 26, with a fair bit of damage to the front left of the car. See if we can find out what's happened there earlier in the lap. See what we can find out for you. Just find out what's happened with the 26 car. We've also got the lit Oz NZ car in the lane as well. Is Mark Kelly actually made contact, and there's a fair bit of damage to Mark's car and also a fair bit of damage to Brent O'Brien's car, so they've made fairly heavy contact. They're trying to go 3 wide, believe it or not.
Guys, this battle between Michael Healy, Marcelo Rivera, Corey Preston, Mitchell McLeod and Sean Kelly, it is going off at the moment. Not one guy's given an inch.
Oh goodness, they're all running line astern at the moment, coming down the straight up to Blanchimont. Things could get pretty sketchy here.
Interesting.
Corey Preston in the grass.
Oh, you do not want to put a wheel in the grass there, but Corey Preston's managed to recover it. They come into the chicane, Mitch McLeod. Oh, man. Mitch McLeod almost got sandwiched between the TTR car and Corey Preston there.
And Mitchell's got a great run out of that last chicane. He's going to probably get the move done. No, he thinks better of it. He slopped back in. He gives him a little kiss on the bumper through Lasource.
You can already start to see some strategy starting to play out with these teams, especially who they've actually picked as their starting driver. I'm probably not saying that Michael Healy's not a fantastic driver, but I actually thought Brock Salmon would have started in that car. As here comes the ERA car. No, sorry, move done.
We've also got the TTR black car, coming to make a move on Mitch McLeod. Can he take him around the outside? No. No, he cannot.
Move done from Corey Preston over Marcelo Rivera.
Some incredibly good battles happening already. You'd expect this race to be bloody 10 laps long rather than 4 hours.
I'm sure they've forgotten.
Another guy's doing a great job is Michael Schreier, sitting in 7th. He's 6th behind Matthew Hill from TTL and Ian Ford. So he's doing a great job to hold on to those guys.
Yeah, definitely Synergy Sim Racing doing an incredibly good job in this race.
Now, I think those guys will be up towards the pointy end by the end of this one, because they're a very, very strong pairing with Freya and David Moore. I expect some big things out of those guys in this race.
One thing that really strikes me, Jay, is there consistency out of those guys. They could run 100 laps all within a couple of tenths of each other. So consistency is what helps to win endurance races.
back in the pack a little bit. We've got 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th. Here, this battle, we've got Craig Cox, Ed Liam Wild, car 080. Actually driven by Liam Wild and Kurt Stenberg, side by side.
Side by side up in that section of the track never goes well, unless you're Max Verstappen, that is.
And here comes the number 12, looking to go around the outside.
Oh, had to take a bit of avoiding action there. Stenberg had every right to have the line through there. But still, that would definitely hurt the chances of the car behind.
Yeah, Stenberg sitting in 22nd position. It was a bit of a surprise they qualified that far back, and he hasn't made up too many spots, only the 2 spots gained from the start.
Go back to the front. Have a look how close these guys have got already. Darren Filsell, Richard Hampstead, Ethan Gringold separated by less than a second.
Yeah, these guys are pretty much checked out at the moment. They're far ahead of everyone else.
We'll go back in the pack. We'll have a little look at the TTR train coming through the field. Josh Muggleton about to pick off the Angry Birds racing car, and same with Madison Down. They're now in 27th and 28th, respectively. Pretty good job. They've already picked off nearly half the field. We're only 11 minutes into this race.
Josh Muggleton getting a bit sliding on the exit of that complex there. Josh Muggleton, of course, a GT Academy finalist, and is now looking to be funded for a real racing career. It's very good to see him back here in the V8SCOPS.
And interesting with those guys, we were just talking about that battle going on between Liam Wild and Kurt Stenberg. They're about to join into that battle.
Down the inside of Muggleton.
I think Muggo brake just a little bit early to let him through.
Oh, it's a very brave spot to make the move, but he's made it stick, so down up to 28th position.
DTR making inroads in this early stage of the race.
Can we see these guys win it from the rear of the grid, maybe?
Well, who knows?
Well, I think when the announcement came that there'd be safety cars, those two guys had the biggest grins on their faces you could ever imagine, because that definitely plays into their hands. We don't know when they will happen. We do know that we will have at least one at some point in the race. It could come at the 15th minute mark. It could come at the 225th minute mark. We just do not know. But at some point we will have at least one safety car. And it will be great to see that little bit of a mix-up in the field.
Looking at Wild and Stenberg. Oh wow! Look at the train of cars there.
9-car train going on now. Wild, Stenberg, Hammond, Keane, Creamers, Jones, Down, Muggleton, Sattler, all involved.
Oh, Hammond nearly around. Hey, James Keane nearly turned Hammond around there at La Source. He's backed out of it though, luckily for Hammond.
Oh, have a look at from the onboard here. The commitment up through here, so blind now, side by side.
Madison down.
Look at the weaving
goodness,
through traffic.
sliding in and between and out. Wow, look at that. That's incredible. Coming into Lacombe. Oh, he's going to make up another position.
Oh, around the outside, if you don't mind.
Get the traction. Inside line for the next corner. Move done and dusted.
That is
Muggleton will
terrific
follow
driving.
along.
Terrific driving from Down and Muggleton. Did anyone tell these guys it's an endurance race? Just Down and Muggleton at the moment treating like a 20 lap sprint race.
Well, they were hoping that it was going to be
reversed
reverse grid before this one, but obviously they didn't get their wish with that, so they had to move their way through. We go to the battle 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. We've got Matthew Hill with Ian Ford, Michael Schreier and Michael Healy are tagging onto the back of that pack. Healy took a couple of laps to get it to, obviously up to speed, and now he's caught up to this battle pack fairly quickly. Oh, and Ford all sorts of sideways.
Oh, and he has a little bit of a look up the inside of Matthew Hill, but thinks better of it.
guys, we got to change for the lead. Hampstead's up, got the front through into the chicane on the last lap, and Hampstead's now hit the lead of this race.
If we can get a replay, because very good move from Hampstead. With the GT Mega Racing replay.
Yeah, it happened on the previous lap at the end of the Camel Straight.
Oh, I think Matthew Hill might have gotten a slowdown, guys. He had to get on the brakes coming up through Radion, and he's let a bunch of cars by. That's really hurt his position there.
Yeah, he's going to tuck back in behind Corey Preston, and that makes that big freight train we saw even longer. 4th through to 11th, now separated by about 3 seconds.
Yeah, I saw Matthew Hill taking, being a bit liberal with the curbing there at Eau Rouge, and unfortunately that's bitten him.
And guys, I'm hearing reports of Josh Mogulton's got some damage.
Actually missing the whole rear of his car.
Yeah, it happened at the chicane and on the previous lap.
Try and get you a GT Omega Racing replay of that particular incident.
Yeah, he made the move up the inside of Hammond. It got a little loose. And it looks like he just got tagged around into the wall.
Now, we were talking earlier about the battle between Liam Wilde and Kurt Stenberg. Madison Downs just caught up and actually made the move on Liam Wilde, and Stenny has followed Madison through and got the move done as well.
Nice job. I'll tell you what, the battle at the front, still just as close as it's ever been. Richard Hampstead hasn't pulled much of a gap since taking the lead from Jared Filsell. Right on the white line coming into La Source.
Of course, the drafters work probably about 3 tenths to 4 tenths of a second up Camel Straight, and we might be able to go on board and watch Filsell close into the back of Hampstead here.
Ethan Grigolt's fallen back just a little bit. I saw him go wide at La Source, but he's an incredibly good driver, and I'm sure he'll be able to reel them back in soon enough.
Of course, the co-driver's got to play a big part in this race, and I think V8SCOPS, is it? That's...
Yep.
Yes, indeed.
He's certainly an accomplished V8 supercar driver, so you cannot count those guys out, that's for sure.
Yes, definitely. I think a major part of this race will be which car has the most consistently good driver lineup, and all of the top guys, I have to say, have some very good lineups in these cars.
Yeah, I would guess about 15 cars have a legitimate chance of winning this race. So when you look at driver pairings and things like that, with the gains and losses, we see Corey Preston, good job gaining 7 positions so far. The car 31 gaining 19, and the car 77 with Madison Down gaining 25 positions in only 18 minutes.
That's incredible. Utterly incredible.
Yeah, Triple A car probably the biggest loser, quite obviously, with that stop and go penalty. They're down 40 positions from their starting spot. Can you believe we're already 20 minutes into this race? This has been action-packed, and we've got no doubt another 3 hours and 40 minutes to go.
Oh, Preston and McLeod. We're focusing on that right now.
Oh,
McLeod takes a very shallow line in the launching one.
You have to watch out for Marcelo Rivera looking to dive up the inside of both Preston and McLeod, but...
Oh, Sean Kelly in the back car on the outside.
Goodness me, this battle is intense.
Extremely strong under brakes, Kelly was.
Oh, he's going to go for the move on Rivera. Looks like he has it.
Yeah, Rivera's going to
Unless
stick
Rivera
around
can
the
get the
outside.
power down.
Oh, who's going to be game?
No.
Oh, who's got to back off?
Neither of these boys are going to lift. You know the
This is-
B-Dog Kelly does lift.
Kelly
Smart play
submits.
from Kelly.
I can tell you from
But Rivera gets a little crossed up on the exit of over.
Kelly's going to get it anyway.
Whoa! Oh, wow. Marcelo Rivera almost ended his race right then and there. Just brushing the wall on the exit there. Goodness me. GT Omega replay of that. What an amazing bit of driving from Marcelo Rivera to not bin it there.
Yeah, the back end just stepped out on him a little bit, and he just, what, did he clip the mirror on those tyres on the right hand side? It would have been very, very close.
Whenever I watch these races, guys, I'm just in awe of the amount of car control these guys have. Like the things that they do with these cars, I couldn't imagine.
Go back to 4th and 5th. In Ford, Michael Healy with Michael Schreier tagging along. They've spread the gap a little bit. Obviously, Healy actually is ahead now of Michael Schreier, but we didn't get to see that move. But this pack now is starting to spread a tiny little bit, but I'd give it another 10 minutes and they'll be back closed up together again.
Oh, Kane kicking me out.
Muggleton kind of follow Cade through. That Holden Cruise, we can't call it a Commodore anymore because it's missing the whole back end.
Oh man. Oh dear. There's some incredible racing
Battles
going.
everywhere, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I don't know if they'll be able to keep this up for as long as this
I
race
hope the
goes.
co-drivers can keep up the intensity because
Yeah.
these guys have been intensely action-packed, which is great to see. We are only 22 minutes into this 4-hour race.
Well, we've got Madison down now in 21st position. He's closed up onto the package. Evans, Aylward, Connors, and Munro.
Oh, bit of a train of cars to go through there. He's got KRF Motorsports, Mad Cow Racing, and ERA Demidov Innovations, and Sudden Death Racing Team in front of him as they come into Eau Rouge. Man. Madison down, just nailing it on the exit of that corner complex. It looks like he's got a bit of a run here. We'll see how he goes. The Mad Cow Racing car goes defensive, but looks like KRF Motorsports car has the position. Madison down, taking the outside line just a bit.
Madison was squeezed over a little bit there onto the ripple strip.
Oh, Mad Cow Racing car. Has the Mad Cow Racing car got a slowdown, maybe?
Yeah, I think it has, Reese. It moved over and Dan was getting the draft off of it. Yeah, he's decided to clear the slowdown in the corner rather than on the straight.
Oh, you lose a bit less time that way, I would think.
As Ethan Grieger Gold up the front has dropped off. He's now 3 seconds behind the leader, but Phil Cell's still within half a second of Hampstead.
Yeah, it looks like the Mad Cow Racing car, Richard Elwood, did get a slowdown up at the top of the hill over that big curb. He took a bit too much, and I think that was the start of his downfall by 2 positions.
So we've got Matthew Ross Munro here in the 24 Sudden Death Race Team car with Scott Connors in the Aero Demidov Innovations car number 97, tucked in right behind. One team that will be pretty match fit in regards to these longer races will be the Sudden Death Racing Team. They actually host an endurance series every couple of weeks, 4-hour endurance races. So those guys know how to go with these races and they actually do pretty good in their own events.
Yes, Madison down. Coming up on the KRF Motorsports car. They got a bit dicey in the last chicane. KRF Motorsports protecting the inside line. Madison down. Goes round the outside of La Source. That's Sean Evans in the KRF Motorsports car. He did a very good job to defend against Madison down there. We'll see what happens after Eau Rouge.
Just ahead, Connor's actually got the move done on Ross Munro as well. Just ahead of Down.
Oh, I fear that may be a slowdown for KRF Motorsports.
I think Down was even further over Reese, so I think if KRF get one, Down's definitely going to get a slowdown, but they both seem to be travelling along still quite quick.
Ooh, on the brakes at almost exactly the same time. Madison Down managing to hold it round the outside, side by side through Lacombe.
And Sean Evans definitely is not making this easy for Down.
Oh, but Down has the traction round the outside. Oh, wow, they're still side by side. This is incredible.
This could go on for a while.
This is now 5 corners that are side by side. As now Down finally gets inside line.
Ah, there we go.
Move done. Took a while, but he got there.
That's a top 20 there for Madison Down. Oh, KRF Motorsports getting a little bit squirrely under brakes for Puon.
He was inches away from tagging the back of Down's back bumper.
Up in positions 10th and 11th, meanwhile, we've got Sean Kelly, Trans-Tasman Racing Black, and Marcelo Rivera driving for ERA Maverick Welding. They're in quite an intense battle for 10th position. Sean Kelly just having a little look, sizing it up a little bit. He's got Corey Preston in front of them both. Oh, Sean Kelly, just a little bit of a slide coming from the chicane. Sean Kelly and Marcelo Rivera, both very experienced and very good sim racers. Coming through La Source. Kelly just getting the power down nicely, but it seems that Rivera was able to get a bit of a better exit as they come through Eau Rouge. This is one of the most critical corners on the track. Oh,
It sets
Rivera.
up the biggest passing opportunity, doesn't it, through Eau Rouge Radion. If you get it wrong, or the guy behind you gets a little bit more right, it leaves you vulnerable.
Yeah, it's ironic, isn't it? One of the few corners on the track where you cannot go side by side often is one of the ones that actually facilitates the most passing.
Now,
Looks like Madison Downs caught Matthew.
yeah, Matthew Ross Munro and Scott Connors now under attack from that orange PTR Commodore.
The KRF Motorsports car is spun at the top of the hill. He's at pit exit.
Yeah, he's facing the wrong direction.
Just he's debating. Do I go? Do I not go? Do I go? Do I not go? This is bad. This is very bad.
GTV to replay, but I'll just keep one eye on the live action just to see where he comes out and how he goes about it.
Yeah, he's going to. He eventually gets going. Oh, he lost a ton of time there. That's one of the worst possible places to spin, unfortunately, because
made heavy contact with the wall too. He's just completely sideways and spun it the other direction into the wall. Big front end contact, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a fair bit of engine damage from that too. So they have to keep an eye on his engine temps. He's now dropped back into 43rd position.
Yeah, all the way from 20th position. That's a huge loss for him.
Go back up the field though to 4th and 5th position. We have Michael Healy with Ian Ford right on his tail. Actually, right behind there, there's the the TTL Falcon looking to make a move on the SSR Falcon. Matthew Hill trying to get a move on Michael Schrader, but it didn't happen. Michael Healy actually has done a very good job since we were talking earlier. When we were watching him earlier, he was in 7th position. He's now passed all those guys he was following behind. He's now up into 4th. And he's one of the fastest drivers on track at the moment.
Yeah, he's moved up 4 positions. Very good opening stint in the very good first half hour from him.
So 3 drivers to maintain lap times around the high 220s, low 221s, which are the front 3 in Greg Galt, Bill Sell, and Hampstead, who is leading this race.
Hilly closing up to Michael Schreier there in the braking zone for Lacombe. Still battling for 6th and 7th. Got a bit of a slipstream down the Kemmel Straight and was just a little bit later. We'll have to see how that battle pans out.
Hearing from race control as well, guys. Car number 53 has received a drive-through penalty for contact, and Muggleton versus Hammond will get a 15-point penalty each for not giving racing room to each other.
Oh, that's very harsh, but fair,
Yeah, car 53 is more separate from One Performance Racing, currently in 44th position.
Looks like the 97 Demidov car is in the pits. That's
massive damage to his car. All of the right-hand side of the car is just completely destroyed.
Oh. Had to take a second stab at getting around pit lane. Of course, we're running the endurance layout of Spa that uses both of the pit lanes available at the circuit, and of course, since there's a very, very tight hairpin bend at La Source that the hairpin that the pit follows, it's on the guys to really take care when they're coming into the second pit lane, and obviously that didn't work out too well for Scott Connors. His car is crabbing just a little bit.
Connors actually had Madison right behind him, and he unfortunately looped around Madison, almost made contact with him to help him into the wall, but he didn't make contact.
Sim Racing 2 with Wayne Burke, I believe, at the wheel.
Yep, correct. Yep,
Yes,
Wayne Burke.
Wayne Burke at the wheel. And but in a very intense battle at the moment with Michael Cracknell on the 005 car for SDC Motorsports. They got incredibly close coming into the final chicane. Oh
Well,
no,
here we
Marcelo
go.
and Corey Preston. Oh.
Preston's going to squeeze Sean Kelly wide, and Preston will no doubt have a slowdown penalty from that too. And here comes Hill just up ahead. He'll make a move on Michael Schreier, and that's move done. We've seen him for a couple of laps trying to attempt that one.
Very good move there from Matthew Hill.
Now, Preston definitely has a slowdown penalty because he's still trying to lose a bit of time. Guys ahead are just pulling away.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Corey. He'd been running a very strong race up until that point.
I was also listening over the voice chat. Corey mentioned something about Marcelo and steering damage or something. I didn't quite catch that. His voice was very muffled. We'll have to look into that.
Interesting. There was something in regards to contact. You'd see some damage on either car, but neither car looks damaged at all. So, no. We'll find out, no doubt. The 3.5 hours to go in this race, still a long way to go. Now, hopefully, fingers crossed, we might have Hayden Dodman with us. No, not at this stage. Maybe. Hayden, have you got us, mate?
Needs a speaker.
Needs to change his TeamSpeak channel he's in. Here he comes. Hey, Hayden. How's Mitch going?
It's looking very good at the moment.
How are you coping, though?
Yeah, the nerves are building a bit because he's doing quite well.
It looks like he's got a fair bit of pace here on Michael Schreier. He's closed up the back of him quite quickly.
In the last couple of laps, it's been looking real sharp, which is nice.
And what's the plan for strategy, mate? Are you going to run it dry and then you'll jump in, or it's going to double stint, or you're not sure?
I haven't talked to him about it. I was going to jump in, but I haven't talked to him about it, so it's looking good. So I might push for him to do a double at the start.
This is a good battle happening just behind you, Hayden, with Marcelo Rivera and Sean Kelly.
Man,
that was close.
I just want to interrupt quickly, guys. It looks like Corey Preston did have steering damage. I noticed he was going very wide on the exits of some corners, and he's now in the pits.
Unlucky for Corey because he was doing a great job.
Marcelo's going defensive down Kemmel Straight. He's forcing Kelly to the outside. They're drawn side by side. Can Kelly hold it around the outside? He wasn't able to a couple of laps ago. He's had to break it. He's had to get out of that.
Well, Hayden, we'll let you go.
No worries.
Good luck.
Thank you, guys.
We'll no doubt chat to you throughout the race. Hayden Dodman in car number 40, teaming up with Mitch McLeod. We'll have some other drivers come in throughout the race for a bit of a chat. Well, they're co-drivers, I should say, throughout the race, which will be entertaining. Always good to have drivers in for a chat while they're driving.
We're checking in with the leaders at the moment. Hammer's still holding the lead from Jared Philsell. Gap is about half a second, maybe 7/10. Ethan Griggold has fallen back quite a bit.
So it'll be about this time now, guys will be sort of finding out what their setup's like after the long run. Some guys would be enjoying it, some guys not so much.
And you find a lot of teams that may never have even driven this long in a stint would do 10 laps and that'd be enough. But
sorry to butt in there, Jay. I had Michael Hammond spun at the last corner. He was down in position 48 after already receiving damage, and he's back into the pit lane, and he's just tagged the pit wall in the pit lane. So
he's got all sorts of damage. I'm guessing he's got something wrong with his actual wheel, because the car's just hooking left instantly, completely at random. So there's something wrong with his car, no doubt.
Yeah, I'm sure he doesn't have that big of a grudge against the pit wall, so definitely something wrong with their steering.
And now he's actually spun it around the wrong way. We'll go back to that battle we were watching with Marcelo Rivera, Sean Kelly. Sean will be absolutely hanging to get this move done, because you can just see those guys he was battling with driving off in the distance. That's aggressive.
Might have been a borderline slowdown.
I was going to say they took completely different lines for a Rouge.
At the very least, an off track for Kelly there.
Kelly's got a heap more speed heading down Camel Straight than Marcelo.
Coming into Lacombe, really closing up, taking as much of the curb as he dares. Sean Kelly trying to get the optimal line. Just firing it towards the inside of Rivage. Sliding just a little bit. You can see the frustration starting to appear in Kelly's driving. Meanwhile, up further ahead, Jay.
Yeah, this is battle. Look at how close McLeod has got to these guys. He's got some really good pace on him at the moment. Got 6th position Matthew Hill, 7th position Michael Schreier, and 8th position Mitch McLeod. But Mitch has gained up probably 3 or 4 seconds in the last couple of laps over these guys.
I was watching it earlier, and Hilly seemed to break away a little bit when he got past Schreier, but Schreier's done very well. He's caught back up to him, and he's brought Mitch along with him. Not sure if Hilly's struggling with that car a little bit at this stage of the stint.
We are starting to see some wayward behaviour from cars all up and down the field as the tyres start to get a little bit worn out after such hard racing in the opening laps.
Just receiving word from race control on lap 13, car 26 with a pit lane penalty for an incident involving car 12. So that is the car of Brent O'Brien. Involving the car that we just saw with all the damage bouncing up against the pit wall, Michael Hammond. That potentially could explain a little bit.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. You don't want to see anyone's race ruined, but that's part of motorsport, part of racing.
It does happen. If we weren't all pushing so hard, well, it wouldn't be quite as interesting. So I'm glad they do push as hard as they do.
I have heard broadcast director Seb requesting information on how long a fuel tank may last. I do have a bit of insider information from one of the teams. It seems that the amount of laps per tank is 20 race laps plus 1 in-lap. So roughly that long. So we should say maybe 50 minutes, 55 minutes.
Currently lap 17 for these guys. So we're looking pit stops in around about 4 laps, around about 8 to 10 minutes. So around the 48, 50 minute mark. So That's actually really going to throw up strategy, especially if we see a safety car about the 55th minute. That'll be rather interesting.
Yeah, most definitely. I think these guys will be wanting to take any chance they can to save a bit of fuel.
We've already seen 2 driver swaps completed. ARE Maverick Welding has done their pit stops, driver swaps in both the 26 car and the 44 car. So the ARE Demidov Innovations car number 2 have also done their driver swap as well. Had a couple of swaps done.
Whoa, Matthew Hill on the exit of Paul Frere curve there. Just got a little bit crossed up and had to go off the track to try and gather that car up. I think Michael Schreier is starting to smell a bit of blood. He's closing up as they come into Blanchimont, but the aero push is obviously going to make him fall back just a little bit. Oh, Billy goes off track again. And meanwhile, Mitch McLeod is seeing all of this happening in front of him. Matthew Hill sliding a little bit again in the final chicane. Oh, hearing a bit of wheel spin there from him.
Now, in regards to incident limits, the drivers have unlimited incident numbers that they can hit. However, if they wanted to compete in the championship, they need to be a little bit sparing. They do have a 10-point penalty for every 30 incidents they obtain, which are at a track like Spa, you can quite easily get 10 off tracks a lap and not actually leave the track that much. So that will be very incident.
Marcelo Rivera.
Oh, Kelly.
Oh dear.
I don't know who's going to get the drive-through, or sorry, the black flag penalty there, because they both cut, one on the inside, one on the outside, but I think Rivera's actually got a black flag penalty. He's had to slow. See if Kelly needs to slow as well, because he ran so wide.
As far as I can tell, you actually don't get a black flag for running wide on the exit there. It's just a simple off-track penalty.
Oh, there you go. That's probably a good sign for Sean Kelly.
And of course, I'm sure that the officials, if they saw that, would take a very lenient view of that, because Kelly was taking a bit of avoiding action. Oh, GTI. Multi-21 Fanatic. A little bit of contact there from Kane Kugamiya.
Between he and the 24 car of Matthew Ross Munro. Completely unintentional, but Kane was right in there.
I'm hearing Matthew Ross Munro, the driver of that Sudden Death Racing Team car, not very happy with Kugamiya's move.
Hey, when you're that late on the brakes, you really have to make sure you get the move done, because that's something you need to make sure you get right, or else guys won't be quite as friendly the next time that you come past, especially if you damage the other car.
Well, lead cars, yeah.
Under traffic, sorry. That's saying the same thing at the same time.
Yeah.
One thing I was also just looking at is Addison Down now up to P14. But great drive so far from the guys at All-Star Motorsports. They're currently in P15. They've done a really good job from where they started. P11. Maintain that position. They're doing a great job.
Yeah, Joe Burkett in that driving that All-Star Motorsports car right now. Doing a fine job there. Driving nice and consistent, just keeping it on the track.
Another car that I'm intrigued to see where they're up to is car 888, driven by Sam Sutton after that early penalty on lap 1, which I did notice live that he did jump the start.
He's currently in 25th, currently 24th position now.
Yeah, 24th with Josh Muggleton right behind.
So it's been a fairly good recovery so far from Sam Sutton. we've just received a little bit of news from our director. Madison Down is 40 seconds behind the leaders. So, oh man, coming up to the end of the first stint in this race, things are starting to heat up a bit already. I wonder what Madison Down can do.
About to passes Corey Preston, who is a lap down now after having some steering damage. Dale Nish in the car. No, Corey Preston in the car. Next car up ahead of him is Michael Cracknell in P13, about 4 seconds up the road. Cracker's doing a good job maintaining their position from last night. Teaming up with Jason Dixon. Actually, they've gained 2 positions because Jason unfortunately had a bit of a whoop-to-do on his hot lap.
Michael Cracknell will be looking in his rearview mirror right now and seeing a looming TTR car driven by Madison Down in his rearview mirrors.
Battle 21st, 22nd, 23rd. Quite heated. I'm going to say quite hot and heated at the same time. We've got teammates battling just ahead of Heath Bredden in the Redefined Motorsport. We've got the ERA Whale Life cars just ahead. The 51 driven by James Keane and the 111 driven by Blake Coppo. Now those guys, Blake Coppo, they've done a good job. They didn't get to qualify last night either. Oh,
wow!
2 spots in one corner. Oh, a bit of a touch.
Man, that was oh no! Spun around. That's a spinner at the exit of the last chicane. Oh, Sam Sutton nearly collected him.
I'm sure that race control will be going back and having a look at that, because that was a interesting incident. The GT Omega replay show that Brennan, really good jump under brakes, actually managed to pull it up and get the move done, but they've come around through the second part of the chicane. There's side-by-side contact after Jones actually clipped the curb on the inside of the left-hand part, and it's thrown his car into Brennan's door. Unfortunate Brennan facing the wrong direction. From what turned out to be a great move, he's dropped back 4 or 5 positions. Unlucky.
Yeah, that's a very that's a real shame, that incident. I feel like it maybe could have gone both ways. Brennan could have stayed a little more to the right, but then yeah, the other car could have maybe stayed a little bit more to the left as well.
See how race control view that one.
Well, guys, we've hit lap 20 and the 2 leaders have stayed out.
See if anyone does pit. So we're saying it's around about 20 to 21 laps.
Yeah, 20 laps plus 1 in lap, so we'll have to wait and see.
If anyone does jump in the lane. Now just looking back, we've got the battle 6th, 7th and 8th. We've had a change of position. Michael Schreier now ahead of Matthew Hill with Mitchell McLeod tucked in behind with damage to the front of his car.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Oh, it's Hill.
Hilly.
Oh, a bit of a wobble under brakes there from Hill, and McLeod goes through.
I think he may have taken back a Schreier just slightly, then he had to look up to stop hitting the back of him. He has a look at McLeod heading down to La Rouge.
Poor man, just lifts off a little bit. Oh, he's got the run. Hilly's got the run.
He's got a great run out of there.
Oh,
he's going to be squeezed.
McLeod leading
he's
a
on
bit
the
less than a
grass.
car length. Hill on the grass.
He's doing an SVG down Camel Straight at 290 kilometres an hour.
Ballsy move there from Matthew Hill.
And he stuck it around the outside.
All but McLeod maintains.
Good racing from both of these guys.
All side by side.
But what this is doing is letting Schreier skip away a little.
We do have a few cars starting to jump into pit lane. We've got car 51 Aero Way of Life in the lane. We've got number 14 Sudden Death Racing in the lane as well. So, and the number 11 JFF car in the lane.
I would definitely expect the leaders to pit this lap, guys.
Well, guys,
how good
because
the
it's
prediction is.
a time certain race, if you can drag it out an extra lap each stint with safety cars, you could do a complete pit stop less than everyone else.
And that is a lot of time in hand. Could definitely make the difference in a race as long as this.
Definitely need the safety car to play into your hands though, because you can't rely on them coming when you want them to.
And it looks like Hammer is going into the pits, but Jared Philsell stays out.
Philsell stayed out.
Interesting.
This is a turn
And so
of
does
events.
Ethan Griggolt. So
Griggolt
Hammer
stays
is the
out.
first of the leaders to pit.
Back on Healy. Ford Healy in the lane. And Ford stays out. Freya staying out,
Schreier,
McLeod staying
McLeod,
out.
and Hill.
Yeah.
They all
And
stay
Sean
out.
Kelly in.
Kelly in, okay. Looks like a couple of the guys are just trying to see if they can go a lap longer on this stint.
Anderson Down will come in with Wayne Burke tucked in behind. He comes in as well.
I think we may see quite a few driver swaps here.
Oh, now interesting. Marcelo Rivera, he's dropped out of the session and their car is parked in the lane.
Oh no.
See if we can find out exactly where on the track that happened. Yep, so he's actually on track and the internet connection has dropped to the server, so that is unlucky for those guys. That will cost them plenty of time.
Yeah, they're going to cost them the time to tow it back to pits, and Aaron Hamilton is now in the car, but he'd just be waiting for the towing counter to count down.
Hampstead has a TTL number 1 car have elected to go for a driver swap. John Latham is now getting in that car, and he will take the car through the next stint.
Oh, I love this strategy race. This is all your stuff now. You love this stuff.
Oh yeah, fantastic. It looks like Brock Salmon is getting into the Trans-Tasman Racing red car, taking over from Michael Healy.
Cost now, if a safety car was to be thrown right now, it would have huge ramifications on the makeup of this race.
Yeah, all of the guys that have stayed out would probably go all the way to the back.
Yeah, sometimes staying out's great for your strategy because you can actually get that extra lap now and an extra lap later on, which could gain you enough time to get there one stop less. But if the safety car goes the opposite way, it absolutely kills everything in regards to your strategy. You have to start all over again. Philsell now in the lane.
Matthew Hill getting very squirrely. I think he'll be wanting to bring that car in this lap. We've got another set of guys coming in now.
Griggolt in the lane. I've no doubt that Ian Ford will also come in with Michael Schreier, Mitch McLeod and Matthew Hill.
There was a very long pit stop from Hampstead of 46.8 seconds.
Yep, big line of cars coming in. So we got Schreier, McLeod and Hill all in the pits now.
And for those of you who are wondering how it works in regards to driver swaps, as soon as the drivers click the driver swap button and take over the car, the instant time for that swap is 30 seconds, regardless of what work needs to be carried out by the car. So if you only need to take a splash of fuel and you do a driver swap, your pit stop will be at least 30 seconds. But in this, looking at 45 to 50 second pit stops, you guys won't have to worry about that sort of thing. We will update the overlays once all the pit stops are completed, so that we will have the names swap across. We do have a driver swap happening with Philsell. Bo Cattell is in the car. We also have a driver swap happening with the STC Motorsport teal car, with Bo Cubis now in the car. The Demidov Innovations car as well. Driver swap happening there.
Looks like Mitch McLeod is going to be staying in that Talking Cup of Cement car, as Hayden said they might go when we interviewed.
Hayden Dogman now in the car right now. Just
Hayden's
happened.
gone back on his promise.
That's the talking way.
Keeping an eye on the number 10 TTL car. We'll see if they go for the driver swap.
Now here comes Hampstead coming down towards Eau Rouge. Sorry, John Latham in the car. Number 1 TTL Falcon. He comes out just behind Bo Cattell, so it looks like that extra lap may have helped the team of Phil Sell and Cattell about the same pit stop time.
Yeah, there was nothing in the pit stop times. They're both in there for around 46 seconds.
But I don't know if I'm going to call it now, but it looks like Matthew Hill is staying in that number 10 TTL car, but he's been stationary for quite some time.
Yeah,
now he's gotten going.
53.2 second stop, so possibly repairing a tiny little bit of damage or something like that as well to make the car handle a bit better. But only, from what we can see, only 2 drivers continuing on with the double stint with Hill and someone else. I can't remember who else now. I'm sure there was 2.
Guys, while the pit stops have been going on, I've been looking at the battle that's going on the track at the moment. Bruce Keeley, Jamie Kingston, Brian Ball, Leighton Fine, Stephen Clark, Sam Hand's in amongst it. It is going off these guys.
Battle for 24th, so 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th.
Oh man.
31st position. Wow,
Jamie Kingston didn't get as good of an exit as the Mad Cow Racing car. Leighton Fine driving that car. But it looks like the 017 car also has a good run.
Oh, Angry Birds Racing car.
Oh, Leighton Fine not giving any quarter there. Angry Birds Racing car had to back out of that move, but he was able to pass.
It's just behind. Seaman's having a big look at Kingston. He's just going to the bin side. That's job done. Yeah, very well done.
Interesting too, one car yet to make a pit stop, the 88, driven by Daz Buchanan, shared with Mike Koroloff, so maybe Daz doesn't want Mike in the car at all and he's going to continue on as long as he can.
Very good.
I've got a thought, guys. The 888 car, Sam Sutton, with his drive-through penalty at the start of the race, has he come back in yet?
I do believe he has. Yes, he did come in on his lap 22. He followed this train of cars in with everyone else. So obviously when he did the stop and go, he did not take a splash of fuel at the same time.
So, so there you go, Jay.
He's allowed to, is he, guys?
If it's an iRacing imposed penalty, I believe he can.
Oh, there's something happened, guys, back there, trying to catch who it is. Brian Borg, he's going very slowly, heading down towards Bonchemont now. He's had to pull right out of all that. I'm not sure why.
017 Angry Birds car. Work out what's happened.
Oh, he might have run out of fuel. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm very sure he's running out of fuel.
Sandman was extremely lucky not to collect the back end of him.
He's out of fuel. Brian Borg is completely out of fuel.
Oh no, that's a shame.
So looking at that car 77, which we noticed started in 46th position, it is now up to P9. A great drive from Madison down. Now Lee Ellis in the car. One of the favourites for this race, but obviously starting way back in the field, hampered their run. But we do know that at some point we will see a safety car, so that will potentially play into their hands quite well.
Guys, I was just watching teammates Kurt Stenberg and Sam Sutton side by side heading towards the Rouge. Stenberg looked like he got a slow down penalty and Sutton's been able to skip away. That's for 16th position.
The yellow flag is out.
Oh, safety car.
Oh, safety car. That'd
Here
be
it
for
is.
Brian Borg. That'd be for Brian Borg because he is still sitting by the side of the track. Obviously, race control have been in discussion about that and made the decision to throw the caution flag then. And there we go, Brian Borg has escaped back to the pits. So there you go, caution right after the first round of pit stops.
Interesting. This will throw everything up in the air. Do you pit? Do you splash for fuel now? Do you swap drivers and put a different driver back in to come back through the field? What do you do? I'm glad I'm not in that spot to have to answer that question.
And the safety car is out of the pit lane. It's just heading onto the Kemmel Straight, and Bo Cattell, leader of the race, is pulling up behind now. And he had John Latham all over the back of him, so Cattell will be a little bit relieved with that safety car, I think.
Okubis will be a big winner from this one too, because now he's up into the back of that battle pack.
This is going to be a long way around behind the safety car for these guys.
Probably 2 or 3 laps under the safety car, under the iRacing Ford Mustang safety car. So while the safety car gathers the fuel, we'll grab a quick break so that we can gather our breath, recompose. We still have 3 hours of racing to go. We're watching round 11 of the V8 Supercar Premier Series presented by GT Amiga Racing. This is the Carrera Cup.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race. So you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Welcome back. We are under safety car with 2 hours and 56 minutes remaining in the first race of the GT Amiga Racing Enduro Cup, round 11 of the V8 Supercars Premier Series. Jake Kennedy, Reese Gardner, Clayton Brooks in the commentary box, and this hour has gone off its head.
Man, it's been massive this first hour of the race, hasn't it? We started off with a bit of an upset with Sam Sutton in car 888 jumping the start and being given a drive-through penalty for that. Jared Filsell going from 3rd to 1st on lap 1, and Madison Down so far in just the first hour of the race, starting outside the top 40, has made his way up to 9th.
Yeah, also seen a few other incidents. We have Josh Muggleton, who has ended up sustaining some damage. He actually jumped ahead of Madison Down, but sustained some damage since that point. He's currently in about 25th position with Stephen Sandman Clark behind the wheel at the moment. We've had a couple of drive-through penalties, a couple of incidents with race control being involved for 2 drive-throughs so far. We will grab some drivers to come in for a chat who have just finished their stint in the next little bit as well. Reese, this has been unreal.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic. If this is only the first quarter of the race, I can't wait to see what the next 3 quarters brings us. I do have a bit of an update. When the round of pit stops came through, I did note that Matthew Hill, driving for TTL in car number 10, had taken a little bit longer than usual in his pit stop, and Dylan Sharman, team leader of TTL, has messaged me and told me that Hilly ran out of fuel and missed his pit stall. So that's a very unfortunate incident for him. It's been unfortunate for both TTL cars as well, because John Latham, who took over from Richard Hampstead, who was driving in car number 1, got a slow down penalty, and that cost him the lead.
I've just noticed, guys, Mike Korolev's pitting in now, so he was the guy that Daz Buchanan, they stayed out longer than everyone, and it looks like he's signaling to other drivers he's about to pit. I'm not sure what that's for.
A bit of a weird one, like they've only just gone out. They were the last to leave the lane. The safety car may have actually come out while they were still in the lane, but
those safety cars in, guys, is going to spice up.
Here we go.
Most of the co-drivers are in the car. Bogatel's still got control of this race. When he goes, everyone else are allowed to go.
Of course, the start line is around. We're using the endurance layout, so the guys still are not under green flag conditions, although they are racing. They have to be very, very careful because they are still under yellow.
We're coming out now.
Bogatel's got
to start finish
Green
straight.
flag, green flag.
And the green flag is out.
There we go. We're away.
Goodness me.
The cars in the lane. We've got cars all over the track, and I'm sure there will be guys that have been caught out by not paying attention to which start line we are using.
Adam Holland, I'll put a rouge up for the radio, and I think he may be just getting out of the way because he's a lap down with some damage.
Bogatel's absolutely streaked away on that start. Oh, we're seeing a little bit of jostling here between TTL and the ERA Dimmadov Innovations car. That's Benjamin Smith and John Latham in those 2 cars.
Big gap though from Bocatel back to John Latham, Benjamin Smith, Brock Salmon, Bo Cubis now in 5th position.
I'm guessing, Jay, that one of the top two drivers misread that. Whether Bogatel went too early and may get a penalty, or John Latham thought he wasn't allowed to go until the green. I'm not sure which one misread it, but it's resulted in a huge gap.
Yeah, we'll find out, no doubt, when we talk to race control later on in the race. But that restart really has mixed it up, because Hayden Dodman is all under attack from Tony Autridge, and Lee Ellis now moving up. He's just gained a position over David Amor in the SSR Falcon.
Say just before the safety car, Jay, you mentioned that there were 2 drivers that had swapped over, and you were wondering who the second one was, and it definitely was Sam Sutton that you were thinking of.
Yep.
Because he's still in the car, one and a little bit stints into the race.
So looking at this battle between Latham and Smith, this is for second and third, right behind Brock Solomon, one of the real stars of this V8 Supercars of late. He's right there with him, as well as Bo Cubis.
Yeah, they're incredibly close there up the front. Bocatel still maintaining a 2.6 second lead over all of these guys, and we're seeing the trains forming once again, and as they space out and clump together into their little groups, we're going to see some more battles going on, I believe.
Great to see that the actual start of the race, the actual group position, really meant absolutely nothing in this race. With Madison down now up to P8. We've got guys that started way back in the field. We've got the GTI Multi-21 guys. They've made a massive way through the field, as well as some of the ERA guys that didn't qualify last night. The guys that we saw up here at the pointy end last night, they're nowhere to be seen. Driving from Lee Ellis, as we said, he did get the move done on Michael Schreier, and now looking to get up onto the tail of Tony Aldridge. Fingers crossed we might have a driver in for a quick chat as well. Mitchell McLeod, you got us there, mate?
Sure do. How's going?
Very good. Good stint from you, mate. You had some good pace at the end there.
Yeah, no, car felt really, really good, actually, surprisingly. Exactly the same as qualifying setup, just chucked some fuel in, lowered tyre pressures, and that was about it. And yeah, it was awesome.
How confident are you in Hayden's ability to get the job done here, mate?
Well, he was under a fair bit of pressure under that restart from Tony Aldridge, and he held his own, and he's keeping up with the front four, alright, so he's doing pretty bloody good. He was a bit nervous though. He was like, oh, I was hoping for a couple more flying laps by myself before the restart.
I think the safety car actually is coming out completely the wrong time for these co-drivers that maybe aren't as confident as the main drivers we've seen out there, and saying that these guys are pretty good drivers in their own right.
Yeah, exactly. Like looking at the blokes in front of him, you know, Bo Cubis, Brock Solomon, Benjamin Smith and John Latham, they're all pretty good guys, and Tony Aldridge and Lee Ellis behind him, so they're good calibre of drivers, and he's holding his own at the moment.
Oh guys, Ellis is in the pits.
Sorry, Ellis in the lane.
Ellis in the lane, I wonder what that's for.
We'll let you go, Mitch, we'll talk to you after.
Too easy.
Interesting why. Let's see if we can find out. We'll wait and see if race control give us anything, or whether they've had a black flag due to the start.
Oh,
yep,
passing
under
before
yellow.
the green.
Yep. That's an iRacing imposed penalty, I have no doubt. They will be stopped for 16 seconds, would be my guess.
That will be extremely upsetting for Lee Ellis, because as we know, John Latham backed up the entire pack, so he'd be quite dirty on that.
Yeah, and of course, sorry, go on, Brooksy.
Oh, I was going to say, we saw him get into the top 10 from the rear of the field in the first hour. With 3 hours still to go, this race certainly isn't over for him.
16.6 second stop, so that's definitely the iRacing imposed penalty, which is always 16 seconds.
Oh, man.
I only know too well, Jay. I had to do the same thing last night.
Oh, man. We're looking at 10th and 11th position. That's All-Star Motorsports and SDC Motorsports 009 battling quite hard, followed closely by Sam Sutton and Car AAA Daco Motorsport Yellow.
I believe we've got Ethan in for a chat as well. Ethan, very good. G'day, mate.
Yeah, how's it going, guys?
Good, mate. Good first stint from you. Nice and solid. About where you want to be, I guess, in third position.
Yeah, it is. We've got a bit of a problem there. We got a black flag off the restart for a lap car yielding at the start, so I'm not sure if you guys can do anything about that, but that might throw a hamper in things.
Well, we've just seen Lee Ellis jump in on the pit lane and serve the exact same penalty, so I'm not sure whether race control will be able to do anything about that one. That's unlucky, but a long race to go. You're still definitely in it.
Yeah, exactly. If we serve this penalty, we'll just look at how we can do the strategy and try and get back up the front there. Long race, as he said.
We'll let you go, mate.
Best of luck.
Thanks, guys.
We're seeing the gap closing for the lead quite a bit.
Yeah. Notice that too.
I don't know if that's Bo-Katel's slowing down or everyone else speeding up.
No, it's definitely Bo-Katel's in the 2-minute 22s. Whereas just behind John Latham's doing the mid-21, so it's about half a second a lap.
Yeah, Bo-Katel staying right just a little bit down the Kemmel Straight and then moving over to the left once again. We're going back to 11th and 12th once again.
Whoa!
Oh
Sutton
no!
McKnight.
Oh, that was
McKnight
Sutton.
way out on the dirt. Sutton making contact. The wheels actually locked together. Only doing about 270 k's an hour at the point where they made contact with each other. Wow.
Man. Oh man, we'll go for a
Go and have a look at the
GT.
GT Amiga replay. Sorry, Reese.
That's okay.
Wow.
Goodness me, that is incredibly scary. Look at that. Sam Sutton just moving over, probably not knowing that James McKnight was there, and they nearly took each other out there. That is incredibly scary. Coming into a braking zone at 270 kilometers an hour in a V8 supercar, man, you do not want to be in that position.
I think
It
James McKnight might need some new undies.
It's definitely caused some damage to Sam Sutton. It's written the front left quarter, kind of locked that car. So we'll have to keep an eye on him to see if it's still tracking straight and keep an eye on his lap times.
Going out, very, very good friend Stephen Sandman Clark. The big battle pack going on behind him. So Sandman up to 16th, James Keane 17th, Matthew Thompson in 18th. Got Dean O'Brien in behind, who is a lap behind, but he's tucked in as well. But Matthew Thompson with some really good draft on his teammate. Different coloured cars, but they are teammates. Thompson and Keane.
Just before passing on. Oh, is he go? Oh, he doesn't run wide on the exit. That was very well done there. Very well done.
James Keane, another driver who has done the double stint.
Of course, that moves ERA Demidov Innovations 3, Matthew Thompson, up to 17th position.
I believe we've got driver for the 23 All-Star Motorsport, Joe Burkett, in the box. You got us, Joe?
Sure do.
Good stint, mate. Well done. You kept it P15 when you entered the lane for your pit stop. I'm sure that you guys would be very happy considering we have qualified and how well you've gone so far in this event.
We're actually wrecked with that, to be honest. We didn't expect to be up where we are now. We thought we were going to be lumbering sort of 20 and 25th. But no, it's a good surprise for us to be up there. I think we deserve it though. We've put in a lot of hard work, and yeah, it's good to be up there and try and some good results.
What's the plan from here, mate? Just keep it out of trouble, I'm guessing?
I'd say so, yeah. I mean, it's still, 2 hours, 40 odd minutes left, so we're not even halfway yet. So we'll roll around a bit and see where we end up. Last hour or so, we'll put the foot down.
You guys have done a fantastic job. You've completely flown under the radar, so fingers crossed we'll talk to you later on in the race when you're up towards the pointy end. The checker flag comes out. Good luck, mate.
That sounds like a plan.
Yeah, mate. Great driving from the All-Star Motorsports crew. Done a fantastic job and absolutely surprised everyone in this field.
Yeah, definitely. All-Star Motorsports doing a fantastic job so far. Car number 23 getting hounded by Sam Sutton, who was just involved in that incident earlier with James McKnight. Sam Sutton's looking very racy. Joshua Rogers probably still getting used to the car. Of course, Sam Sutton has been in the car since the start of the race, so he will be a bit more familiar with how the car acts. Battle for the lead is really closed up right now. We got Bo-Katel only 8/10 ahead of John Latham now. Oh man, this is really heating up, and it looks like Benjamin Smith is getting into it as well, as I believe we have the gains and losses up on screen.
Yep, gains. Oh, sorry, you go, Brooksy.
The battle we were just talking about, Sutton and Rogers. Sutton's just made his way past at the bus stop chicane, so that moves him up into 8th position.
With the gains and losses, it's 32 position gain for the 31 Trans-Tasman racing car. 10 for the Dayco Motorsport blue car and 13 for the Demidov Innovations car number 261, and also 8 spots for the TTR Black B5 now to 87.
Oh, it looks like Benjamin Smith and John Latham really battling hard. Benjamin Smith nearly gained second place from John Latham there. Sorry guys, go on.
The Hut 32 spot loss for the 117 SDC Motorsport car after serving that black flag penalty. And also the ERA Way of Life number 111 started rear of grid due to not qualifying yesterday. They're up 26 spots. A great job from them.
I've got to bring your attention the drive from Tony Autridge and Sean Kelly at the top end of the field. I think it was about 13th they qualified. You just mentioned Jay. Been a very solid drive from them. Got a mark on the car. Sean Kelly's handed it over to Autridge, and throughout all the pit stops, they've actually jumped a few more spots up into 5th position.
Yeah, doing a very solid job, TTR Black. Very impressive drive.
Hayden Dodman is under all sorts of pressure from Matthew Hill.
Oh man, this is really heating up now. We'll have to see if the same issues from Hilly's first stint appear. Car getting a bit squirrely under the throttle. Looks like Dodman's run a little bit wide. Didn't get on the throttle quite as early or in a straight line as he would have liked. And Hilly is now coming up on the right-hand side of Dodman. He's going to get past before Bolshimov.
Great move.
Yeah, Hilly had plenty of speed, then he got a great run. Did not want to see us to go side by side through Bolshimov.
Patel is under a lot of pressure now from John Latham. And Ford doing a great job too. So Benjamin Smith out at the moment, sorry.
I was going to say, you usually think once the pit stops cycle through, the battles start to spread out a little bit, but thanks to that safety car, we remain just as close as we have since the start.
And the 3 guys at the front, they're battling just like their teammates were. It's unbelievable how they're all nose to tail. Of course, Benjamin Smith, they've done well to jump up from 4th spot. It's Bo Cubis. I'm just trying to find Bo Cubis. Not sure where he is in the field at the moment.
He's in the 117 car,
32nd position.
32nd place, over a minute behind the lead.
Yeah, he's that's Stephen's teammate. They've had some kind of drama.
Because that black flag penalty for passing under yellow, which someone who's joined us in the booth knows all about as well. His teammate had to serve the same penalty. Madison Down joining us in the booth. Great drive, that.
Oh yeah. Sorry, my headset. Yeah, my headset's just died on me. No,
here we go.
Right.
We got you back.
Got it back. No, we had a pretty interesting first start of that racing. We gained about 10 positions on the opening lap and brought the car in around about P10 after starting 46. So and car doesn't have a mark on it, so couldn't have asked for better for a stint. That's everything I planned, and I feel like we got good car speed. Just unfortunately that last safety car got stung by that restart penalty, which I think Ethan did golf and Bo Cubis had happened as well. And also I think the Todd Parks car behind us may have had the same issue with Wayne Burke. So yeah, that's hurt us a little bit, but we threw a bit more fuel in at that stop, so hopefully that plays to our advantage a bit later on.
Are you able to fill us in exactly on that restart? So it looked like Bo-Catel went, well, he went when the safety car moved off, but
this is happening like, guys, by the way, sorry, just to cut you off.
Yeah.
Yeah, the popped on Labour packed right up, waiting for the green signal. Do you have any light you can shed on that?
I think, because this is the endurance layout, so I'm pretty sure the control line that we're all working off is the GP layout. So I saw John Latham go, and it's much my fault as Lee, so I called go. But, and that was when John Latham went. and so Lee went round a car up after the lap time line, but I think the control line for safety car may be in a different spot, possibly in the endurance layout. So
Yeah. The reason will be, so Matt, the start line is obviously where the start of the race and the safety car is released from. So the green flag will not be waved at the finish line; it will be waved at the start line. So that's what's caught a few guys out. As Spokubus has now blown his engine and may not make it back to the lane. We may see another safety car.
And as we were having this interview with Madison Down, I couldn't help but notice battle for 8th, 9th and 10th between Dayco Motorsport, All-Star Motorsports, and the Talking Cup of Cement car. Over the last couple of laps, that battle has been incredibly close, and it looks like the Talking car has gone down from 7th to 9th, and All-Star Motorsports has gained a position, and Dayco Motorsport has been the winner out of all of that. They are now in 7th position.
And also we got Bruce Keeley in the SDR2 car trying to limp that car back. He's down a Blanchimont at the moment, trying to get it back to pit lane. He's in a whole world of hurt. As there was a change for the leaders we'll interview on Matt as well, as John Latham's managed to get in front of Mercatel as they were headed up Camel Straight on the previous lap.
And it looks like Bo Cubis is now in the pits after blowing his engine.
That's very unfortunate because Ethan obviously had great pace. Bo, unfortunately, quite sure exactly what's happened, but see if we can find out.
Yeah, that's a real shame for the 117 car. They, of course, were the pole sitters for this race, so massively unlucky, and I really feel for them.
Of course, they've still got that Cubis' teammate Benjamin Smith putting a heap of pressure on Bo-Catel. He's got a very good run. Bo-Catel's following the slipstream with John Latham in front. He thinks better of it.
Sorry guys, I just found out what's happened with the Bo Cubis incident, and obviously we saw the 24 car limping back to the pits. 24 had spun and he actually was reversing back out onto the track and left Bo with nowhere to go other than to choose the other car or the fence. He unfortunately chose the car and it has blown his and the other car up. Very unlucky. How good is this battle though that's going on between the SSR car, the Talking car, the Simpit cars?
Yeah, absolutely amazing battle going on here.
9th, 10th, 11th and 12th positions.
We got Madison down back there, mate. You still have to be very confident of being able to work your way up with 2.5 hours still remaining in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've got a pretty strong race car. Just need to get through Lee's stint here nice and smoothly, and car's fast. It's as fast as Jared and Richard, so it's just a matter of getting back up the front. I think with hopefully a few more safety cars playing in our favour, we might not be too bad, but I mean it's always going to be a tough ask coming from the rear of the field like that. So yeah, I think the best we can really hope for is the top 5, but who knows, we may get a win.
Sorry, Matt, I've got a bit excited with Hayden Todman all sorts of crossed up and now under pressure from both Simpit cars.
Man, this is really hotting up now.
He's taking a look, Jason Dixon's poked the nose down the inside into the bus stop chicane. He's backed out of it now.
We've got gearbox camera now on Hayden Dodman looking back at the two SDC cars. Look at how they're closing up a bit in the braking zone. Oh, man.
I'm pretty sure James McDonald will be on the rodeo at the moment to Dixon saying, "You have a go or I'm going to."
Jeez.
Look at the commitment.
You can hear the car bottoming out there up the top of the hill, and it looks like the SDC cars do have a bit of a better run. I'm going to see if they can try and get past him. They're alongside. Looks like the first one of them will.
Yeah, Dixon will get the move done, and
Oh dear. So Hayden Dodman is now the peanut butter in an SDC sandwich.
that's
This is-
fantastic, mate.
I'm sorry, guys.
Sorry.
But this battle is absolutely fantastic to watch. There's nothing much better, I feel, than some good old V8 supercar racing.
Another battle forming up in the top 10. Looks like Brock Salmon had a slowdown penalty. He's bringing Tony Autridge, up into him, but in 6th spot, Matthew Hill, he's been laying down some great lap times, and he's really ranging up to the back of Autridge.
Last lap by, he gained another 0.2 of a second. He's gaining fairly quickly.
So it'll only be a lap or two, and we'll expect to see Hilly underneath the wing of Autridge.
Could even be sooner than that, the way he's driving. He's putting some great laps in, and still yet to make their driver swap in the TTL number 10 Falcon.
We should touch on the leader, John Latham. He's been doing great lap times. He did a 21 flat last time around, as opposed to Cattell's 21.8. So it's 0.8 of a second the last lap. The leaders opened that gap up.
Looks like the TTL1 car has taken the lead as well. Or did that happen a while ago and I missed
that was a little while ago, that one, Reese.
Yep, I thought so. Oh man, Bo Cattell really
Back in the
getting
field.
liberal with the curve up the top of the... Sorry.
Battle on screen with 23rd, 24th. We've got Tyson Williams up the inside of Jeff Couchy. Wow.
Jeez.
That was commitment plus from both of those guys to get the move done. And Tyson Williams now up into 23rd position. Oh, sorry, I just thought I saw something happening with the TT red car, but it looks like maybe some internet issues with Brock Salmon. It must be a prerequisite to join TTR if you have internet troubles.
Only allowed to join if you got bad internet.
It did. NBN is banned if you're on TTR. But Robbie Tomei under pressure from Tyson Williams. Robbie Tomei in 22nd position. 23rd for the GTI Multi-21 Fanatec car. We'll run through the current top 10 as it stands right now. Currently, first position is the Team Pagnian TTL number 1 car, currently driven by John Latham, teamed up with Richard Hampstead. They've led a lot of this race, driving quite well at the moment. Gap of around about 2 seconds back to the second car of the ANZ SSR car, driven by Bo Cattell at the moment, teaming with Jared Filsell, starting in 3rd position now in P2. P3, currently Benjamin Smith, teaming up with Ian Ford. Guys started in 5th position from memory. Currently P3, doing a very, very good job, and one to watch towards the end of this race, doing a great job.
And I want to say, just as a bit of an aside, while we're going through the top 10, I've only just noticed Bo Cubis and Ethan Galt have both disconnected from the session, so I think that may be a retirement from the 117 car.
Now, currently now up into 4th position with a move done over Brock Salmon is Tony Autridge now 4th position, teaming up with Sean Kelly, looking the cleanest and the nicest on track, definitely the best livery out there. Doing a great job, Tony, and Sean Kelly did a great job as well. And right behind them is the Team Pagnian TTL number 10 car, Matthew Hill. Those guys yet to do their driver swap, teaming up with PJ Sturgis, who is still waiting to have his turn to do some laps. And that is a team that I think have a chance of being right up towards the pony end of the podium by the end of this race.
Yeah, most definitely are. And just behind there, Brock Salmon, he's sitting in 6th position, was in 4th a couple of laps ago. He's suffered a couple of slowdowns, which has dropped him right down into 6th spot.
They're teaming up with Michael Healy, probably one of the most underrated combos, I would say, in this entire field. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're up towards the pointy end as well at the end of this race. Can't have everyone up there though, I guess. Can't put everyone on the podium. 7th position is the Dayco Motorsport yellow car 888. Because they had an incident before the green flag went underway. They jumped the start. Sam Sutton now double stinting, running around in this second stint, teaming up with Jake Maloney, currently 7th position. In 8th position, the biggest surprise packet we've seen all weekend. Number 23, the All-Star Motorsports Enduro team of Josh Rogers and Joe Burkhart. They are doing a fantastic job. Qualified in 11th position in the top 10 shootout, top 15 shootout last night. We did not expect to see them anywhere near the shootout, and those guys to still be competing right up towards the pointy end is an absolutely fantastic effort. So well done to those guys. Currently 8th. In 9th position we have the Synergy Sim Racing number 1 team, David Moore and Michael Schreier in the number 30 Falcon. Great drive from those guys. Been pretty solid in the top 10 throughout the entire Premier Series so far, so no surprise to see them in this position at the moment. And rounding out the top 10 is the STC Motorsport red car, currently driven by Jason Dixon, also teaming up with Michael Cracknell. Started last night in 15th position, so 5 position gain from the top 15 shootout last night, and travelling along quite nicely. Nice clean car.
Yeah, definitely. Very good job from SDC Motorsports in this race, as we see the 009 car trying to go for a move here. James McKnight in that car. They're going to swap positions, and that's going to put the SDC Motorsports 009 car in 10th position.
As you're running through the top 10 then, Joe, I was looking at all the lap times of the guys in the top 10, and they're all pretty much doing around the same lap times, maybe except for our leader, John Latham. He's a little bit quicker, but the rest of the top 10 are all probably doing around the high 21s, low 22s.
Battle for second now starting to heat up. Bo Cattell and Ben Smith. Ben probably one of the most underrated drivers in this field, because we don't see him drive the V8 Supercar a great deal, if at all. So great to see him out there battling really hard with the guys that we expect to be up towards the front. A bit out of control from Bo though.
As they come through Blanchimont. Oh, Ben Smith will probably be dealing with not only the understeer of the V8 Supercar full stop, but a little bit of aero push as well as they come into the final chicane. A little bit of line swapping going on there.
I think Benjamin Smith has been running some official races, getting up to speed for this race.
Well, he's been doing a fine job so far, I have to say. As Bo Cattell kind of protects the inside line there going into La Source, but Ben Smith with a little bit of a wider entry may have had a bit of a better exit than him. As they come up to Eau Rouge now, we'll see how they come out. And we're looking at more pit stops in the next 3 or 4 laps or thereabouts, as we are coming up to lap 40, and we did spend some time on the safety car, remember. So that's going to have extended the amount of time that this stint would have gone. So yeah, look for pit stops around lap 43 to 46, I'd say.
Yeah, a couple of guys may have contemplated taking fuel under that pit stop just to adjust their window, but I actually shocked nobody jumped in, got out of sync with everyone else. So we've given guys opportunity for some strategy. No one's taken a different one, so we'll see how this plays out. We've still 141 minutes of racing to go. We were watching a little bit ago, we saw Tyson Williams in behind Robbie Tomei, the 21 multi-21 car behind the number 100 Synergy Sim Racing car. That move has now been completed.
How's it going, guys?
Got Ian in the box. Ford, hello Ian.
How you going, Jake? Did you race tonight?
Fantastic. No mate, no, I wasn't good enough to race tonight. Too much to do, but I'm pathetic anyway, so there's no point watching me race. Your race though going pretty well, currently P3 mate. You guys are flying along.
Yeah, we've finally got the car dialed in. We went out in the first stint with the tyres too low and it was just awful. Like I could be drifting around a corner and then the next corner I'd be setting like an optimal sector. So like we just bumped the tyres up and now we've got full pace, running full fuel mixture, you know, not saving anything. So hopefully Bo gets out of the way and we can chase down Latham for the lead, but that's a bit harder than it is to say.
Yeah, Bo-Catel won't easily give up that position, evidently as seen by the sheer amount of close racing we've seen between them and you guys.
Yeah, it's been,
now obviously
it's been nice and tight up the front there. That's all good. It's been nice and tight up the front there, especially when Smitty was trying to overtake Latham and just got it completely sideways. That was pretty spectacular.
You guys are sitting very, very well. Obviously, you'll jump back in the car for the next stint, or will we see Ben double stint here?
It'll all just depend on how he feels coming into the pit lane. Sometimes you hit the pit lane and the adrenaline goes down a bit and you just lose a bit of focus. So it'll all depend on whether he wants to jump out or not. But I'll probably be taking the car to the finish. That's probably the only guaranteed thing, unless you guys want to tell me the secret number for a safety car, and then I'll organise from that.
If we knew it, mate, we'd tell you and everyone else, but nobody knows except for one man with his calculator, so
we're
I
just
tried
as
to
in
get
the
the
dark
info out
as
of him
you
and he
are.
wouldn't tell me. But we legitimately do not know, so cannot tell you.
It was worth a try at least.
One of your teammates there, Ian, Aaron Hamilton, has just gone into the pit lane. Do you know if that's a scheduled stop or?
Probably not, but they are trying to change strategy up and try and get back into the races a bit, because they had an early dropout, so they're not quite off the lead lap, but I think they're just going to try and play a bit of strategy. We've worked out fuel numbers to the end without a safety car, so he should be on the faster tyres now, hopefully clear air and just drive his way back up. And not many of our cars have had much luck tonight, so any good result's a good result.
Now, how long till we will see your car in the lane? Guessing 2 or 3 laps?
I reckon we can fuel save another 20 laps if there's a safety car coming.
Absolutely zero strategy given away in here, Jay.
Love it.
I reckon
good luck,
sometime in the
mate.
next 10 laps you should see us.
It's 10 laps. Good work, mate. Good luck for the rest of the night. We'll no doubt talk to you throughout the race.
Thank you.
Always good fun having drivers in. Some will give everything away and others will give nothing away.
Ian Ford's definitely the latter.
This has been a great battle though.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I've been watching Gearbox Cam on Cattell, just seeing the differences in lines as they go through all the different corners on this amazing racetrack. Really, really awesome to watch.
We've got Stephen Sandman Clark, big, deep through the chicane. I don't think that was intended, and he's going to lose a little bit of time, but up to P17, which is really good to see. The team come back from a long way back in the field.
Yeah, they've moved up 31 positions so far.
Only a couple of gains. Oh, here comes Ben Smith. Oh! All sorts of crossed up as Cattell cuts across in front of him.
Oh dear. It seems like this part of the track is the part where Ben Smith is definitely the most has the most advantage over Cattell. Interesting to see what he can do in this latter part of the lap. Button and Salmon, on the other hand, appear to be involved in a little bit of a battle themselves.
Yeah, so Salmon in P6, 7th position for the Daco Yellow car of Sam Sutton. I would be fairly sure that Sam Sutton will get out of the car at the next opportunity for pit stops. Currently done 41 laps. 41 laps is a long time to do around bar in a V8 supercar. We know that one lap around here in a V8 supercar is enough for us. So
And just up in front of those two, battling for 5th and 4th, is Hilly's right on Tony Orchard's now.
Hill's had some great pace towards the end of his stints. Not quite as good at the start, but you noticed in the early stint, about 17, 18 laps in, he had some really good pace in the car. So they've obviously done a really good job with their race setup, maintaining that speed. We'll cross to Simon Black, who's jumped in the box for a quick chat. You got us there, Simon?
Oh, g'day guys, how's it going?
Very good. Sorry, Simon, just noticed a couple of cars stuck in the lane. We've got the All-Star Motorsports car come into the lane, and he was followed by another car, I believe, but I'm not sure, no. So the All-Star Motorsports car of Josh Rogers is in the lane from number 9. Sorry, P8 he was in. Sorry, Simon. Your race is going quite well. You're sitting nicely in 22nd position.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good.
Marty's kept the clean.
Made up about 20 spots, so not too bad, seeing as I had a bit of a moment at the start there.
Just about to lose one though, but that's okay.
Matthew Hill.
Matthew Hill.
Goodness me. Oh,
fantastic drive.
Oh, man.
Quite a bit of contact.
Hard battling between Matthew Hill and Tony Ortridge. Absolutely fantastic to watch.
Yeah, this has been great to watch this entire battle. Sorry, Simon.
No need to be
your
sorry.
Race obviously going to plan though.
Yeah, so far. As you know, I probably haven't done a lot of practice in the organisation of the event, so it's just a matter of getting out there and getting in the groove a little bit and doing our own thing and keeping it clean, and so far it's working for us.
Marty's doing a great job of holding up the cars behind him, so give him a thumbs up from me.
Yeah, he told...
Got a nice freight train running behind him.
Well, yeah, that is a busy looking pack.
Guys, the first guy from the top 10, Josh Rogers, just completed a pit stop, 25.2 seconds. And Jay Burkett is in the car.
Well, it sounds like there's been plenty of action out there. Have you been enjoying your coverage of the GT Omega Endurance Cup?
Been fantastic so far. I can't believe we're already 2 hours in. It's great.
John Latham is now in the pits.
Yep. The first of the real guys at the front to make a move and show their hand. We saw in the first stint, the first car in was Richard Hampstead. So maybe they're using this little bit of strategy here to do a bit of an alternate strategy and pit a little bit earlier and maintain the fresh tyres.
It seems to be the way they're going about it.
Brock Salmon having all sorts of internet issues and has Sam Sutton right in behind him.
Yeah, that's not a very good position to be in, following a car that's blinking like that. You just lose all of your confidence in your ability to race them.
Benjamin Smith's got a great run on Bocatel.
Oh, here we go.
This is the battle for the lead at the moment.
Oh, is Smith going to hold it around the outside? They touch! They touch! Cattell and a massive swipe, and he recovers it.
Right out sideways.
Very good driving from Bocatel to recover that.
Netcode contact there, but I think Ben Smith's actually going to give up the spot. Great sportsmanship from Ben Smith.
Very good from him. So we're going to a GT Omega replay of that incident that you just saw there.
I don't actually think they actually made contact. I think that was pure netcode contact, but we'll find out with the GT Omega replay. I don't think Ben Smith really needs to try and make this move because he's got the pace.
Especially this phase of the race, pit stop's just about to happen. What's that done? That's given the combo Hampstead Latham a free kick.
Yeah, definitely has, but still we can't discount the fact that that was a very sportsmanlike move there from Ben Smith to give that position back, so good on him.
Well, it sounds like you've got your hands full here with action, guys, so I'm going to head back to the admin box and get ready to jump in the car, so I'll talk to you again after.
Have fun, Simon.
Good luck, Simon.
There you guys.
Thank you for joining us.
John Latham, he's just completed a 9.5 second pit stop, so he's gone right outside the window and he stayed in the car.
That's a very interesting move there from the number 1 TTL team.
They did this at Bathurst last year. They were out to sink pretty much the whole race and was able to come through with quite an easy victory in the end, so they might be playing that card again.
Well, it looks
Bo
like...
Patel is in the lane.
Yeah, beat me to it, Jay.
Good mind, think alike, Reese.
Yeah.
And following in is the TTR cars of Orchard, Salmon, the Daco car of Sutton, Synergy Sim Racing car of Moore, and also the SDC car of Dixon, all in the lane.
Here we go. It's I think the second round of pit stops is officially in full swing. Looks like the
Safety
ERA
car now
has
would
stayed
absolutely throw everything out, wouldn't it?
out. It most definitely would.
I can do it.
I wield in my hands the ultimate power.
I would definitely not do that for the admins that are listening. might lose my admin privileges if I keep saying things like that. Interesting though, the TTR driven by Lee Ellis now up into 14th position, but they are 70 seconds behind the lead of this race.
Jared Philsell's now back in the ANZ SSR car.
Here we go. Jared Philsell, third place qualifier in the shootout session. In the 94 car, he's just getting ready to jump out back onto the track.
Driver spots for all those cars that we just spoke about then. We've got Jake Maloney in the car, Michael Schreier back in the car, Michael Healy in the car. We have Sean Kelly in the car, Michael Cracknell in the car, Josh Muggleton all back in the car. The only driver not to do a pit stop in this last round of pit stops is the number 1 car of John Latham, who just now comes past Jared Philsell through Radion.
And of course, we've still got Benjamin Smith out there in the ERA car.
Ben Smith, Matthew Hill, all in the lane this lap. And to do driver swaps too.
Yep, in goes Ben Smith. We'll see whether Ian Ford gets back into that ERA car.
Hey guys, we've got John Latham. He is in the lead on corrected order. Trying to get a gauge. It's not too far behind, probably about 3 or 4 seconds behind.
3.4 seconds looking at my live timing, so fairly close to accurate. See if we do have driver swaps for the guys that are in the lane. We've got James McKnight in the lane and Hayden Dodman in the lane. Also Kurt Stenberg in the lane in the number 35 Daco Motorsport car.
I would assume that Jake Burton will be hopping into that number 35 car, taking over from Stenny. And also, we might see PJ Sturgios taking over from Matthew Hill in the number 10, unless Hilly's absolutely insane and just wants to drive for hours and hours.
Wouldn't that be self-punishment?
Oh, it definitely would be.
Well, the co-drivers have to do at least one stint in the car, and this race is nearly done, nearly half over, guys. 2 hours and 7 minutes left. The stint being around 50 to 55 minutes.
And Ford is back in the car, but there we go. There's the change. PJ is now in the car.
Now in the number 10. PJ Sturgios, a pro-level iRacer on both the road and oval side. And TTL have managed to snag him for the Endurance Cup. Quite an asset, I would think. Incredibly quick driver, PJ. I can't wait to see what he can do.
Now, would we have said this early in the race? You really think we would have said number 77 is leading the race, currently driven by Lee Ellis. Of course, not in the effective race lead, but they're a little bit out of sync of everyone else with that little bit of a pit stop they made. And we did hear from Madison down earlier that they did splash some fuel in while they were making that stop and go penalty for passing under yellow. Wow.
Goodness
Great
me.
drive to get back in this position.
Yeah, an amazing drive from the guys in the number 77 car. Of course, they started all the way back beyond position 40. So to see them in the current lead of the race anyway is just amazing to see.
This is the battle, believe it or not, for second and third. Although we'll get these guys a bit of TV time while they're in P2. Marty Atkins in P2, Jeff Giacchi in P3. These guys won't be up the pointy end for very long once these pit stops are done, but let's enjoy it while they're there.
Incredibly close battle there between the 351 and the 886. But of course they've got PJ, no, not PJ Sturgios, I think it's the number 1 TTL car close behind them.
John Latham right
in the
behind.
car. Yep.
Yeah, that's the corrected order leader coming up behind them. It'll be interesting to see if they make it easy for Latham to get around, or because I mean it is for position after all.
Technically. I must say those GT Amiga cars look very, very good. Great job by Mike Crowell. I love the headlight covers. They look fantastic.
Yeah, that's a very cool headlight cover there. Oh, it looks like Atkins stays out and Gauchi hits. So Atkins is going to stay out for one more lap.
Yeah.
Now, Phil Sell has closed the gap up very, very quick to Latham too. I don't think we've noticed that. Actually, he's just done the fastest lap of the race.
Oh wow, Jared Philsell on the warpath at the moment.
That's interesting.
We're
So
just
we'll
in the
reset
process of
the
resetting
graphics.
the overlays, guys.
At a 2:20.2. So fastest lap of the stint, I should say. Have a look at how close Latham is now behind. I think it's around the 351 car.
It looks like John Latham has gone past him at the end of the Kemmel Straight. Now,
I don't think Marty will want to be involved in this.
Yeah, Marty's just like, no, please leave me.
Jared's.
There's one thing that Simon Black and Marty Atkins will do is keep it a straight car, and they'll be thereabouts at the end. Probably not at the pointy end, but they're going to get a solid result out of this, no doubt.
Yeah, definitely. Both two very solid drivers in that car.
Yeah, before the pit stops, we saw Ben Smith tucked right up behind Bo Cattell. He's now 7 seconds behind that battle with Ian Ford in the car. Bit interesting there. Not sure as to why the pit stop times weren't that different, about 2.5 seconds, but net loss of about 6 seconds for the ERA Demidov Innovations car. Now boys, we've got a, I don't know if we can call him a special guest, but we've got someone in the commentary boxes join us. Stephen Sandman Clark's jumped in the booth after his stint. We've got a Sandman.
G'day boys, how are we?
Fantastic mate, good drive from you, kept it nice and clean.
A little bit slow, but I guess you expect that from a commentator.
Hey, now come on, Brooksy's done well for us tonight.
Oh, did he? I didn't get to see the results.
Yeah, both me and Brooksy have got second place finishes this weekend, Sandman.
Oh, no pressure.
What have you got to say?
Yeah, thanks very much.
I might throw the microphone away and grab yourself a steering wheel full time.
You can send your application to TTR Racing.
We've already discussed this. I have good internet, mate. I'm not allowed to go to TTR.
Having fun? Counted out there, mate?
It was good. We had an absolutely impressive start. Muggo was just on fire. We went from 48 to 28 in just about 3 or 4 laps. So, unfortunately, we got tangled up in a bit of an incident. Sorry, boys.
Sorry, Sam, we just had to interrupt there. Yeah, Latham got held up massively by, I think it's Scott Stevens in the GT Omega car, and that's enabled Phil Cell to get down around the outside and down the Kemmel Straight to take the lead of the race.
Correct, very close. Jared Philsell absolutely hustling that car. I'm seeing him working the steering wheel like a madman.
He's done a great job to get back up the front. A little bit behind. Sam, you did keep it nice and clean, which was really good to see. I'm really happy that you've done that. But you've handed it over back to Muggo. Whereabouts are you sitting at the moment? You're sitting in 19th position.
Yeah, well, we could have probably pitted it a lap or two earlier, so we gave up some track speed, but because others were on fresh rubber, we knew people were pitting behind us, and they knew they'd probably leapfrog us a little bit, but it was the end of the day, we were going for fuel strategy, so we wanted to run that tank absolutely dry, so we decided to do that, and I mean, so far so good. It's a nice little comeback because we had a little bit of contact in the hairpin and got turned around, and then unfortunately Muggo spun it as well, coming onto the front straight, so but never mind, we've bounced back, and you know, so far so good. Still a long way to go. We're only halfway.
How is the car, Sam? Man, it looks like a boot has been reattached to the car in one of the pit stops.
Yeah, we were pretty lucky actually. The car looked absolutely terrible with that contact in the chicane, but it only gave us about 20 odd seconds of repair time. So we opted to take most of that. I think we left about 6 seconds at the first spot. And then when I got out of the car, then we finished the car up and it's completely repaired now. So it actually feels a lot better than it actually looked.
Are you jumping back in the car, mate?
But yeah, we're sort of we're waiting to see how this race is unfolding. Of course, that safety car really worked in our favour. I don't know how it worked or hampered other people, but that worked out well. So I'm sort of keeping a close eye on the vision to see, you know, how everything's going. If we get another safety car, I might quickly jump back in and then hand it over to Muggo, but the deal is, or the plan is, to have Muggo finish at this stage.
Well, he's got 2 hours to go, where he just ticked over halfway in this race, guys.
What a brilliant first half it's been.
The battle between 9th and 10th position. The TTR red car, Michael Healy at the wheel, with Michael Schreier charging him down. Last lap by, gaining 0.3 of a second.
PJ Sturgis, on the other hand, in 5th place, under quite a bit of pressure there from Sean Kelly, but driving very well so far. Has done a mid 21 so far, so in terms of lap time, that's put him right up there with the top guys.
Yeah, 21.4. It's only 1/10 off Hilly's fastest lap time, mate. So he's certainly on the pace, PJ.
Yeah, PJ doing a fine job so far, but of course feeling a little bit of the heat from Tony Autridge in that TTR black car behind him.
It's great to see a driver with the calibre of PJ in this field. Really good to see where he ends up by the end of this too.
Now, has the team picked him up indefinitely, guys, or is it just for this Enduro Cup? Does any guys know?
Don't know. All I know is that he is around for the whole Enduro Cup.
Make sure to check that out for you guys.
How about we ask right now? We can ask the man right now.
Here we
probably
go.
Know the answer. Let me just enable his microphone. We've got Hilly there now. Hilly, welcome back to the V8's Online Commentary Box once again. Twice in 2 nights, mate. You're going to have to stay around a bit more.
Yeah, that's it. I'm just enjoying the air conditioning.
You're only here for the catering, aren't you? That's the story. Madison Down is back in the car, in the TTR orange car. They've pitted on lap number 48. Now, Hilly, we were just wondering the question about PJ. Have you guys signed him just for the Enduros, or have you signed him as a permanent signing?
I wish we had him permanently, but he definitely has other commitments in the NASCAR and other GT3 stuff. So it's just for the Enduros, but you never know your luck. He's I think he's thoroughly enjoying his time with us so far.
Doing a good job too. He's definitely holding his own and proving that he can drive anything.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're absolutely astonished by... He didn't even pick it up. He just jumped in the car and drove us a bit quicker than I can. It's incredible. He's an absolute machine and a pleasure to drive with as well.
Now, what was the plan with you guys? Obviously, you stayed in the car for quite a while, mate. Were you a
Yeah.
sucker for punishment or what?
Yeah, well, I didn't think I stuffed the first stint up enough, so I did a second one just to really rub it in.
That's pretty good explanation there, mate. Well done.
No, well, I did sort of, I got a couple of slowdowns going through Eau Rouge early in the race, which cost us probably, maybe 6 positions in total, and then ran out of fuel going into my pit bay, overshot it, and had to get a 3-second tow back into my pit bay. So that's, continuously cost us, but my second stint was a lot cleaner and worked my way back up towards the front, which was great.
What's the plan from here in regards to strategy, mate? Just push on for as long as you can in regards to fuel and then work it out at the end, or have you actually got a legitimate plan?
We are flying by the seat of our pants.
Good,
That's the way to do it.
95% of the teams in the field, so you're fitting well.
Yeah, absolutely. No, well, the plan is to run as long as we can, so we're really pushing the limits of the fuel, and hopefully we get a shorter stop. And if a safety car comes up around that sort of time, we'll be in the box seat because we'll have less fuel to take. So that's the plan moving forward. Is just to not save fuel, but use it to the best of our advantage.
Mitchell McLeod just getting a move done on Marty Carroll, moving back into the top 10. We're talking a couple of cement car over the SDC Motorsports 009 car on Carroll. Obviously sitting P4 at the moment, mate. You're definitely holding your own. I thought you may have dropped back a little bit, but I'm very impressed, mate. I should have more faith in you.
Well, I've done enough laps here in the last couple of weeks, so I actually put some practice in, and I really enjoy driving Spa. It's probably one of my favourite circuits, so more than happy to put the hours in. So it's been really good fun, and I suppose teaming up with PJ has given me that extra inspiration to try and find an extra 10th here and there. So it's been great.
Does that mean you're going to stick around in the series for a bit longer? You're going to do the entire series, or just stay for the Enduros?
Definitely the Enduros, but we'll see how we go for the rest of the series. But absolutely, definitely the Enduros. Bathurst
Awesome to hear, mate.
Yeah, Bathurst and the Phillip Island. Oh, another two of my favourite tracks. So yeah, looking forward to that.
Oh, good to have you around again, mate. We'll look forward to seeing you finish this race and on track for Bathurst in a few weeks, and then Phillip Island a few weeks after that.
Yeah, thanks guys. I'm really enjoying everything you guys are doing, and I absolutely want to thank our sponsors as well, Magnum Imports. They've been fantastic for us as well. So.
Good job, mate. Have a good night. We'll no doubt talk to you at the end.
All right, thanks guys.
The gaggle of drivers wanting to come in for a chat now. We had no one around earlier. We've got everyone here now, Reese. We're looking good. Might jump Bo Cattell in now, sharing the drive with the race lead. You got us there, Bo?
Yeah, how are you guys?
Good, mate. You and Jared seem to team up pretty well.
Yeah, like old times. It's been really good so far. I was just happy not to get too many off tracks, and I just really wanted to not lose too much track position for Jared, so it sort of went pretty well.
I had some luck with some traffic around you to actually help you out, and Jared's just pushing on now that he's taken the race lead.
Yeah, that's right. He's an absolute machine. I don't know how he does the lap times he does, but yeah, it worked really well. So we really don't know what we're going to do with fuel or anything yet. It's sort of what I'm going to try and work out now, but yeah, we don't actually have a spotter or anything, so we'll go pear-shaped quite quickly.
That's all right. You're not alone in the work it out on the fly strategy. So I don't think we've heard anyone yet actually work out a legitimate strategy so far. So we'll see how that pans out for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh dear, we're looking at a bit of a battle here on track at the moment. Michael Healy up 2 spots.
It's past Michael Schreier and Jake Maloney within the space of 100 metres.
Goodness me, that's insane. But Schreier looks like he's going to try and come back. Maybe, maybe not. Jake Maloney blinking a couple of times there.
On the wrong team, Jake. How are you finding teaming back up with the ANZ guys? Bro, you were obviously there in the past and semi-be there again now, but you're enjoying that?
Yeah, it's been really, really good. They're really accommodating, and we've actually come a long way with setup and tyre life, and yeah, it's been only positives so far, and having the ability to share drivers and for things like this has really worked well. So couldn't be happier.
Obviously that will lead into positives throughout the rest of the championship because we've seen you push towards to being one of the winners towards the old Monday night V8 series, but will we see you try and push towards the front and potentially get a win in the Premier Series, mate? Fingers crossed.
Yeah, well that'd be good, but there's some quick guys out there, and just when I thought I was going to have a crack on Monday nights, here comes Ethan out of nowhere, so it looks like I've got another get rid of him somehow and find a look.
Oh, good luck, mate, for the rest of this race, and we'll chat to you again soon.
Thanks, mate.
That was Bo Cattell driving the 94 ANZ SSR Commodore. Now, Sam, man, how are your nerves, mate? Obviously sitting in here with us while your teammates out there punching out lap after lap.
I'll tell you what, I'm lucky you didn't have a heart rate monitor on me for the start of the race because I was peaking. I couldn't believe how nervous I was watching Muggo carve through the field. And then there was a couple of moves, I went, oh, what are you doing, Muggo? And he's like, oh no, he's got it, okay, yeah, that's alright, keep going.
I know that feeling very
like
well.
that too, so we were
mate.
actually feeling about the same.
But incredible, like it's, Muggo, he obviously knows what he's doing, and it's a different story, when you're driving these cars, you've got a feel for the car, and you know where you can brake, and you know how much grip you got. But when you're a spectator, you think, oh, geez, you're not going to be able to turn that thing in. But, sure enough, they do. So, but it's been really good. We've been working on car setup because, unfortunately, as you all know now, we missed qualifying. So that was a bit disappointing. But we worked well on setup and the hybrid racing simulations, Commodores. We think it's working pretty well.
I'd like to point your attention to the Trans-Tasman Racing red car and Michael Hurley and Michael Schreier. They're in a ding-dong battle at the moment with Jake Maloney not too far behind.
Madison Down has just done his fastest lap of the race in the number 77 car. They're all the way down in 20th position, but of course Madison Down and Lee Ellis, two of the strongest drivers in this field. They'll definitely be working their way up soon, barring any horrible incidents.
Now here's our voice, and new voice of the Star Mazda support racers, Sam Sutton. We'll call you the voice, mate. Welcome aboard. The race is going quite well, mate.
Oh, didn't start so well.
Oh, I actually saw that.
Green lights mean go, red lights mean stop. I got a bit confused, so yeah, basically from Madison down and started.
You did the complete opposite of Madison. You actually went too early as opposed to not going at all.
Oh, did you forget to pull first gear, or?
Not this race, but
no, we originally going to have me in just for the first stint. Once we saw I was moved up we were okay, we figured, oh, I'll double stint. We got Jake, good Jake, just doing his stint, looking to just get them up so we can keep charging forward. I feel like we got a top.
Good Jake is doing a good job too.
Yeah, he's just keeping his nose clean. He had a Brock and montage race, got one before he didn't want to do that, just keeping a bit of damage from coming together in a straight line.
Are you hopping back in the car next stint, or are you going to leave Jake in for a double stint?
Plan at this stage to chuck me back in to the end of the race. One of these safety cars pops up in the next 2 minutes, so we should be what we want, but they're random, so
who knows what's going to happen. Safety car now will actually mix up the field quite interestingly because some guys may be able to survive with one extra pit stop if they pit under yellow. So that will absolutely mix it up completely with a true sprint to the finish. But we'll see what happens. We may have a safety car, we may not have any more. All we knew is we were going to have at least one.
Yeah, well, I've just done the numbers since we've been out of the car, and if we can get to 1 hour 45, make it stop.
We've got hour 46 to go. Fuel cell crosses the line. Lap 54 is done.
Michael Healy, massive slide there, coming out of Blanchimont. He's under a lot of pressure from Michael. Is that Schreier in the 30 car there?
Yeah, Michael Schreier, yep.
Yep. Oh, Schreier might do a bit of an undercut there. Only slightly.
Yeah, I think he should let him go.
Make a move. Yep.
Here we go.
Yeah, he definitely got the run out of that last corner. Now Hurley looks to cut back on him, but Shrey's got a good run out of Lascelles.
Yeah, we'll just follow suit. I think it's a bit early now. You don't want to race too hard. You probably knew that he was under pressure there, and the smart thing to do is just let him go and try and run your own race.
It's surprising you said that, Sam, man. We saw some guys racing extremely hard. Even some guys that hadn't made pit stops, racing guys that had made pit stops early in this race.
I was waiting for Healy to make a liar out of me and drive up the inside there, but no, he's well behaved, so that's good.
Yeah. Man, this has just been a really, really good race so far. I mean, if anything, I hope that there is another safety car at some point because everyone's starting to get a little bit spread out. You're seeing a lot of close battles still, but they all seem to be forming into their own little sort of subgroups.
Well, my completely biased opinion is no more safety cars, and that Phil Cell built a great lead.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to fight you on that and say, can we at least have one more?
Yeah.
Well, that's the best bit about endurance racing, isn't it, boys? I mean, there's people have got so many different strategies up and down pit lane. There's teams that want safety cars. There's teams that don't want safety cars. So, and you know, that's just the way it is, and that's why we love endurance racing, because of the unknowns of it all.
Yeah, definitely.
I really like the fact they didn't choose a lap to bring the safety car out. If it does, they've chosen an actual time in the race. So, regardless of where people are on track, the safety car will be coming out. So we're not biased at all towards any driver out there. It's just when it happens, it happens.
Well, we might go through a little run through of the top 10 just while we're at this lull in the race action as Jarrett Filson comes upon some lap traffic on the in the form of the Redback racing car. We've got ANZ and Synergy Sim Racing. That's car number 94, Jarrett Filsell, and Bo Cattell driving that car. Oh, we got a caution! Caution! Oh
well,
dear, that's another shake-up.
About it.
Here we go. Speak of the devil.
We are 10 laps into this stint of most of the top guys, so I don't know, is that too... They do have to have a short fill at some stage in this race, I think, so would they use that as a short fill? And then run two full stints home?
Yep, I think... Sorry guys, I'm back. I reckon the guys will have to run it pit now, decide whether you're going to do a driver swap or not, and one more stop, you'll make it home at around the 50-minute mark. So the guys will have to pit here regardless of their strategy and bring everyone back together.
Oh, there's going to be a bit of a scramble in the pit lane, I can predict it now.
Or if you're in the case of Phil Cell out the front or Latham, you do not pit, you could actually build quite a big margin over the guys that do pit by the time your stint's over.
Now Madison Down more than likely won't be in the lane because he's only just pitted only a couple of laps ago. He's only been out on.
Well, if that's the case,
how long
then
is his stint? 6 laps.
Well, that could put Madison down in the lead of this race on correct
definitely
order from the
could.
rear of the grid.
Yeah, it definitely could. That's what I thought. Like seeing Madison down, like that's one thing that I've experienced in the past. Racing in the Australian Endurance Championship in particular, you would pit and then the caution would come out, and that's just about the best sort of circumstances you could possibly have because there's less stress involved and you can consolidate that lead.
Let's find out, Reese, before you actually have a heart attack because you're getting so excited. I love it. Lee Ellis, can you tell us if you're pitting, mate?
I'm more out of the loop than you guys are. I was watching it on a big TV in bed, so I ran back here and said, "Oh, what's going on?"
Phil
good
Sellers
stint from
now.
you, though, mate. You actually led a lap.
I led more than one lap, Jack.
Oh, that's enough.
Yeah, that's fine. It was a bit of an interesting restart. Yeah. What
Not much to say on that.
No. I heard go by about 3 or 4 people, and then so I went, and then they're like, "Hang on a minute, we're doing endurance." I was like, "Yeah, I'm past 4 guys," but no, it didn't work out that way.
So we did try and get clarification. We did try and get clarification on your teammate Madison. It seemed like Bo Couture went very early. John Latham backed the pack up until he got the actual official go of iRacing. Is that what it seemed like to you?
Yeah, well, I heard go, and then sort of halfway through the last one, and so he's like, no, back up, and then went again apparently. So I was like, all right, cool. So yeah, it was an error. No one's fault. They caught us out. It caught out a few other people as well. So we weren't the only one in that position. But we still, who knows what can happen.
It did catch out Ethan Gould as well with Bo Cubis doing exactly the same thing as you. But I would guess here, Reese and Brooksy, that we'll see every single car in the field except for 3 pit this lap.
Well, that will be interesting.
Amazing thing too is that we had about 12 drivers waiting to have a chat. The second the safety car came out, it was just you left here, like.
Yeah, it was Max X this so
it made it easy to decide who to bring in for a chat.
Yeah, well, yeah. I might not go back in, so Madison might just take it till the end, so we'll see what happens.
We might just stay with this safety car here and see who does jump in. I'm guessing, I'm with you, Jay. I'm guessing pretty much the entire field's going to pit and make it home from here.
Yeah, my thinking is the 77 will stay out, the 89 will stay out, and the 88 will stay out. Every other car will pit. If the 77 does come in, he will jump some spots anyway, so there is a chance he may pit, jump some spots, but there it happens.
Yeah, look, we got one of the fastest cars on the field at the moment, so Madison, as everyone knows, is Mr. 9 time, so he can drive this car, so who knows.
Hasn't won an Enduro though?
Not yet. There's still an hour and a half left, Jake, come on.
Well, that's right. Still 100 minutes, or just under 100 minutes of racing left to go in this race. But we'll see who jumps in the lane. Let's count them as they come in. We got everyone coming in.
Just 1 lap to green as well, so we need to sort of catch back up.
There we go. We got a ERA car staying out. Michael Ford. We've got Adam Harden staying out. We've got Dale Nish staying out. We have Jake Maloney staying out. That's interesting. The Dayco Motorsport yellow car will stay out and take the race lead. There we go. That's unexpected.
I can actually tell you
Madison
now.
down in the lane though.
I had a message off Jared saying that he was going to pit about 2 minutes ago, but didn't want to let on too much. But yeah, it's very surprising Madison's in. Really, only not long been in the car. Is he just think he can get up to the front on outright pace?
Oh, look, who knows? I don't know. I don't even know what Madison's thinking ahead of this. I reckon we've got a very, very, very good car, so hopefully we can sort of filter through this field here.
Interesting to note too, sorry, we've got Dayco Motorsport P1, P2.
That's a first.
It's a very good effort from those boys, considering especially where the Dayco blue car qualified.
We have a driver swap happening in the car 1. Richard Hampstead back in the car. Second car no swap. We've got Ian Ford in the 15 car still. We have Marcelo Rivera jumping back into the 314 car, but Ilsel maintaining that gap. Actually, Richard Hampstead has lost a lot of time.
Yeah, that's because of the driver
Hampstead's
change,
dropped.
I think. Would it be because of the driver change? Takes a bit longer,
Potentially,
maybe.
yes. Yeah, the driver change, yeah. The guys stopped, Jared stopped for 27 seconds and Hampstead stopped for 31. So I guess that will be why.
Don't corrected order. We've got PJ Sterigos sitting in second position after Nick Field would be cleansed.
Yeah, well, that's still another 10 or so laps away from that actually happening too. So, and Oceanic Sim Racing car number 351, Simon Black and Marty Atkins currently in P3. They're doing a great job. We said that they'd be.
Hang on, we're not going green. Not going green.
They're actually extending the caution flag for an extra lap too because there's some issues with guys not being waved around the safety car as they should be when the car picks up the leader. So they're waving the cars on through.
Wave Jake Maloney waved through and Kurt Stenberg. I'm not sure.
Oh.
This has caused problems. They're going to put them a lap up.
That's bad news.
Yeah, this is going to cause, I'm hearing the radio chat involve race control. They've made a mistake on waving through car number 35 and car number 888, Jake Maloney and Kurt Stenberg, Jake Burton, sorry. This is going to turn this race on its head.
This is almost effectively handed them the win this race.
Well, yes.
They're a lap ahead.
Let's put them a lap up, yes.
Which, yeah, interesting. I can probably see what they've done there. You see them behind the safety car and not known.
They're going to have to wave the whole field by the safety car because they've now realised what they've done.
Yeah, that'd be the only way they could do it is wave the whole field by and just continue the safety car.
Quite easy to do when you don't have the full timing in front of you, so they'll wave the entire field past the safety car. Have to make sure they do the cars in order. Obviously to make sure that they maintain the order.
Jake Bird and Jake Maloney with his field now, they thought they would have got an absolute ripper of a free kick, but yeah,
Race control were a bit shocked actually when we just advised them of that. They got told that they need to let the whole field through now, so get the right car back in the right spot. Sandman's jumped back in the car, so we won't see Sandman back in the box for a little bit. We actually said that he was going to jump back in if we had a safety car. I'll restart the broadcast overlays because we have a few driver swaps, so bear with us while we do that at the same time. May actually take a little break, I think, while we've got this happening as well. While we've got the chance, we'll be back in a few minutes. This is the 11th round of V8 Supercars Online Premier Series, first round of the GT Omega Enduro Cup. We'll be back very soon.
56 slides it into 4. Who's going to be at the stripe? Dead even. Give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
You're right. Well, welcome back. We are in the last 90 minutes now. We've got 86 minutes to go in this race. We have controversy aplenty with safety car being thrown now on, as it stands right now, the Daco Motorsport yellow car is in the lead. Sam Scutton from Jake Burton, Jared Filsell in third position, Tim Pagnian, TTL number 10, PJ Sturgis in fourth position, and OSR 351 in fifth. Jay Kennedy, Reese Gardner, Clayton Brooks here for all the action from Spa, thanks to GT Omega.
Well, Jay, I went away from the PC for a bit while we were on break, and goodness me, I come back and this has happened. I'm just completely in the dark here, and all I'm hearing is controversy and oh goodness, what's happening?
Yeah, it's a bit strange what's happened.
Well, hopefully they can get it sorted out and we can get back racing soon.
All the drivers actually look like they're in the right spot.
That's a bonus.
We'll have Lee Ellis in here with us at the moment.
Yeah, I'm still working around in the corners.
Clayton Brooks has just headed over to help out his team for a few minutes and see what's going on, but we've still got another lap under yellow. Hearing a bit of controversy happening out on track with some guys complaining about how far behind the pace car other drivers are, but some drivers actually taking this opportunity to save some fuel. A little bit sporting from Simon Black. He's just opted to go and drive down the lane because he's feeling like he may have got an advantage and doesn't want to have one.
As bad as it sounds, they did gain advantage because they're now in the same strategy as everyone else. Which is a good thing for them, a great thing for them.
Right, there's actually a couple of drivers driving down the lane to try and help out in regards to sportsmanship and things like that. So, but it looks like the field's pretty much all in the correct order as they should be. The lights are out on the pace car. So we'll be getting back under green flag action this time by we have 1 hour 23 left in the race. Not a great deal of time left. We will have one more round of safety cars. The field now all start to bunch back up together. The pace is under control of Sam Sutton, who's in the car. We did hear that the Dayco Motorsport guys did pit under the yellow, but all they have performed is driver swaps. They have not changed tyres or taken fuel to gain an advantage in that aspect, which is quite sporting of them. Fingers crossed that is correct, but that is what we have heard.
Well, we'll soon find out on the next round of pit stops if that's correct, but I hope it is, because Simon Black did actually take fuel and he realises that he's got a huge advantage from it, so he's just in a drive through of the pit lane to shuffle back into wherever it is at the mid-pack, which is where he should have been anyway.
Yeah, that's very sporting. He could have stayed out. If he had stayed out on track, but he would have gained a massive advantage and found himself actually in 5th position. But that's very, very sporting of him to decide to do that. He's actually popped back out in 18th position, which is about where he should have been. So that's quite good. In the round of pit stops, we've actually seen the TTR car, orange car of Madison Down, move up to P11. So that's a car to watch now with Madison Down back behind still behind the wheel. The other car I think we need to watch will be Richard Hampstead in 6th position, and obviously Jared Filsell in P3. Those guys are going to be very pacey with the last 80 minutes of racing still to come. This is going to be absolutely action-packed.
Oh yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it, Jay, and I'm just glad we can get racing again, because the way the field's been shuffled around in this recent safety car period is definitely going to make for a show with Dayco Motorsport 1-2 at the moment.
You're just responding to a couple of questions about the incident in the YouTube chat. When the safety car was called and the drivers entered the pit lane, Simon was legitimately in 3rd position. The reason that he's decided to jump into the pits is he then, when being waved around past the safety car before they've realised the error, he then jumped in the pits and gathered fuel. So that is why he has jumped back into the lane to do a drive-through to slow it down. So he didn't actually legitimately go from 20th to 5th position and to to gain an advantage in that aspect. He actually has done the stop to gain the advantage from taking the fuel stop. So that is why he has done the stop, as we've got Sean Kelly in the box for the next little bit as well joining us. We'll jump to Sean in a few seconds, but we are about to go green, and we'll see if it ends in controversy again.
And
Guys now know where the control line is too.
As a safety car clobbers the pit wall, sorry, I just had to bring that up.
The guys
best
won't,
safety car
will
driver
not get
ever.
the green. And Castle a good nick too after hitting the wall. The guys do not get the green flag until they hit the control line, the start line, not the finish line. So that is why they're still bunched up, coming around what would normally be turn 1. They'll receive the green flag
It looks
right
like
now
Sam
as they're
Sutton
all
is
going.
Green
Off they
flag,
go.
green flag.
There we go. Sam Sutton and Jake Burton lead the field away as they come into Eau Rouge for the first time once again.
Have a look at PJ. He's tucked right in behind Jared Philsell.
Oh,
Jared
with a
Philsell.
great run.
Phil
Very
Cell's
good
very
run on
close
Jake
to
Burton
getting
there.
getting very close to an off track and a slowdown there, Phil Cell.
It's past Jake Burton before turn 3.
A little bit slidey there from Jared Philsell. Jake Burton slots in behind him and in front of PJ Sturgios.
Hearing a bit of controversy back in the field.
The top 10 so cars are all being got through cleanly.
It seems that way. Jared Philsell is now on the hunt once again, this time for Sam Sutton in the 888 car.
And Sam Sutton's showing a lot of speed on this opening lap. Phil Cell hasn't been able to bridge the gap to him in that first half of the lap. It's just behind there. Jake Burton's got a lot of company in PJ Sturgios and Richard Hempstead all itching at the bit to get past.
Yeah, I don't think it'll take too long for PJ and Hampstead and Ford to get past him. He is under a lot of pressure.
This is the Jake Burton's in the DK Motorsport blue car that did qualify down in around 22nd, I think 23rd position.
Cars jostling behind him.
3 wide.
Got the number 1 car coming through. Ooh, bit slidey. Oh, Jake, they're going to go 3 wide.
Oh,
no, that's a spinner.
Around. Oh, and Mitch McLeod's taking a place.
Almost made contact there, McLeod, with
Upset.
he's had to reverse.
As we have Trans-Tasman Racing Black making a position on SDC Motorsports 009. That's Tony Ortridge pulling the move on Marty Carroll.
Wow. Go to TTR Black driver that is not in the car but in the commentary box with us at the moment. So you've got to say Sean.
Hey guys, I sure do. How's it going?
Sorry, Sean, but we've got a change for the lead. We've got Phil Cell down the inside of Sam Sutton heading down Camel Straight.
It wouldn't take too long. He's got some good pace. Sorry there, Sean. How's your heart rate, mate? You're getting in the thick of this race, but you're keeping it nice and clean, you and Tony.
Oh yeah, man. Like, I'm pretty sure not supposed to sweat that much to an endurance race. Hey, it's been pretty much all go from the drop of the flag. But, yeah, Tony's doing a pretty good job.
We knew it was going to be a 4-hour sprint race with the calibre of the drivers that we had in this field, and I think everyone knows that. So I don't think we're overly surprised that it's been as pacey as it has been.
Yeah, that's right. Unfortunately, we just swapped drivers there with too much fuel in the car, and we lost a bit of time swapping the drivers. So we lost 2 spots to Marty and PJ, unfortunately, but we'll press on, see how we go.
I think you guys are in a pretty good position to potentially get a podium out of this, so good luck to you. Strategy, are you going to get back in the car?
Yeah, that was the plan. I really don't know what the penalty or how much fuel you've got to have in the car to change without having a time penalty on stop and go drivers. So yeah, a little bit. Not quite clued up in the area. So we'll see as we get into about 20 minutes, half an hour's time. We'll see if there's enough fuel that needs to be put in that yeah, I can jump in and run it to the end.
Here comes Hampstead up the inside of Jake Burton, and that is move done. So Hampstead up to P4. Team Pagny and TTL cars now in P3 and 4 with Peter Stiglis now hunting down Sam Sutton, who's actually got some pretty good pace despite the damage to his car. Yeah, pretty incident-free race for yourself, Sean. Sorry, I was going to ask Sean one more question. Pretty incident-free. Sean, both kept you out of trouble.
And that's right, I think Tony had the slightest scrape on the panel, but that's about it. No, it's been pretty clean. Doesn't mean we haven't been side by side and stuff quite a number of times, but yeah, the guys are pretty good at holding their line. So, but yes, still a few hairy moments here and there.
As we go on your next in line now, Sean, your teammate Tony Autry's right up the behind Jake Burton in the Dayco Motorsport Blue Holden Commodore.
Almost a sitting duck there, Jake, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been monstered a little bit. I was going to raise the point, guys. There could be ramifications being forward spinning. It was obviously Jake Burton and Richard Hampstead. Three of them were very wide in the bus stop chicane. I'm sure race control will be having a good look at it. I don't know if there's much you can do when you're three wide in such a narrow part of the track though.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll get a podium. I see Madison back there on 8, so...
7.
7.
Madison's teammate Lee's keeping a very close eye on, no doubt.
Of course, after.
More Jake, but a little bit of a slide out there.
We might let both Lee and Sean head off, and we'll talk to you boys later on. Good luck.
Yeah, cheers guys. Very super.
I could bring to you guys' attention, PJ Sterling was just done a 2-minute 20.776, so that's on the pace for the top three guys.
Or went for it in the braking zone. I think Burton's going to try and hold it. Oh, and this is going to give Madison down a little bit of a chance here.
Madison will just follow Tony and they'll both get the move done, and there's a chance that Marty Carroll might be able to get in there too.
Jake Burton stays wide, lets him through. Marty Carroll comes up, but Jake Burton has the extra traction by going around the outside of the source, manages to keep that position. But unfortunately, he's lost 2.
So the top 10 at the moment is Phil Sell, Sutton.
Sorry, Aldridge had a massive wobble at the top of Rodeon, and that's allowed down the inside. He'll have this move done.
They're down now up to P5, and look at the Gagler cars. It's very wide contact between Carroll and Burton, and that's an easy way to get some steering damage. And it looks like Burton, his car is not looking that great at all at the moment.
Next in line, he's got Schreier. He's non-relenting for him. Schreier's having a good look now with McLeod and then Brock Salmon behind.
Now we've got Jake Maloney in the box. Good Jake's here with us. How are you, mate?
Yeah, not too bad. How you going, guys?
Good, mate. You're a bit excited being in P2 at the moment?
Yeah, the safety car played into our advantage. We were running in 8th. I was running around. And then I think a bit of an error. We stayed out when everyone else pitted, and so us 2 Dayco cars were waved by when we shouldn't have been, but obviously it's been corrected now.
Yep, so you guys pitted for just a driver swap, is that correct?
Oh, we'll have to wait and see.
Okay. Well, good luck for the rest of the race, mate. P2.
Yep.
I'm sure you're going to have some brown and orange cars coming up at you very, very quick, so
yeah, I'm expecting
yourself in for a good finish.
Madison.
Actually, guys, on that pace, Sam Sutton's last up around 2-minute 20.7. That's the pace of the fastest guys in this race. So if he can keep that up, his definite shot at the podium.
Interesting there from Jake. He's not giving away too much at all.
Yeah, very interesting stuff there.
We'll find out in about another 8 or 10 laps with the final pit stop window opening to around about, I guess, about 48 to 46 minutes left in the race. We'll see what happens. The gap between first and second now out to 1.7 seconds, with the gap behind BJ is about 1.3 seconds behind Richard Hampstead, about 3/10 behind him. Hampstead is on a charge. He's putting out some very, very quick lap times, as is the car out in front, Jared Filsdale, last lap by 2:20.4.
And I'm noticing Jake Burton in car 35 is having a much easier time of it, keeping these guys behind him than he did with Orchardge down and Carroll.
So just been notified by race control. R1. Pit lane drive-through penalty for incident involving car 15.
Oh, wow.
That was the ERA car that was spun at the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, so I did go
This
back
is
and have a
going
look.
to be interesting.
That's why I brought it up. I didn't know if there'd be something in there. Oh, wow, this has turned it on its head.
Here we go. As we
This
come
race
up
has
to
got
the
even
race
more
entering its final
interesting.
hour.
I expect some fireworks in the stewards box after this race.
Schreier.
Michael Schreier. Right in there with Jake Burton trying to get past. Mitchell McLeod's trying to get in there too. And Michael Healy, Brock Salmon in the car now. All trying to get past. Look to see if Hampstead does his excursion down the lane this time by. Keep out one eye on that, but this pack for 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and I think it will soon be 12th and 13th the way it's going, with Ian Ford and Josh Rogers also closing up, and we do have Richard Hampstead in the lane. And this is the longest drive-through penalty we will see in the entire calendar.
Yeah, this is going to seem like forever before he gets back out, and he pretty much will be at the very back of the pack with 1 hour and 7 minutes remaining in this race.
Meanwhile, Jake Burton, at the head of the Burt train, has caught up with Marty Carroll a little bit.
Yeah, Carroll's got off a little bit last lap by. What's that, around about half a second difference in speed. Comes McLeod up the inside of Michael Schreier, and that will be moved done from McLeod.
Definitely will. That's given Jake Burton just a tiny little bit more breathing room.
Hampstead has completed his drive through the lane. He's come out in 25th position.
Wow. That is brutal.
Of course, the guy that'd be most relieved about that would be PJ Sterikos. He had Hampstead breathing down his neck. Now he can just focus on catching steam something in front, which he is doing.
The gap now back to 0.6 of a second as we now look at the updated gains and losses after that little bit of a, I don't know if we can say controversial or not. We'll find out when we go and have a better look at the replay later on. I'm sure there will be controversy. There always is. The biggest gainer overall, now in 4th position, the 77 car, the TTR UKS Commodore, gaining 42 spots in this race. Daco Motorsport number 35 up 16, and car 21, the Multi 21 GTI car, up 27 positions. And a little bit further down, the 111 and the 31, both up 29 spots. Over on the second page, we've got quite a few gained spots, but biggest losers at the moment, the 808 down 21 spots, Henry Jones Racing, and Richard Hampstead not appearing in that list at the moment, but he will drop down now in 25th spot. That is a loss of 23 positions. we go, side by side. Jake Bird, Michael Freya.
Oh dear, this is going to hot up quite a bit. Oh, it looks like is that Healy in the number 46 car?
Sorry, it's Salmon.
Brock Salmon got a very good run out of there.
Still getting used to seeing Brock Salmon in a TTR car. It's unusual. Used to see him in that Red Bull livery. So
Oh, is there still side by side with Schrader?
Oh no, maybe not.
Oh, he's going to try and hold the outside. Jake Burton loving this, looking in his rearview mirror, buying him some extra time.
Great driving by these guys, and he's being it forward, making his way back from that spin on the restart.
Ford nearly thought about sticking a nose in there and getting a spot, but thought twice about it. But he's got a good run here. And no, won't make a move.
I cringe every time the cars look into that corner.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the more interesting places to attempt to pass, isn't it?
You're so limited on the brakes and what you can make the car do there.
Cool, a little bit of an oversteer moment there from Jake Burton coming out of Fagnier and into Stavilo as well.
Well, we always said that safety cars would bring about some enjoyment, controversy, and make the racing nice and close. I think we've more than achieved the aim, albeit slightly controversial, but
yeah,
it's been a fantastic race.
Yeah, I think we've had enough controversy and upsets in this race to last us the whole of the season before this race.
Oh, so we got a mistake from the 009 Marty Carroll, and Mitch McLeod gets a move done. Moving up to 6th position, and now Jake Burton's going to try and get a move as well. Marty will defend with the alternate line.
Goes to the outside,
going up the inside.
Out brakes.
Alternate line, I love it.
Man, around the outside.
We don't have blocking in this series.
Now Burton is just behind Carroll coming into Eau Rouge. Nice clean line through there from Burton. But seems that the gap has stayed about the same.
The gap I'm interested in, guys, Madison Down is catching PJ Sterigos at a rate of knots, and PJ's now tucked up behind Team Sutton. So this is going to be a battle for second between the three cars very soon. Madison Down is absolutely on fire out there, doing mid 2-minute 20s, and in front PJ's doing mid 2:21s. So nearly a second in it for Hampstead.
2.5 second gain in the last 5 laps. So big gain from Madison Down.
I've just gotten a message from Dylan Sharman of TTL. He says to me, safe to say we did the Todd Kelly, a lot of swearing when the penalty was issued. So they're not very happy with the penalty that's been issued to Richard Hampstead.
Yeah, and I don't blame him. It's a very marginal call, that 3 wide. It's a bit hard to see who's right and who's wrong.
Well, the penalty's already been served, and it is what it is, as people say. So they just got to keep going and try and make the best of their situation right now.
And of course, without a safety car, any more interventions of safety cars, if there isn't going to be anymore, that could potentially rule out one of the fastest guys in this race. We have a look at Phil Sell. He's
Oh, here we go. Sorry, I was just about to say, Sturgis right up behind Sucker, almost ended up making a move. Sorry, guys.
I was just about to say, Phil Sell's got quite a large margin. Sorry, my time was stuffed up as I went through the around the safety car.
Looks like Ian Ford and Michael Schreier are involved in a pretty heated battle at the moment.
Oh, sorry, if our director can go to second and third, we're about to have a change of position for P2.
Yeah.
with Sam Sutton now passed by Peter Sterios up the inside. Got a great run out of Radion and move done. New P2 position to the number 10.
So that said, the number 10 TTL car is now in second place.
Person down now, closing up. About 1.5 seconds behind Sutton, so I don't think it'll take too long for Down to catch up to Sam Sutton. 70 laps so far completed in this race.
Yeah, I think we've actually entered the last hour.
Yeah, just ticked over.
Just having a look, Phil Sells out with 6.2 second lead over PJ Sterigos. He's followed by Sam Sutton, only half a second back. Behind them, 1.4 and closing very quickly is Madison Down in 4th position. Then behind Madison, it's 5 seconds back to Tony Aldridge in the Trans-Tasman Black Commodore. Then back to Mitch McLeod, 1.8 seconds, who's got Martin Carroll for company, only half a second behind. Jake Burton and Sydney Nape only 0.8% behind them. And then you've got Ian Ford and Michael Schreier having a very good battle, only half a second apart. And that's your top 10 with an hour left in this race.
Just looking, the gap between McLeod and Aldridge is actually starting to close up a tiny little bit. McLeod was out to about 2.5 seconds, now back to 1.9. Keep your eye on that in the next little bit, whether there'll be a battle for 5th and 6th or whether Tony can start to put foot down. But we're not far away from our final round of safety cars. And I think that safety cars will actually, sorry, not safety cars, pit stops. Doing a great job. We have been live for 5 hours. I'm a bit delusional, 5.5 hours, so it's been a long day.
We no longer know what is real.
Oh, no, yeah, I'm just going to give up on what I was going to say. Let's just move on. Final round of pit stops are going to decide this race. That's what I was trying to say.
We're struggling to form the most basic of coherent English at the moment, guys. But this race has been incredibly good, hasn't it?
Just as you were talking there before, Mitch McLeod has taken half a second out of Tony Aldridge in half a lap.
Yeah, I knew he was coming. As we saw in the first couple of stints that car had good pace towards the end of a stint. So now had, 9-10 laps since the safety car, 9 laps since the safety car went in. So it's starting to come to its own now late in this run.
And I may be wrong. I'm just trying to have a look at when the Triple Eight car of Sam Sutton, Jake Maloney pitted and took fuel because there was a rumour they didn't take fuel under their last pit stop. I don't know if anyone can clear that up for me. It looks like they've gone nearly 30 odd laps, which would be near impossible to do.
Yeah. That would be, so they may have taken fuel, which I actually hope they didn't, because I'd love to see some sportsmanship. But always try to take advantage when you can, but I don't think that's very sporting if that's what they actually did do.
Yeah, I'm not sure if race control told them not to take fuel or not, but if they did, they did. There's nothing can be done about it now. And Sam Sutton's currently sitting on podium spot, but he has 10-time champion Madison Down breathing down his neck.
27 time, whatever. He's won a lot of championships. That's all we know. He needs a bigger trophy cabinet.
Now Sutton was been able to stick with Sterigos as well. Once PJ was passed, I thought he might move or run away with it a little, but Sutton's done well. He's been able to stay there with him. Probably we haven't spoken about Phil still out in front with a 7-second lead at the moment, but there's one good name that he'll be able to see on his relative, and that'd be M Down, sitting there in 4th position. So I wonder if Phil Sell's starting to think I've done enough to win this race from this point.
Yeah, I don't know how this is going to play out. I actually just doing some numbers in my head while we're sort of talking. I'm just thinking there will be a couple of teams that will be able to pit right now and make it home. One of them being car number 1.
Oh, Down has going to look at Sutton. This is the 3rd position, and Madison Down moves into the podium position at the bus stop chicane on lap 73.
I'll have a look at the replay of that because that was a really good move. He set up Sam quite well. Positioned the car quite nicely. Used that draft to his advantage. Pulled out at the exact right moment and great move.
And the battle for 5th place is heating up still with McLeod now down to 1.1 seconds behind Aldridge.
Only 2 laps ago it was 1.9, so 0.4 of a second a lap. That's a pretty decent gain.
I'm still keeping an eye on this battle for 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th. Jake Burton leading the train there, and it looks like Ian Ford might have a bit of a run. Oh yeah, he might. Ian Ford goes for the inside line. Jake Burton doesn't move to defend. Brakes just a little later than Ian Ford. See if he can hold it around the outside. He does. Can he hold it any more? Maybe, perhaps.
Gonna have to watch out for Schreier here. This is where he could potentially lose 2 or 3 spots.
Yeah, definitely.
Ford will get the job done, but he's got to watch out for Schreier.
If I was Schreier, I'd be fucking right in there behind Ford's rear wing, which he wasn't able to do.
Oh no!
Schreier's around.
Salmon got collected as well.
Oh, Salmon with massive damage to the front of his car. Unlucky.
Jake Burton actually straightened Schreier up because he was definitely going around, and I think all 3 cars have received damage.
Yeah, I think that was pretty borderline there. Wow. What an incident that was.
Fingers crossed that hasn't damaged Salmon's car. Back up to the battle. This is on for 2nd position. Madison Down right on the tail of PJ Sturgis.
Oh man, here we go.
Really make a move here, not quite close enough.
Closes up quite a bit under brakes.
Yeah, massive, isn't it?
3 hundredths of a second. Sorry, 3/10 of a second. Well, I'm doing well, aren't I?
Awesome, mate.
Yep, solid. Oh, Madison Down a little bit squirrely under brakes. I could see a little twitch from his car there. PJ Sturgios is maintaining that 2nd position though, doing a very good job. We go to nose cam now on Madison Down, following PJ Sturgios. The prolific iRacer went a bit wide and ruddy on there.
Now, sorry guys, we're going to have first driver in the pits for a final pit stop. Marty Carroll in the lane. So we'll see, they'll be trying to see if they can get an undercut on fresh tyres. 50 minutes to go in this race.
Yep, and with pitting then, they will easily be able to make it to the end no matter what happens from here on in.
It should be about right. We're thinking between 48 and 52 minutes of fuel. The whole new commodity for these guys, because in the past we've always had lap number finishes on the lap numbered races. First time ever these guys racing to a timed race. Quite confusing for these guys.
Oh, side
by side.
Wow. Kane Kugamiya in a battle here with Josh Rogers from All Star Motorsports. Oh.
Oh, too wide does not work here, and
goodness me.
Oh, how are they keeping it together?
Wow.
The Mad Cow car is going to try and get a spot out of this too. They're going to continue this too wide. No.
Oh, goodness.
Josh Rogers tucks back into line. You're just hearing on the 351, that car is in the lane with damage. Unfortunately, he's had a run in with the 333 car.
That's quite a shame there for car 351, but I think Josh Rogers might have the ever so most of runs here coming up to Blanchimont. Kane Kugamiya moves to cover the inside. Take a bit of conservatives line. Josh Rogers goes a bit wide in Blanchimont.
Guys,
come back down to the chicane.
I'm not sure if I missed it or not.
Ian Ford's in the lane.
Yeah,
Ian
Ford's
Ford's
in the lane, and Jake Vernon was back in front, so I'm not sure what had happened there. But Ian Ford's gone to the lane to get out of that battle.
Yep, good move from Ian Ford to get out of that pack that he was in. It was getting a bit tough for him. He wasn't making any time, he was losing time. Good decision to get out of it in the lane. Jared Filson now battling his way through traffic. Has a 9.2 second lead over V8SCOPS. Most
Sean
of the traffic
Evans
is
from,
doing a good job.
Yeah, Sean Evans of KRF Motorsport, put out of the way. I don't think he'll have any dramas with Marty Atkins in the Oceanic Sim Racing Falcon
I reckon he'll block him.
Darryl will front him if that's the case.
Just heard about the Ian Ford, Jake Burton. There was an incident we didn't see that was obviously off camera, and Ian Ford was asked to redress a position, which was served. So there's the answer for that, Brooksy.
Okay.
The Aldridge-McLeod battle is definitely heating up right now. Trans-Tasman Racing Black versus Talk Inc. CupperCement.com. Oh, a little bit of a run out of Pouon from McLeod. Thinks better of her going into Fagnier. Oh, a bit of a twitch from McLeod. Really hustling that car. Aldridge, meanwhile, cool as a cucumber, nice and smooth. Two very different kinds of driver, and they're battling for the same piece of racetrack.
Guys, I've got Ian Ford on a 31-second pit stop. He's now out of the pits and rejoining the track. And he rejoins, he's going to slot him right behind James McKnight in 26th position.
Yeah, he's also just done his pit stop as well, so Dora and Martin Carroll come in. They've done a driver swap. James McKnight will finish that off for that team. We're also seeing now Madison
Aldridge
down.
in the pits.
PJ have actually changed positions. We did miss that. Madison is ahead of PJ as they both drive down the pit lane.
Here we go, we got more guys coming into the pits behind Tony Aldridge now. Burton and Salmon both in the pits.
Yep.
We've got another car coming in behind them too. Looks like an SDC Motorsports car, that's Michael Cracknell.
Action aplenty on my timing screen as the drivers in the pits all weed their way through. Richard Hampstead now in the lane as well. He's tucked right in behind James Keane. So I would guess that Phil Sell will come in on this lap or the next lap. The 888 Dayco car will probably be in next lap as well. And the Torque car, I would guess, will come in next lap also.
Yeah, well, with the contender, with all the other guys up in the top 10 pretty much pitting, Phil Sell will be running the gauntlet. If a safety car was to come out now, it would put him in a world of hurt, basically. It would drop him down the order. So I dare say you'll probably see him come in.
Driver swap in the TTR red car. Michael Healy now in the car. Sean Kelly also back into the TTR black car. Jake Burton staying in the car in the Daco blue. No pit. Yeah, PJ has jumped back ahead of Madison Down with about a 3-second faster pit stop.
Oh, comes out just in front of the red-back racing car. Oh, that looked scary for a second there.
Yeah, those guys really have to pay attention as they're coming through Eau Rouge and Radion to make sure that the guys coming out of the pits have some room. Did actually get cleaned up a couple of times in practice. Some guys got it wrong through Eau Rouge and loose through Radion, and they've cut straight across and hit cars as they're coming out of the pits. So it's actually a scary pit exit where you come out of the track. Jared Filsell's continued on. See Sam Sutton in the lane. McLeod continuing on. I feel the Synergy Sim Racing car will also continue. It does.
Leighton Fine is now in the pits for Mad Cow Racing.
Great to see the Overclockers guys back out on track in the V8 Supercar. They disappeared from our screens for a little while. They, of course, we saw Michael Fabian do really well back in our old V8 Supercar broadcasts, and always Richard Elwood and Leighton Fine were pushing to get into the top split broadcasts, and good to see those guys doing a great job at the moment. Currently P10, they will drop a little bit as the field corrects, but having a great drive at this stage.
Yeah, definitely in new to V8SCOPS anyway, colours actually painted to resemble a cow, as opposed to the old blue and orange livery that they used to run, and I gotta say, it looks pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a good little cow, isn't it? Looks like a lot of the teams actually doing a driver swap here too. M. Sutton is staying in the car though. We'll see where he comes out. Still in his pit bay with a TTL number 10 car about to come up and overtake, as does the TTR number 77 car driven by Madison Down at the moment. Sutton will tuck in behind. Big moment for Schreier though. See if McLeod comes in. Jared Filsell is in the lane. I would guess McLeod in this lap with 42 minutes to go in the race. Have a look at this battle, second and third. Effective. It's still on. In Schreier continuing on. Ultra 21 car number 21, and the All-Star Motorsports car continuing as well. So a little bit of a mixed bag coming up with this last pit stop. These guys that are continuing on, they're going to take a shorter pit stop. It's really going to mix up this field coming towards the end of this race. But effective race lead is the ANZ SSR number 94 car making their final pit stop. I don't know if they're going to make a driver change here or not.
The two cars we've got to keep an eye on is PJ and Down. They just come to the bus stop chicane. PJ's still in front of Down. They've got James Buchanan, who's very sharp. They got out of their way.
I don't think he intended to get out of the way like that, but it looked good. Jared's just started moving off, so 37-second pit stop for Filsell. And PJ about to come across the start line now, so Looks like about an 8-second gap.
Yeah, they
Time
definitely
saying
closed up.
8.2. Yeah, they have gained some time actually.
Yeah, it's around
Longest
5 seconds.
Yep. And they're already going to be at temperature as well, so they may be able to get a bit of a gain here. I wonder if fuel cell's taking too much fuel to get it home. The current leader at the moment is Michael Schreier, yet to make his final pit stop. Got 5 cars on track yet to make their final stop, which will then cleanse the field back to as it should be as Schreier comes in now. DTI Multi-21 car continues on for another lap. Rogers is in. Blake Coppo continues on, so he'll take second in the race. Matthew Thompson will continue on, and he is in third. So we still have 3 cars to pit. And the gap after all the pit stops done, the drivers back up to speed 4.9 seconds from current 7th back to 8th, but effective 1st back to 2nd.
Yeah, with 38 minutes remaining in the race, it's a pretty large gap for him to close on fuel cell, but it's not impossible. We've seen down close-up gaps like that in the past.
There's still a long time left in this race. 38 minutes equates to around about 16 laps. My maths are pretty bad tonight, so someone else might need the calculator, as we've got a great man joining the commentary box for the last 40 minutes of the race. Sandman's jumped in the booth. Hey, Sandman.
G'day, boys. Don't mind a hot, sweaty driver sitting over here next to us.
Oh, you stink a bit, but that's alright. Are you one of those drivers that pees in your race suit or not?
No, I've been quite composed. I had a little potty break before we got started and haven't had to go since.
That's probably the weirdest question we've ever asked in the answer my commentary box.
I'm just glad I could have answered it.
Oh, Madison
And here
down.
comes Madison down. Oh, around the outside.
Oh, man, they're so close.
Great driving.
But now he's going to have the inside line.
I'll tell you
He's
why that is
past
great
PJ
driving is Madison needed to trust PJ. With PJ being on the other side of the world, the internet connection can sometimes cause controversy, and I know that in the past guys that have been able to race hard like that, past a certain Renz Brookman being able to race like that, but not many other European or international drivers we've able to seen do that move. So great driving from PJ and Madison there. The last of our drivers are in the pits, so the field will be cleansed this time with 36 minutes to go.
Yeah, of course, now we're down past PJ. Now we just have to keep an eye on that gap. It's currently at 6.4 seconds between first and second.
He's lost a little bit of time trying to get past PJ, but I'm sure he will start to put the hammer down and push as hard as he can. Speaking of hammer down, hammer is back up to P18.
Oh, Madison, very sharp turn in there in the bus stop chicane. Sorry, guys. Couldn't help but notice that for a minute there. I thought he was going out of control.
We've now completed 80 laps. We have 35 minutes to go in this race, so getting close to the end. Of course, a big thanks to series sponsors for the Endurance Cup, GT Omega Racing. Head over to their new Facebook page, GT Omega Racing Oz NZ. Just get a little search for that, or you can check it from V8's online Facebook links. new store setup, so make sure you check it out. They are going to do some great things to help out the Oz NZ community in regards to this series, the Enduro Cup, which are shaping up to be absolutely fantastic. Of course, 6-7 weeks away from the next round at Mount Panorama Bathurst for the Bathurst 1000. We will have action once again Saturday night, Sunday afternoon. It's the same weekend as those stupid ball sports have their finales, so if you're sick of those ball sports, you can come and watch some real men.
And if what this race has thrown at us tonight, I can't wait for the Bathurst 1000. It's going to be on.
Yep. So if you are concerned about the timing of the event, Shreya and Ignite coming together, the event will be on the Saturday night, obviously after the AFL Hand Egg Grand Final, and the NRL Grand Final will be on after the Bathurst 1000. So you won't miss any of either of these 3 events. We've also got Simon Black jumping in for a bit of a chat. Simon, controversy aplenty, but that's always the case when there's endurance races. It doesn't matter what happens.
Indeed. How are you, boys?
Good. I think Mike and Daz had a bit of a heart attack when I jumped over there and yelled at them.
Yeah, I only actually caught the tail end of it, but yeah. I think once they
I
realised the
did
mistake,
yeah. I said, you've let the leaders through. 888 is the leader, and they're like, whoops. Probably been a bit worse than that. We can't say. Right on cue, because Jared Philsell's just pumped out the fastest lap of the race, a 2:20.2.
He's scared. Wow. He's seen Madison get into second spot and scared him.
Yep. He's actually pulled away 2/10 to that last lap then.
It would scare the crap out of me too, seeing Madison hunt me down. So.
You know, it would be more scary. Safety car.
Yeah, exactly. You had to mutter those 2 words there.
Yes.
Yes, but in that last safety car there, Jay, I thought everyone was going to get waved by the field there, so I took the opportunity to pit, thinking I'd fall down the order, and ended up the guys behind us were a fair way back, so being as fair as we can, I gave myself a drive through, and we sort of ended up about 20th again. But we were going to be third, although out of position a little bit, but it would have made it interesting.
Yeah, you would have been out of sync in third, so I did hear a bit of chatter in the chat about how you ended up as high as you did. You actually legitimately were in third position when all the guys pitted and you stayed out, so you were entitled to be in that position, so that was no issue at all.
Shreya. Goodness me, sorry to interrupt, but this is
side by side again.
Oh man. And Shreya takes 11th position. Oh, it's 10th position, sorry, from the SDC Motorsports car. Go on, guys.
Yeah, me and Marty were thinking that we could make the window if we stayed out, because we sort of popped off at all of the other fuel stops, so we thought that if we stayed out for the extra 12 laps, we could have made this last fuel window without an extra stop, but it didn't turn out that way.
I think overall, without the little bit of a whoopsie there, the safety cars have actually been timed in really good spots to make the race quite interesting, and looking forward to the Bathurst 1000 with a couple of safety cars thrown in to keep the field nice and tight.
Indeed. And we'll refine the process and get it better as we keep doing it, so hopefully it'll be upwards and onwards.
Knights, Breyer. Actually happened to Michael Schrader. I'm not sure what's happened. He's actually missing from the timing screens altogether, but up the inside goes Haid. But no, position back again.
Yeah, that Synergy Sim Racing car disappeared earlier on in the lap, and I have to say I'm a bit concerned for them.
Yeah.
Oh no, it
there
looks
he
like
goes.
Michael Schreier's lost connection.
Oh, that's devastating.
That sucks.
They've been constantly in the top 10 all night, so hugely disappointing for those guys.
That's very sad, and Definitely something we don't want to see. But as we keep saying, this is sim racing's version of a blown gearbox or a blown motor or broken steering arm or an oil leak or something like that that is out of your control, and unlucky for those guys. So fingers crossed they get back out there as Kugmiya up the inside of Marty Carroll. Throws McKnight. Sorry. Same car number. There's nearly a big shunt there from McKnight.
It looks like Michael Schreier has reconnected to the server, guys. But he's dropped all the way down to 23rd position. And now
I'm just
24th.
noticing there's actually car with massive amounts of smoke returning to the pits. Jake Blackhall is actually going to pull it right off the track and park it behind a fence. So good work from him, but that's big damage.
Yeah, I'm just going back on my replay trying to see where it happened. Can't really see it. Lags out a little bit on my replay.
Jake Blackhall is asking if he can escape from the track.
Actually happened a long time back in the lap. Actually, looks like it's just full on just blown a motor, not changing back gears or anything. It's just popped. Yeah, just engine started to smoke and that's it. There was a lot of damage to the car, so possibly overheated or... And these cars can actually leak fluid, so there is a chance of that too. Even if you can't see it. Now we've got a battle happening. Just come from nowhere. P4 being hunted by P5. Kelly is hunting Sutton down.
Yeah, just looking at the laps there, Jay. Sean Kelly last lap around a 20.8 to Sutton's 21.3, so half a second in the last lap.
Now Richard Hempstead now up to P14 and he's now hunting Jason Dixon.
Jeez! Ah! That was way too close.
These guys are absolutely on it. They're racing as if they've got brand new cars full of energy. Start of the race. We are 3.5 hours in.
No!
Both continued on. Wow.
That was lucky.
I'll go back to Simon Black for a minute. Sorry, Simon, you can continue on now.
All good, friend, all good. There's some exciting stuff out there. I just wanted to say, take this opportunity to say a bunch of thank yous, and I'll start with thanking GT Omega Australia NZ for supporting the GT Omega Endurance Cup. We really appreciate it, and we hope we're a good fit for GT Omega, and yep, very much appreciate that. Big shout out to all of the guys in the V8SCOPS group on Facebook that helped organise these events and get them underway. Also a thank you to the guys from GMT Racing for the C-Mac series, and iRace for Fun for running the 2 Carrera Cup races for us. I think that was a great success and we really appreciate them doing it for us, and it's great to get more members of the racing community involved, I should say, and yep, we appreciate that very much as well. Thank you guys. And a special shout out goes to Henry and the guys at OSR in the admin team, where he's been working tirelessly all night there in the admin booth, and yeah, a big shout out to him and Henry and Baz and Marty and all the guys there. Thank you very much. And finally, a huge thank you to you guys at V8 Online for your brilliant broadcast and commentary. Thank you very much for that as well. It's part of what makes V8SCOPS special, and we really appreciate it.
I think I speak for everyone here that we wouldn't be here if we didn't love it ourselves. So thanks for all your hard work, Simon. I know how much you do in the background, and bring on the next round, which is only 3 weeks' time. We're off to Mosport, and a couple of weeks after that we are off to Bathurst. So can't wait for the next couple of weeks of action. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, it should be great stuff. Alright guys, well I might leave you to the exciting end of the race here, and I'll go and get back in the pit box with Marty, and we'll see you at the end of the race.
Tell Marty to hurry up. He's only 18 seconds behind the car ahead, so he might get a top 20 if he pulls his finger out.
Copy that. I'll give him a hurry up.
He needs a big hurry up though.
Right.
Good driving, mate. Well done.
Thanks, boys.
Got Josh Rogers just getting ahead of James McKnight. So Rogers in P11. That's where they qualified last night. Yeah, after the shootout. Fantastic job from those guys. They've been really the surprise packet of this entire event, and they should be very, very proud of their performance.
Looks like the gap at the front is growing and growing lap after lap. It's apparently up to 8.2 seconds now. Jared Filsell, his gap to Madison down in the Trans-Tasman Racing Ultimate Karting Sydney car. But we got less than 25 minutes to go in this race. It's still not done.
With plenty of time left for Madison down. Only one mistake can cost that 8 seconds. One small cut through Eau Rouge Radio, and that's 4 or 5 seconds that can be lost. Even though iRacing says you only have to lose or gain or have gained a second, it actually is a lot more than that you really do lose.
Imagine where they'd be if they didn't have the penalty.
Wow. That's scary to think, isn't it, Sam?
They've done a cracker job. I mean, to come back from, we know how tough it was to come that far back from the field, but to be where they are now, the car's straight, hasn't got a mark on it, and to be in P2 at this point of the race, still 23 minutes to go. So, but like you said, that gap is growing a little bit. So maybe he's just maybe he's looking after the car, or maybe that's all he's got. Who knows?
Last lap by 7/10 of a second slower than Filsell. Filsell has got this thing absolutely wound up. He's flying out there. Last lap by a 2:20.4. Best lap is a 2:20.2. Doing a fantastic job.
Shouldn't really come as a surprise, should it? These guys have been quick for most of the week, really. So, to be honest, he was my tip for pole, and you know, so close, but you know, these guys just a faultless race. Their pace has been sensational from the drop of the green flag, so it shouldn't come as a surprise. But yeah, these guys have really done a cracker job.
Yeah, they certainly have. Jared Filsell, easily one of the best drivers in this field, and it's really good to see him up front doing his thing.
Also, congratulations, if it potentially happens, Bo Cattell finally with a breakthrough win. If that maintains the position that we have at the moment, I hope I haven't lost him too.
Jay, what have you done?
Oh jeez, I'm going to get murdered. Bo knows where I work too.
Yeah, he does.
I think safety car, Madison Down takes the win, and Lee Ellis has to propose.
Oh, that's interesting too. I don't know which one I want more.
I'd be happy to give up a ANZ Motorsports win to see Lee Ellis propose. That'd be good.
Oh, goodness.
Here we go.
Oh, maybe
is being broken.
I'll get on the radio.
Hello to Lucy, who is watching the broadcast. I did hear that Lucy is watching, so hello.
Oh, Healy. Michael Healy. Really big slide there.
Position gain though. GT Amiga replay on screen with Michael Healy late on the brakes and all sorts of locked up speedway stuff, and he actually made it stick. I don't know how. Look at the gap he's already pulled.
Just drifting into 9th position.
7/10 of a second already. 30 seconds that he's passed the car. Now last lap by, we're in the final 20 minutes, last lap by ANZ SSR car, the gap back to TTR UKS is now 8.3. So it did stretch out to about 8.6 halfway through last lap, but it has closed up again, so maybe Madison's going to push that extra little bit harder now. He knows he's got something left in the tyres.
Well, it would be nearly half a second on lap. Probably be more
Been a little bit more than
like a second. Yeah, nearly a second on lap.
Yeah, we've only got about 7 or 8 laps to go, so. Quite a few guys in this field that are doing a fantastic job and driving a lot higher up in the field than we would have expected. Obviously, we're talking about the All-Star Motorsports car, but GTI Multi-21 car, Ken Kugmia and Tyson Williams, they're doing a great job, currently P10.
Yeah, I was going to mention those guys before, Jay. They're up 32 positions from their grid spot, which was on way down in 42nd spot. So really good job by those guys.
They've done a fantastic job. I think that they're probably surprised themselves how far up in the field they've gone. But it just shows endurance racing, it's not over at qualifying, it's only over when the checkered flag drops. So,
and that's why we
always
love
in
it.
the race. Amstead up to P12 as well while we're watching through the field, so he's starting to gain some more spots. The gap from here up to car 94 is 51 seconds, so it's maintained that same gap.
Just behind Amstead there, Marcelo Rivera up the inside of McKnight, and that's job done. McKnight's lost 2 positions in the 1 lap.
Sandman, I'm guessing you'll be rather excited to bring on the next round of the Endurance Cup at Bathurst.
Oh mate, who wouldn't be excited about Bathurst? It's one of the best tracks on the calendar, and I know a lot of these guys up and down the pit lane are already thinking about it and thinking about car setups, and what an unbelievable race that's going to be.
Obviously you're teaming up once again with Margo, I'm guessing?
Yeah, that's the plan. So see how we go. Hopefully we can make qualifying this time.
Well, it's Saturday night once again. I have to plan your life a bit better.
Yes, well, unfortunately, work commitments got in the way this time round, but never mind. It's actually been good fun. I mean, it's disappointing as it is to miss qualifying and start that far back. It's actually, you know, considering the couple of things that we've had to go through today, it's been good.
Oh, side by side here with Richard Elwood, Craig Jones, just behind Marco, through the grass.
Commentator curse my own car.
Track. Okay, don't think that track needed to be mowed. Jones has actually dropped another spot from Tom Jones, past Craig Jones. Now, obviously a big month of sim racing coming up for all of us here in the booth. Obviously we talk about Mosport coming up in 3 weeks. I think the week after that is when we are off for one of the biggest sim races we have ever been a part of, the Spa 24. The Australian Endurance Championship Spa 24. Cannot wait for that, boys. I know that Reese will be out there trying to get the overall win. I know I'll be out there trying to not crash, and Brooksy will be out there trying to make sure he doesn't upset his teammates.
Yes.
We've all got our own duties to perform.
I did warn Bo before, so I was going to say I did warn Bo before this race, do not crash because Jared will not let you live it down.
And Sandman, I don't know if you're going to still team up with us for the 24 hour as well?
Oh, if you guys are crazy enough to have me.
Oh, you've seen who we've got in the team? Definitely crazy.
It's funny, I'd like to do an endurance race and get in the car with a straight car.
No, it won't happen. Actually, don't lie, that did happen. You did have a straight car at Daytona until someone took you out.
No, it has been previously crashed before that, so...
Oh, okay.
Looks like
you at least
Muggo
had a straighter car than me.
Looks like Muggo's gunning for a move on the 111 car, ERA Way of Life. Going for the inside line at the source. I noticed a slide there.
Sideways.
How you feeling there, Sandman?
Oh, hard race up. It's not over though, look at this.
Oh dear. Holds back.
I think Muggo's a bit too experienced to let Craig Jones back through there.
This draft will benefit him though.
Yeah, he's going to have a hard time holding him there, but Muggo's got a lot better run out of running on.
Yeah, he's just picking up the pieces from the last lap by we saw on the replay. He just understeered off and ran wide exactly where I'm talking right now, this time last time round. So he's got through that time, and he's still got a couple more cars in front of him. So fingers crossed, we can probably get a couple more spots here if we're not too careful.
I think you definitely have the pace to get two. I don't know if you're going to get too many more. The car ahead of Richard Elwood is about 6-7 seconds up the road, so maybe not there.
Yeah,
But still 15 minutes to go in this race.
Jason Dickinson in that car in 5th. He's drove very solid tonight. Him and Michael Cracknell were both put in very consistent laps.
Yeah, good pace. We were eyeing them off earlier, but I think if we get two more, that'd be good fun. But considering we've had to bounce back from an accident and a spin, and I got a slow down penalty, but no, it's been good, so we'll take it.
Well,
Dixon was pretty devastated after his shootout lap last night. Obviously, getting a cut track penalty in the shootout. He started 15th. He was pretty devastated, but they've done a really good job to maintain that position because there's some big names come up from behind that weren't able to make qualifying or didn't quite have a great qualifying. We'll run through the top 10 as it stands right now with 14 minutes to go. The ANZ SSR M94 of Joe Philsell, Bo Cattell leading this race by 8.6 seconds over the 77 Trans-Tasman Racing UKS car driven by Madison Down and Lee Ellis. Third position is the Team Pagny TTL number 10, currently driven by PJ Sturgis with Matthew Hill. They have had a fantastic drive, started fourth, currently in third. Next position in the Triple Eight is the Dayco Motorsport Yellow, driven by Sam Sutton, teaming up with Jake Maloney. Fifth position is the TTR Black, driven by Sean Kelly and Tony Aldridge, the two Kiwis teaming up once again for the Enduros. Sixth position in the Talking Cupcement.com Commodore number 40 is Mitch McLeod, teaming up with Hayden Dodman. They've done a very, very solid drive, started in 10th. Kept the car pretty much out of trouble, a little bit bent up, but not too bad. Makes a difference when you actually keep it off the wall. Unlike other endurance races, those two are paired up together with. P7 is Ian Ford and Ben Smith in the number 15 ERA Demidov Innovations car. They've done a really solid drive. They were in P3 for a little while, but they've had to drop back a little bit. But great drive from Ben Smith. He's done a really good job to maintain that position. Currently in 8th position, under attack from TTR Red is the Dayco Motorsport Blue, Jake Burton and Kurt Stenberg in that car. And not too bad a drive from Jake. He's done quite well, and Stenny qualified the car last night 23rd, I believe. Behind them, as I said, TTR Red, Michael Healy at the wheel at the moment. Brock Salmon currently in 9th, probably a little bit further back in the field than many would have expected, but they've still done a solid job. Top 10 in this absolutely elite field is a great drive. And in 10th position, DTI Multi-21 Fanatec car, currently driven by Kane Kugamiya, teaming up with Tyson Williams. Heat 10, those guys are scooting along quite well and punching out some really good lap times. I would expect to see these guys on the back of that battle between Burton and Healy by the end of this race with 11 minutes to go.
If just outside of the top 10 after serving a penalty, so pretty much an extra stop, is Richard Hampstead in 12th, eyeing off Josh Rogers. He's a good chance of getting a top 10 still here, Hampstead.
He's the only driver in the 220s still at this stage. Yeah, a couple of drivers in the 21s, most are into the 22s, 23s and 24s now at this point. But 20.8 last time by, and the time before 20.7. So he's pushing out some really quick lap times, Hampstead, and he is very, very highly motivated.
Yeah, there'll be plenty of red mist around that cabin. We'll have a look at the gains and losses. Notably, Madison Down sitting there in second spot, 44 positions. It's just a sensational effort. There's no other way to describe that. To have a straight car to come through the field, also after serving a penalty, that's a great effort by Madison Down and Lee Ellis.
All the smoke up ahead of Richard Hampstead. Sorry, it's a KRF car. I was wondering who it might have been. the KRF Motorsports car. Sean Evans, smoke absolutely billowing from that car.
Oh, that's a real shame. They're in 27th at the moment, a lap down on everyone else. They're going to lose even more time now.
Very unlucky. Sorry, Brooksy.
No, you're right, mate. I was, yeah, the other note is we just mentioned before, Kane Cookie in the Multi-21 car, 32 positions. Jake Burton up 16, he's sitting in 8th at the moment. They're a really good drive by some of these guys. And of course, your man, Sandman, Josh Muggleton up 30, sitting in 18th.
Yeah, so far so good. Or he's got a bit of a battle in his hands at the moment.
Of course, even the guy behind him, Craig Jones, those guys are up 28 positions from their starting position, so it's been a really good job from them.
Oh man,
Craig.
That's a very awkward spot to come
that
up
could
to
have
a
been
smoking
handled
car.
a bit better.
Oh
man.
Elwood, all sorts of crossed up. Muggo nearly makes contact, but I think Muggo might be able to get a bit of drive down here, maybe make a move.
No, he's a bit too far back, I think.
No,
Oh, Healy and
Here we
Burton
go.
at the moment might be going for the move. Oh, Jake trying to hold it.
Oh, we've seen this not work, this holding the outside. You're better off to tuck in behind and maintain your speed so you both don't lose speed. Jake's actually had to tap the brake there to make sure he didn't run into the back of Healy.
Catching up to him mid-corner.
Eight minutes to go in this race, guys. Healy
Oh,
all over.
man,
Here we
Muggo.
go. Muggleton around the outside.
Oh no! I'm gonna close my eyes a little bit then.
How's your heart rate?
Oh mate, I was watching that. I was thinking, oh jeez.
Oh,
I can't watch.
slightly overshot that. We got about 7 minutes and 50 seconds to go in this race. These battles are still not run and done, even right here at the end of the race.
Yeah, man, I know you don't drink, but I reckon you nearly need one.
Oh, hand me a scotch, hand me a scotch. I was like, far out. Oh I can't do it.
Is he doing that on purpose?
Oh, I think
so.
he's messing with me.
I think so. I reckon he's got the word that you're in the booth and we've got him on the broadcast just to stir you up.
I can't do it. I'm speechless.
Oh man.
Yeah, he might actually have enough speed to get a run here.
And it means a lot to us. Like, you know, 16th, like we're battling for 16th, so we're 17th at the moment, so everyone's probably like, oh, we're getting excited about 16th, but we're stoked. Like, I know I'm not one of the fastest drivers in the world, and I've hampered Muggo a little bit, but it's been so much fun, so if we can just get one more spot and hold on to that, 6 minutes 50 to go, holy dooly.
You've started in 47th position, so you've done pretty well.
Yeah, we got caught up in an accident and a spin and a couple of slowdowns, so yeah, all in all, we're pretty happy. We're pretty happy. The hybrid racing simulations Commodore's been pretty good.
Still no change at the top, still about the same time as actual. So it's dropped back down to 7.5 seconds now. But Jared's driving's within his abilities, so actually slowed off a little bit to try not to push too hard, I think. Still only one driver driving in the 220s, which is Richard Hampstead. He is now tucked up behind Josh Rogers for P11, P12.
Muggleton's gone for the move. Oh, and he made it.
Oh, he's got to turn it though.
Oh, no problem for Muggo.
He knows how to steer it okay, Muggo. Sam, Muggo's done this a couple of times, I hear.
Yeah, I'm pretty lucky. I've got a pretty good co-driver in Josh Muggleton. Far out. He's been busy. He's been busy with real world stuff lately, so Yeah, he hasn't spent as much time probably behind the wheel, in sim racing as he'd like, but he's just doing such a cracker job. It's so good.
Guys, I've got Kane from Ultra 21. He's hunting down Jake Burton at DK Motorsport Blue. He's been catching up lap after lap, and Jake's dropped off the back of Michael Healy now. He'd be under
2
pressure
seconds
to hold
last
that
lap.
position.
Yeah, 2 seconds last lap by for Jake, 2:23.6, Kane at 2:21.6.
Looks like Richard Hampstead has made a pass and is now in 11th place after overtaking the All-Star Motorsports car. But Rogers is coming back on him. Oh, but Hampstead has the better traction. Oh, wow. Josh Rogers still not giving up. Oh, catches up to Hampstead a bit through Eau Rouge. Oh.
Better the other
Yikes.
panel. Kane around the outside of Burton. Is this going to work?
Oh, Burton tries to cover him under brakes. Now Kane is in the position Burton has been many times.
Jake might be able to
Kane
hold off
tries to
here
hold it.
because
He
he's got
goes
that
into
inside
the
run.
gravel trap. Kane attempts to hold the outside, but Burton's just that little bit faster. Behind him for one more lap. We're coming up to 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in this race. Max 2 laps.
Yeah, Jared will get
Three,
white flag next time by, so we will have 2 laps to go in this race. So it'll be a 95 lap race. It'll be 665 kilometres travelled for anyone that is wanting to know that bit of information.
There you go.
You didn't need a calculator for that either, did you, Jake?
Oh, I sure do tonight. Any other night, no. But, now, if you are watching and want to see something a little bit different, Sandman is live on Periscope right now. So if you are on Twitter, follow @HSV Sandman and quickly jump on Periscope, and you'll see Sandman and his beautiful mug on TV in the man cave.
I'm stressing.
Have a quick look. I just had a look then, mate. You're looking good.
Thanks, mate. It's strange actually commentating from the sim rig, so it's something we'll probably have to do something a little bit better next time when we, do it properly and broadcast from the couch. But yeah, it's nail-biting now for the last couple of minutes here.
Oh, as Kane used Jake Burton a little tap through the sauce, a little hurry up.
Kane's definitely got the pace. He's just got to find the right spot to get it done in the right position. Jake will defend down the alternate line up through here. I've got absolutely zero doubt. He'll go straight to the inside. He won't move across.
Yeah, he
really?
knows that it's worked before. He stays middle. He goes back to the left-hand side. Also got Sean
There's
Kelly
still-
catching Sam Sutton as well.
Yes, still on for 4th and 5th. That gap is down to less than half a second. Gap for 9th and 10th, about 3/10 of a second. And there is a gap, a pack happening behind Richard Hampstead now. Hampstead, Rogers and Rivera going for 11th, 12th, 13th.
Oh,
He's
Kane
on
and
throughout
Burton.
the field, but we'll have to stay with this battle with Burton. Good man.
Goodness me. And Jared Philsell is coming through the bus stop now, and he's going to get the white flag, guys. It's been an absolutely impeccable performance by Philsell and Bo Cattell.
Oh, sorry to butt in. Kane's gone down the inside.
Sliding. Oh, that's contact. That's
Yeah, a little bit of a touch. He had all the rears locked up, couldn't pull it up, and then he slid the boot into
he's getting the
Burton.
position back. Good on him.
Redressing that position back. Good move. Well done. That's some good maturity there.
that was pretty
Fuel
on
Cell
edge there.
will be receiving the white flag. Now Rogers has dropped a position back behind Rivera. He did just miss all the other action happening. So Rivera now chasing down Hampstead, who is in P11.
Amazingly enough, guys, we've still got 22 cars on the lead lap in this race after 4 hours of racing.
Kane has a look into the source. He's got the inside.
But I think Burton just has a bit more traction. But Kane has the inside line. Something's got to give here. These two guys who went back down. Go side by side. How did they manage that?
Oh, wow.
How did they manage that?
That's first for me. I've never seen a V8 Supercars too wide up there, but they've done it.
Man, oh man, oh man alive.
And look behind at Hampstead.
Oh! Oh! Goodness me. Richard Hampstead and Marcelo Rivera. Oh. Oh, but Hampstead's going for the inside again. Oh! God, it's all on this last lap of the race for Jared Filsell. Oh.
Yeah, Jared Filsell, Bocatel. This has been a dominant drive. We've got 2 corners left to go in this race. They've led quite a lot of it. We'll get an accurate number on how many laps they've led, but been a very, very dominant performance by the ANZ SSR car. Fastest right up the front in pre-qualifying. Fastest in the qualifying session. Unable to convert it to a pole position, but congratulations. Jared Filsell, Bocatel win the Spa 4-hour first round of the GT Omega Endurance Cup.
Absolutely brilliant performance by them, and Madison Down and Lee Ellis. This was my drive of the race. Seriously, these guys were absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, fantastic drive, and well done to PJ and Hilly as well for 3rd position. Fantastic drive from PJ. He did a great job. Actually, probably one of the drives of the race.
Oh, Burton and Kane.
Oh, this is still on.
Side by side with Moshimon. Oh,
wow.
Burton is keeping it. Oh, Kane's going for it. Oh, they're not going to give. I think Burton has it. I think Jake Burton might just have this. 9th and 10th are decided.
Great finish.
Richard
Well
Hampstead.
done to those guys. Hampstead. Oh, Hampstead's out
What
of fuel.
happened there? I think
Hampstead ran out of fuel, and I think
Marcelo
he may have lost the
line
position.
in front of him. Wow, talk about last gasp.
Less than 100th of a second. That was why Hampstead, we did notice that Hampstead's pace did drop once he got past the ERA car and the All-Star Motorsports car, and he run out of fuel. Right at the checkered flag. Wow, what a race this has been. Absolutely fantastic.
Awesome.
Congratulations to all the guys that have finished this race. This has been absolutely brilliant, but well done to Jared Filsell, Bocatel. Great drive from both those guys. Thoroughly deserved this win.
We're just getting our last few lead lap cars coming up to the end of the lap now. 20th position, Oceanic Sim Racing 1 car 351. That was Marty Atkins and Simon Black driving that car. Brilliant job to get inside the top 20.
Yeah, well done to all the drivers that have actually finished on the lead lap. Well done to all the drivers that actually finished this race. It's absolutely an amazing effort. After 4 hours of racing, they had no quick toes, so no fast repairs that we would sometimes see in these longer races, and they've managed to hold out. We've had 44 cars finish the race out of the 49 that started. That's a massive performance from all these guys. So congratulations, Jared Filsell, Bocatel, once again.
Brilliant
well done
stuff.
to those guys.
Well, that was a good way to spend a Sunday evening, I have to say.
Yeah, can we do it all again? Another time?
Yeah, we can start right now.
No. I need a break.
No.
We'll try and get some driver interviews once we get them in for a chat. in the next few minutes. But that was an absolutely fantastic race. We'll run through some race results soon as well. But Jared pulling up on the line so that he can get the photo, especially while he's doing a donut. Lucky he's got some fuel left to do it. We'll run through the race results, full race results soon, guys. We're just waiting for the entire field to finish. We'll run through them right now. So it's big congratulations to the team ANZ, SSR, Jared Filsell and Bo Cattell picking up the win, 7.2 seconds over Madison Down and Lee Ellis in the Trans-Tasman Racing UKS Commodore. PJ Sergios and Matthew Hill third for Team Pagny and TTL. Fourth, Sam Sutton, Jake Maloney in the Dayco Motorsport Yellow. Fifth to Sean Kelly and Tony Autridge in Trans-Tasman Black. Sixth to Mitchell McLeod, Hayden Dodman in the Talking, cupofcement.com. Commodore, Ian Ford and Ben Smith in 7th position for ERA Demidov Innovations. 8th to Michael Healy and to Brock Salmon in the Trans-Tasman Racing Red. 9th to Jake Burton and Kurt Stenberg, Dayco Motorsport Blue. And great drive to Kane Kugmere and Tyson Williams in the GTI Multi-21 Fanatec car.
In 11th place, we had ERA Maverick Welding 1. That was Marcelo Rivera and Aaron Hamilton. Team Pagny and TTL, car number 1. Very, very disappointing result after running up the front so long. That was Richard Hamstead and John Latham coming in 12th. All-Star Motorsports finished in 13th place. That's Joe Burkett and Joshua Rogers. 14th place, SDC Motorsports 009, Martin Carroll and James McKnight. SDC Motorsport Red came in 15th place. That was Michael Cracknell and Jason Dixon. Trans-Tasman Racing Blue, Josh Muggleton and Stephen Sandman Clark ended up 16th position. Mad Cow Racing, Richard Aylward and Leighton Fine, they finished in 17th position. ERA Demidov Innovations 3 finished 18th position. That was Tom Jones and Matthew Thompson. ERA Way of Life 1, 19th. That was Blake Coppo and Craig Jones. Rounding out your top 20 was Marty Atkins and Simon Black in the Oceanic Sim Racing Falcon.
Over on to the next page is Synergy Sim Racing number 2, Wayne Burke and Todd Parks in that car. In 22nd, we had Robbie Tomei driving with Reece Goldfinch, Synergy Sim Racing number 3, Luke Emmerdon in the Multi-21 yellow car with Will Dodd in 23rd position, Michael Siolak and Jeremiah Morton in 24th position. Jeff Gauci driving with, lost my train of thought, it was Matt Jones in HTR in 25th position. James Keane, ARA Way of Life car driving with Anthony Manciaro in 26th position. 27th position, David A. Moore, Michael Schreier. Unlucky for those guys, they were doing a great job early on in the race. One lap down in 27th position. 28th, Sanjay Delilac and Graham Bones Fireland for Serenity Sim Racing. Andy Carey in the 44 ERA Maverick Welding car with Simon Feigil, sorry. And Dean O'Brien with Dylan Shepherd in the One Performance Racing in 30th position.
31st position was GT Omega JFF Racing. That was Scott Stevens and Gary Cousins. 32nd position was Angry Birds Racing Team Simulator 2 with Ben Daly Jr. and Nick Hausler. OSR V8 lined up 33rd at the end. That was David Buchanan and Michael Korolev in that car. Redback Racing Team 34th position, David Baxter and Raymond Stayer. ERA Maverick Welding 2, 35th. That was Michael Ford and Brenton O'Brien. 36th position, Henry James Racing. That was Liam Wild and Chris Coxhead. Sudden Death Racing Team. 37th, that was Adam Harden and Martin J. Creamers. 38th position, Lit Oz NZ Green, that was Kevin Overeem and Shannon Mason. 39th, Redefine Motorsports, Scott Pardy and Heath Brennan. 40th position was taken by KRF Motorsports, that was Paul Gorell and Sean Evans.
Yeah, 41st, the Lit Oz NZ Blue Team, the 02, driven by Shane Stildoff and Mark Kelly. Corey Preston and Dale Nish in 42nd for JMSR Pexi Racing. Peter Sadler in the ARB team Simulated number 1 Angry Birds Racing car, teaming up with Brian Borg in 43rd. 44th was Scott Connors, up with Jake Blackhall. There, Jamie Kingston and Jabril in the Man Cave Motorsports car. Ethan Greg Gould, unlucky for those guys, blown up with about an hour and a half into the race. They're looking pretty good with Bo Cubis in that car. Bruce Keeley in the SDRT number 2 car. They was driving there with Matthew Ross Munro, unfortunately to be out. Adam Highland, ERA Way of Life number 3 car, driving with Greg Sharp, also DNF and Michael Hammond. The last car entered in the race with Jason Bentz, unfortunately out of the race after only 13 laps. That is the entire field of 98 drivers. I think we need to speak to the 2 that are the most excited. We'll go to firstly Bo Cattell. Bo, congratulations, mate. You finally won one of these big races.
Yeah, it's about time. Pretty excited about it. Jared did a great job. There were a couple of moments there where we had a few moments, but no, it was really good, and it's really good with the Alliance to start off with a win like that. So yeah, really happy.
Your pace was pretty good, and obviously having Jared there as well, punching out fastest lap and lap records and things like that late in the race, you guys were pretty hard to beat.
Well, that's sort of it. It's not my strong track, and I practiced a lot this week just to get consistent and not get off tracks. And in the end, we managed to get I think it was 27 or 28 off tracks, so didn't lose any points, and I managed to not lose too much time to Latham. So yeah, I was pretty happy overall, and yeah, really good.
Jared, you punched out some pretty good lap numbers there at the end there, mate. Congratulations on the win. Well done.
Cheers, mate. Yeah, the car was an absolute rocket. In the first stint beyond Richard, I didn't know how it was going. It was pretty average beyond a car, but as soon as it was out in front and been clean out, it was unbelievable. Couldn't fault it.
Now, obviously on to bigger and better things. Obviously, a couple of weeks are off to Mosport for round 12, which is obviously a sprint round. But the couple of weeks after that, Bathurst 1000, you guys obviously have your eyes on the prize.
Oh yeah, I definitely want to go one better after last year's performance. And Bo excels at that track. He doesn't need the racing line for that, so we'll go good there, no doubt.
I'm glad to see that the racing line. We've seen all about that. Well done, boys. Congratulations. Well earned win. You guys thoroughly deserved it with your pace, especially through qualifying as well. So well done.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you.
We'll go to second position next. We'll go Madison down first. Mad, congratulations. P2 after starting in 46th position. You guys must be pretty happy.
Oh, no question. I'm over the moon. Like Lee was going to be happy with the top 10. I said I'd be happy with the top 5, which is, setting the bar pretty high when you start 46. But to come away second, I mean, that's pretty. I couldn't have really asked any more than that. I mean, Jared, as you touched on before with him, he pretty much had the fastest car all week. I mean, pre-qual, I had a draft on my lap, so really it was a bit of a fake lap time, and so he was definitely quicker than me in pre-qual, and then quick provisional pole on Saturday night, but messed the shootout up. But yeah, congratulations to ANZ, SSR, and Jared Filsell, Bo Cattell. They've done a great job this round and thoroughly deserved the win. But Yeah, I'm super happy to be second. I honestly can't believe we ended up there. We just everything worked in our favour pretty much, apart from the penalty. Even then, though, we got to get a jail free card with the safety car. So yeah, unbelievable night.
Lee, you are lucky you didn't actually go one better because there's a lot of support for you guys to win just purely for that bet that you still haven't had a chance to do.
Yeah, well, look, Jay, silly Jared and Bo, they could have just stopped the car and let us buy, but they didn't.
Brooksy actually went over to that team speak to actually ask him to do it, so you can blame them for that. Sorry, Lucy.
And she's watching this
congratulations,
now.
mate. I'm not joking. Brooksy did go over and say you can pull over so Lee can propose.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm actually not surprised, but yeah, thanks for that, guys. Madison did awesome, and I did my job, so...
Obviously, you guys must be pretty happy with how it's all going leading into Bathurst as well.
What Bathurst?
Oh, no, you guys won't be racing.
Yeah,
That's right. I remember that now.
Yeah, for us, we won't be at Bathurst, so yeah, I suppose tonight get as much airtime as we can for Ultimate Karting Sydney before not even having a car on the Bathurst 1000. So unfortunately, yeah, for us, we missed that one, and that's a real shame. You know, Bathurst 1000 is the event we looked forward to all year. It was so fun last year, and to not be able to do it kind of sucks a bit. But yeah, I don't think Lee's back for the next Enduro either. So I've got to find a teammate somewhere along the way. So apply within. I don't know who I'm going to get yet. So yeah, there's a space alongside me for Phillip Island. So yeah, I'm not sure who'll be with me, but yeah, if tonight's anything to go by, that should be a good round for us as well.
I'll be
I'm sure there'll be plenty of people.
Cruise.
There'll be plenty of people that'll put their hand up, but I don't know how many will be worth your co-driving ability, mate. Because yeah, well, good luck anyway. We'll talk to you at Mosport, no doubt, in 3 weeks' time, and good luck for the rest of the championship, man. You've consolidated top spot still.
Thanks, guys. Absolutely. See you in 3 weeks.
We'll go next to third position, Matthew Hill and PJ. Sergios, congratulations, guys. Great drive. Hilly, great effort from you with all that driving at the start. And PJ, well done for finishing it off. Congratulations, guys.
Yeah, thanks very much. It was a brilliant run in the end there. That second safety car really fell perfectly for us because I'd saved so much fuel in that first 2 stints, so we were able to short and gain a couple of spots in the pit, and PJ just drove flawlessly. It was amazing. I haven't seen too many things like it. It was fantastic from PJ. So.
Yeah, I think you surprised a lot of people, PJ. Well done. Congratulations on a great drive.
Yeah, thanks. This is a great series to participate in, so I'm really happy with third. I mean, I don't think we had anything for Madison or Jared at the end there, but to get third in what is my second race in this series, my first one I only made it 3 corners, so yeah, that's really beyond expectations, so happy with that. Thanks to TTL for helping me out and bringing me into the team to run these V8 Supercars. Learned a lot from these guys so far, and hopefully we can keep improving from here.
Yeah, obviously the great race for us, the Bathurst 1000. You guys will probably be written into the favourites now after that performance.
Sure. I like it.
Yeah, I knew that'd make you laugh, Ellie.
Yeah, we'll see about that one. I don't know if I'll be racing that one because of real life racing commitments that weekend, but if I'm around, I'll try. I was second there in 6 hours of Bathurst in the GT3 cars, so these were a little bit more difficult, and you never know. Half the battle there is keeping the thing shiny side up.
How have you found the transition across to these big tin tops?
It was rough at first, but once you kind of figure out that these cars don't like trail braking and how to drive a locked rear end, it's been a little bit easier. But I mean, the competition here is pretty much only second to the F1 car in iRacing, so you got to be on your game lap after lap after lap. So it's really difficult, but I've been having a lot of fun with it so far, and hopefully I can try to do more of these races. Too bad right now it's 8:41 a.m. and we just finished a 4-hour endurance race, so that kind of makes it a little bit difficult, but I'd like to do more in the future.
Well, fingers crossed we can have some that are a bit more time appropriate for you. So hopefully the Bathurst 1000, if you can race it, will be a little bit more time appropriate, and we might see you on track. If not, we'll hopefully see you at Phillip Island.
Okay, thanks, guys.
And just want to give the sponsors a quick plug. Thanks to Pagney Imports. Been fantastic support for us.
Congrats, guys. Well done for third. We'll go to fourth position next. We've got Sam Sutton, Jake Maloney in the box. Congratulations on fourth, guys. A little bit controversial how it's played out, but overall, you still have to be in a position to get there.
Controversial? What are you talking about? No, I think it's we took advantage of the situation that was given to us. We weren't originally planning to pit. Then once we got waved around, like, yeah, okay, we won't pit. And then once we saw we had like a 2-minute gap, we're like, why not? So we did it and came out with a 2-second lead. That worked out, but in the end, I think both our car and the blue car shaked out to where we should have probably been.
Yeah, I'm probably thinking that too. You're pretty close to the actual positions you would have been in legit anyway, so I don't think it's actually changed a great deal. It may have been, maybe 1, maybe 2 spots, but not much, so I don't think it's actually hurt overall. So, but great drive still though, Sam. You had some fantastic pace, and Jake, you did a perfect job in what you needed to do.
Yeah, it worked out well. Obviously got to thank Sam. He did a lot of the work today and had the speed. I just cruised around when I was out there, but worked out well for us.
Now, that's probably what you're known for doing, though. Good, Jake.
Yeah, I don't bin it, unlike others.
That would be bad, Jake. Obviously, next round leading up to Mosport and then the Bathurst 1000, you guys obviously going to continue to team up together?
Yeah, definitely. Should be going for another strong result there. Bathurst's one of my stronger tracks. It showed kind of last year, and Jake got some good pace there. So yeah, we'll keep going with this.
Congratulations, guys. We'll see you next round. We'll go lastly to Sean Kelly and Tony Ortridge, who have finished in P5. The All Blacks, congratulations, boys.
Thanks, guys.
Sean, great finish for you. You had some pretty good pace there and actually were shaping up to be a pretty good battle at the end, but not quite enough to get past Sam.
Yeah, didn't do myself any favours. Got to slow down at Rouge and dropped almost 3 seconds. Otherwise, would have had, I don't know, probably 40 minutes or something to try and get past him. And yeah, like I say, the pace was pretty good. Just got to get that pace early on in the night. Takes a while to warm up. So yeah, no, it's good.
Tony, you had a pretty good drive. You just kept it out of trouble, and you guys probably had the straightest car out of the entire field.
Yeah, Sean had a lot more pace than me. I didn't have a hell of a lot of practice in the lead up, so yeah, I just tried to not lose any spots. I think I made a few in my first stint, and just made sure it was straight when I gave it back to Sean.
Well, that was a fantastic drive from you guys, and you guys probably had the best looking car in the field. I'm pretty sure everyone in here will agree that you guys had the best looking car. Even the Ford people here will agree that it was the best looking car. So congratulations to Asai for a great job on the paint work, and I absolutely loved it. We'll see you in 3 weeks for Mosport, and obviously you guys will be trying to get a couple better at Bathurst 1000.
That's right. Yeah, we started 13th in this race and the last Bathurst endurance race. So two 13th place starts from 2 bungled hot laps. And sorry to Tony driving the Holden. He normally drives a Ford. And cheers to Asai for the paints on all the cars. And yeah, thanks heaps to Hybrid Racing Simulations for all their support.
Well done, guys. And we'll throw lastly over to the guys from Oceanic Sim Racing for all of their fantastic work. We've got Simon, we've got Mike, we've got Marty in the booth. Interesting night, boys. Controversial, but overall a great race. Overall, fantastic result.
What was controversial?
I think we started 5 minutes late.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's got to be it.
Yeah.
Roger that. Thanks, fellas.
Overall, I think you guys absolutely had a great race yourself in the actual race too.
Yeah, we swapped duties. Yeah, the sort of stints sort of worked out pretty well, so that Marty and I, and Simon and Daz swapped over positions and could take each other's roles pretty well. With Henry sitting there, watching over the top of everything as well. So that was pretty good.
De-stress again now for a couple of weeks, I guess. Marty, you'll be de-stressed. I know that.
Marty started de-stressed.
Yes.
I've never seen Marty stressed ever.
The Valium helped.
Obviously. Go, Simon.
Thanks, Jay. I was just going to say a big shout out to GT Omega for their support. And huge thanks to the boys at OSR and everyone at V8s Online. Thank you very much, guys.
Our absolute pleasure. And thank you for all your hard work too, Simon and Mike, Henry, Marty, everyone else behind the scenes that have put in heaps of work. And I know there's a lot of work already going in that you boys don't even know about yet for next year. Wink, wink.
Yes, that's correct, Jay. I'd also, just while I got the opportunity, a shout out and thanks to GTA Omega for coming on board for 5 rounds. Fantastic to have them on board. It's great fun to have the cars and paint some new skins and get them out there. I'd like to thank you guys for your broadcast work and the effort that you guys do. It really is tremendous. It just makes it come alive. And I know personally other people say to me, like, what are you doing? What? And then you start talking to them saying, look, it's broadcast. You have a look. And they go, you're kidding. And then you start telling them about the overlays and the commentators and the replays and the sponsorship and the guys that are in there. And they just think it's fantastic. So you guys do a great job. It's ever improving. And, it's always on the march forward, which is really good stuff. So thank you very much for Jay and Brooksy and Reese and Seb and all those boards that get in there. We really appreciate it. And from working on an admin side, again, I've got to say thanks to Marty and Simon, and Henry was sitting over the top of everything tonight, which was fantastic. He did a great job. He's always in there with the dev series with us, doing a great job, and another great admin.
Well, thanks to you guys for your fantastic work. Well done, Henry. Well done, Simon. Well done, Mike. Well done, Marty. Well done, Daz, over the OSR side. We might wrap it up. Thanks to Seb in the background, who I know is absolutely exhausted. Thanks, Brooksy. Well done to Brooksy in his race. He hasn't stopped talking about it.
Yeah.
Second. First thing he had to talk about when he got in here was second.
What V8 race? It wasn't a V8 race.
A big thanks again to the guys at GNT Racing and iRace for Fun for their awesome work putting on the support races. We will definitely do that again because it was fantastic. We will see them again at Bathurst and at Phillip Island. Thanks again to Seb in the background, being the voice in our ear. And the biggest thanks of all go to GT Omega Racing Oz NZ for their awesome support of this series. This is round 1 of the Endurance Championship. Obviously, round 2 will be the Bathurst 1000 in about 5 or 6 weeks' time, and then the Phillip Island 500 to finish off the 15-round series of the V8 Supercars online series. Thanks, Brooksy, and thanks, Reese, for all your hard work tonight.
And thank you, Jay, for all your hard work, mate. You've done the longest stint out of all of us.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, thank you. Seb and I have been here for 6.5 hours. I did go for a quick wee break at one spot, but you probably didn't even notice I was gone.
No, we heard it. You left the mic on.
Thanks, Marty.
Your life is ruined.
I hope that was you rubbing your belly for good luck.
Oh, thanks, mate. And on that note, it's time to go. Thanks to everyone for watching for the last 6.5 hours. This is V8's Online's live coverage of round 11 of the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series, teaming up with GT Omega for the V8 Online. What am I saying? The Insurance Cup presented by GT Omega Racing. I'm done. Congratulations to Jared Philsell and Bocatel. We'll see you in 3 weeks for round 12 at Mosport.